Marvel Ninja God. Chapter 201. This voice? It's Rogge, the self-proclaimed ninja Rogge. Although Loki has only seen Rogge a few times, he has firmly remembered Rogge's voice. He would never forget that it was Loki who had ruined his plans time and time again, causing him to walk step by step into the tragic situation he was in today. The smile on Loki's face suddenly disappeared, his whole body involuntarily took a few steps back, his hands immediately surged with a strange magical light. Kill this guy, use his blood to wash away his anger. As soon as this idea came to his mind, it was thrown to the back of his mind. Oh, I didn't expect you to come, it seems that my brother is well prepared this time. After looking at Rogge vigilantly for a few seconds, Loki removed the magical light surging in his hands and restored his original expression of wanting to see the world in chaos. Because I know you're here, I came specially, isn't it a surprise? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Rogge removed the effect of the transformation technique and changed back to his original appearance. Next time, let's find a time to have a fair fight. That being said, but Rogge is very clear that Loki's so-called fair basically means unfair. Do as you like, as long as you can bear the consequences. Rogge replied without showing any weakness. Although Loki has a lot of small tricks, his overall strength is limited, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Let's talk about that later, we have to leave Asgard as soon as possible. Thor is very clear about the character of Loki and Rogge. He is too lazy to stop the two of them from fighting. Under Thor's lead, the three of them quickly left the dungeon and moved quickly in the Golden Palace. This kind of secret operation is too unlike your style, you even called Rogge. You really don't consider using brute force to fight your way out, that would be much easier. Maybe it's because he has been imprisoned for too long, but after leaving the dungeon, Loki suddenly turned into a chatterbox. He has been chattering in front of Thor and Rogge. Where's your doppelganger? Why don't you summon hundreds of doppelganger to attract the attention of the guards, this way we can leave more easily. After talking to Saul, Loki turned his head and said to Roger, don't worry. Thor, who has been keeping a straight face, began to warn Loki, if you don't shut up, I'm going to do it. Well, I'll listen to you, I'm not here. As soon as his voice fell, Loki used an illusion technique to turn himself into the appearance of the palace guards. How? I'm not worse than you are, I'm one of the best mages in Asgard. If you don't shut up, I'm going to do it. Roger also began to warn Loki. He began to understand why Loki was held in solitary confinement. It's not because of his identity as a former prince, nor is it because he's too dangerous. It's purely because this guy talks too much. Sooner or later, the prisoners in the same cell with him will go insane. But I think we can keep a lower profile. Loki removed the transformation effect on himself, and then threw an illusion effect on Thor. My brother, you're so beautiful. Loki turned Thor into Sif's appearance. He originally planned to use an illusion on Rogge, but in the end, he dismissed the idea. Even if you become like this, I can still make you die miserably. Saul lowered his head to look at his current appearance and said in a calm tone. Well, maybe you want your new friends more, after all, you seem to like them very much. Loki removed the transformation effect on Thor's body, and then turned himself into the appearance of Rogers of the American team. This is much better, but the clothes don't fit well, it's too tight. But that confidence, I can feel justice surging in my body. Do you want to talk to me about the truth, or honor? God bless America. Before Loki could finish, Thor pressed him against the stone pillar next to him and covered his mouth. What are you doing? Loki pulled away Thor's right hand that was covering his mouth, and then looked in the direction of Thor's gaze. It was two palace guards who were patrolling. You should at least give me a weapon, my dagger, or something. As soon as Loki finished speaking, he saw two kunai appear in front of him. Take it, if you talk nonsense again, I don't mind beating you up first, and then taking you away. Rogge didn't know how Thor endured Loki for thousands of years, but in these few minutes, he had several thoughts of making Loki mute. After seeing Rogge take out the kunai, Thor silently took back the handcuffs that had not yet been handed out. After going to the predetermined location and waiting for a few minutes, Sif came to them with Jane. The moment they saw Jane, Thor and Rogge's eyes lit up at the same time. Thor's eyes lit up because he saw his beloved woman. Rogge was different, he felt the ether particles in Jane's body. With the experience of the mind gem, he did not let his mental power go too deep into Jane's body. Even so, he still felt an indescribably powerful force. Ether particles, or reality gem. He began to understand why Malekith was still obsessed with ether particles even after so many years had passed. This power is really tempting. Jane ignored Thor and Rogge, but went straight to Loki, and then raised her right hand. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap was heard. This slap is for New York. Although he was slapped, Loki was not as angry as they imagined. Instead, he showed a charming smile and turned to Thor and said, "I like her." "Okay, stop fooling around, we don't have much time." Although Odin was tricked by Heimdall to go to the Bifrost, it would not take long. Odin could return to the Golden Palace at any time. Sure enough, just as Thor finished speaking, two groups of palace guards appeared on the other side of the passage. "They're there, catch them." "I'll hold them back, you guys go." Sif decisively took on the task of bringing up the rear. Just as Loki was about to leave with Thor, the magic sword in Sif's hand, gift of Gaia, was placed on Loki's neck. "If you dare to betray him, I'll kill you." "I'm glad to see you too, Sif." Loki did not take Sif's threat to heart at all and replied with a smile. "I'll leave a shadow clone to help you, it can buy more time." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow clone appeared beside Sif. Sif and the shadow clone stayed behind to bring up the rear, while Thor and the other three quickly rushed to the Golden Palace Hall. There was their transportation to leave Asgard, a small spaceship left behind by the Dark Elves. Before boarding the ship, Volstagg stopped Loki. "You dare to betray him?" Before Volstagg could finish, Loki took the initiative to say, "You'll kill me? Then you'll have to line up." Chapter 202. Although Thor did not use Thor's hammer to carve out a bloody path in Asgard, to be honest, the plan to drive the Dark Elves' spaceship away was not much better. Especially when none of the four people on the ship knew how to drive the spaceship. "Are you sure you know how to drive this thing?" Looking at Thor pressing buttons on the spaceship's control panel in confusion, Loki turned on his mocking mode again. "I only said it wouldn't be difficult." Volstagg was fighting with the palace guards outside while Thor was still trying to figure out how to drive the spaceship away. "No matter what you're doing, you have to speed up." Loki came to Thor's side and reminded him in a friendly manner. There were more and more guards outside, and it was impossible for Volstagg to hold on for long by himself. "Shut up, Loki!" Thor was still trying, but the spaceship still showed no signs of starting. Looking at the flustered Thor, Rogge sighed helplessly. He began to regret accepting this commission. "You must have missed something." Loki continued to remind him. "I didn't, I pressed all the buttons on it." Thor explained impatiently. "Don't use so much force, press gently." Loki continued to suggest. "I'm already pressing gently, it doesn't work." Thor was getting more and more impatient, but it was unknown if his impatience was because of Loki's nagging or because of the increasing number of guards outside. "No, I can't stand these two brothers anymore. Both of you, get out of the way. I strongly suggest that spaceship driving be added to Asgard's royal education curriculum in the future, and it's a compulsory subject." Roger pushed away Saul, who was beside the bridge, with a serious look on his face. It was better to do it himself than rely on these two brothers. At least he passed the Chinese exam, which was known for its difficulty. Rogge could not understand a single word of the Dark Elves' language, but this did not stop him from quickly operating the spaceship on the control panel. This was not the start button. This was not it either. This should be it. Rogge did not have any experience in piloting a spaceship, but as a veteran standalone game player, how could he not have played flight simulation games? He was a rookie in action games. But when it came to simulation games, he was a true expert. Sims, flight simulation, racing simulation. He could complete any simulation game with the highest rating in the shortest time. This was his gaming talent. After a fierce operation, he successfully started the Dark Elves spaceship, and a holographic image with Dark Elves language appeared around them. How is this possible? This human actually knows how to fly a spaceship, Dark Elves? A series of questions quickly flashed through Loki's mind. Rogge had also used facts to prove what the talent of an experienced driver was. The blade-like flying ship began to soar into the sky, and the stone pillars in the Golden Palace were destroyed one by one. There's one more pillar that hasn't been hit yet. Loki continued to use his poisonous tongue. Shut up. There were few pedestrians on Mount Quming, and there were often racers competing with each other. The road SSSTs. The racer god of Mount A.K.A. was now racing a spaceship. Don't blink, the racer god of Mount A.K.A.'s performance is about to begin. Although Loki and Thor did not know what the racer god of Mount A.K.A. was, after seeing the crazy look on Rogge's face, a dangerous thought emerged in their minds. Before they could react, Rogge pushed the spaceship's power button to its limit. Whoosh! The Dark Elves spaceship flew out of the Golden Palace like a real blade and began to speed through Asgard. Rogge, why don't you let me drive? My piloting skills are better. After watching the spaceship fly past Asgard's buildings at a crazy speed, Thor came to Rogge's side and said with a serious face. Rogge did not answer Thor. He just looked at him as if he was joking. Although you're the one who can fly, I have to say that his piloting skills are much better than yours. As long as he could hit Thor, Loki didn't mind praising Rogge's piloting skills. However, his real thought at this time was that Thor and Rogge's piloting skills were completely inferior to his. I'm the one who's really suitable to pilot a spaceship. Although Asgard was a feudal monarchy, their technology was not feudal at all. In fact, it was very advanced. Just as Thor was about to correct Loki's wrong idea, Asgard's anti-aircraft cannons aimed directly at their spaceship and fired without hesitation. Boom 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 boom. Dense shells flew past the spaceship like a rainstorm, setting off explosions that were enough to destroy the spaceship. That's it? You want to shoot down my spaceship with these attacks? Aren't you looking down on me, an old driver from Earth? Since the speed could no longer be increased, it was naturally time to show off his skills. Rogge's Sharingan quickly moved and constantly scanned the various buildings, shells, spaceships, and incoming shells in the holographic image. Although he had just started, he quickly grasped the performance limits of the Dark Elf spaceship and controlled the spaceship to make all kinds of fancy evasive maneuvers. As more and more Asgard spaceships followed behind, Rogge's piloting became more and more frantic. The violent turns made Thor and others feel like they were on a magical roller coaster. Just as Rogge was about to get rid of the spaceship behind them in one go, Jane, who had been silent, suddenly fell down weakly. Oh my god, is he dead? Loki deliberately pretended to be shocked. I'm fine, I'm just a little carsick. After that, Jane began to retch uncontrollably. Ugh! My fault. After feeling Thor's dissatisfied eyes behind him, Rogge decisively chose to apologize. However, as soon as he apologized, the spaceship shook violently again. Was it hit? Rogge thought that his distraction just now caused the spaceship to be hit, but he soon found out that he was thinking too much. Well done, you just cut off Grandpa Thor's head. Loki glanced back and said to Rogge while holding back his laughter. The spaceship was not hit, but the blade-like hull of the spaceship slashed through the statue of Odin's father, King Baoer, and cut off King Baoer's head. I didn't want to distract you, it's just that your plan is really terrible. Stealing the Dark Elves' spaceship, then flying it around Asgard, crashing into whatever it sees, and letting everyone discover us. This is simply too awesome. Thor, this really suits your style. Before Loki finished speaking, he was grabbed by Thor and thrown out of the spaceship. Chapter 203. What a straightforward way to throw. Although the spaceship below was piloted by the three warriors of Sengoku, this method of throwing could easily cause irreparable mental damage to Loki. But thinking about it, Loki should have long been used to the feeling of being thrown around. Rogge, we should go too. Thor picked up Jane, who had fallen to the ground, and came to the open cabin door. You go first, I'll be right behind you. Looking back at Rogge, Thor did not hesitate and jumped out of the cabin door. When Thor and Jane left the spaceship, Rogge summoned a shadow clone. Piloting a spaceship was not something that could be done at any time, and he did not want to end his first spaceship piloting journey so hastily. After giving the pilot seat to the shadow clone, he looked around the spaceship with some reluctance, then came to the cabin door and fell down with his back facing down. Ho ho ho! As soon as he left the spaceship, there was a whistling sound in his ears, and the feeling of weightlessness quickly enveloped his whole body. However, this feeling of free fall did not last long before it stopped. The spaceship piloted by Fandral caught him, and he just happened to hit Loki, who had just climbed up. You. Although this height could not kill a frost giant like Loki, the feeling of being treated as a human sandbag was very unpleasant. Can't be angry, can't be angry, can't be angry. Loki reminded himself as he shook off Rogge and stood up again. Now the one piloting the spaceship is the shadow clone, this should buy more time. That being said, the real purpose of leaving the shadow clone was to extend the spaceship piloting experience. Although there was no way to control it personally, after the shadow clone was removed, the corresponding memory would be fed back to the main body, which could be considered an alternative piloting experience. And he also hid one thing, which was that before the spaceship's energy was exhausted, the shadow clone would not stop flying the spaceship. So this is your plan, it's quite impressive. Now, Loki finally figured out all of Thor's plans. The Dark Elf spaceship was used to attract attention from the beginning, so the bigger the commotion, the better. Keep your promise and bring us to your secret passage. After gently putting Jane down, Thor turned to Loki and said. Loki shrugged and held the steering wheel at the end of the cabin. An excited smile appeared on his face. Finally, it's my turn to take the helm. Now, I'll show you what real driving skills are. Under Loki's control, the spaceship began to fly towards the distant mountain peak. The strong wake created a clear watermark on the surface of the water. The Dark Elf spaceship piloted by the Shadow Clone attracted most of the spaceships, but there was still one spaceship that discovered their tracks and chased after them. The guards did not seem to care that there were two princes on the spaceship in front of them. The two cannons at the bow of the spaceship continued to shoot out fire. Although Loki was quite arrogant at times, one thing was true. His spaceship piloting skills were quite good. Compared with Rogge's crazy and rough maneuvering, Loki's evasive movements were undoubtedly more graceful. Loki dodged all the incoming cannonballs by using the flight method of constantly combining left and right arcs. Thor apparently also considered the current situation and turned back to call Fandral. Fandral. Without any unnecessary words, Fandral directly picked up the rope that had already been prepared and went straight to the edge of the spaceship. For Asgard. As soon as his voice fell, Fandral jumped out and used the rope to swing to the guard's spaceship. A few seconds later, the guard's spaceship stopped chasing. Without any pursuers, Loki controlled the spaceship to fly to a bare mountain peak without any trees. Near the top of the mountain, there was a cave not much bigger than the spaceship. Loki's goal at this time was to fly the spaceship directly into the cave. Loki. Thor asked Loki nervously. If it's that easy, then everyone can do it. Loki's face also became very serious, but after saying this, he gave Rogge a look. What does this have to do with me? Are you crazy? The spaceship was getting faster and faster. Thor asked again, at the same time grabbing Jane, who was lying down. Maybe. Loki held the rudder with both hands and made the final adjustments to the flight direction. Looking at the cave entrance getting closer and closer, Rogge also silently prepared to flying thunder god at any time. If Loki failed, he would immediately teleport back to the Shadow Clone's side. In the end, no accidents happened and the spaceship flew smoothly into the cave. Except for slightly brushing the surrounding stone walls when they first entered the cave, no accidents happened. After entering the cave, Loki still had no intention of slowing down, or rather, there was no need to slow down now. Although they didn't know how Loki found this place, after entering here, the spaceship entered a natural teleportation channel, and the brilliant light instantly occupied all their vision. The spaceship only flew in this space channel for 5 or 6 seconds before flying back to the real world. Victory arrived. After having a close contact with the ground and then being bounced back into the air, Loki said with a satisfied expression. This was a dark world, and the whole world gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. The sky was grey, the earth was grey, and even the stones were as black as coal. In this doomsday-like world, there were also a large number of damaged man-made buildings. These buildings were scattered all over the place, adding to the aura of civilization's destruction. This is Svartalfheim, the former kingdom of the Dark Elves. But that was a long time ago. After my grandfather King Beor defeated Malekith and took away the ether, this place became a barren land in the 9 realms. After settling the sleeping Jane, Thor came to Rogge's side and explained silently. In order to prevent Malekith from continuing to harm the people of Asgard, Thor did not hesitate to disobey Odin's orders and brought Jane here. He wanted to solve the problem of Jane here and avenge his mother Freya. If I had that energy, how much could I do? Looking at the sleeping Jane, Loki suddenly said. You will be devoured. Thor immediately interrupted Loki's fantasy. Just when Rogge thought they would discuss the next plan, the entangled brothers quarreled again. Their topic started from the short lifespan of humans, transitioned to Loki's ambition, and then to the dead Queen Freya. Just when Thor was about to punch Loki in the face, he stopped. She wouldn't want us brothers to fight. She's already used to it, Loki said with a little helplessness. Chapter 204. When the two brothers completed their unique emotional communication, Rogge finally had the chance to discuss the next battle plan with them. First, let Malekith take out the ether particles from Jean's body, and then let Thor summon lightning to completely destroy the ether particles. Finally, they would deal with Malekith and the other dark elves to avenge the dead Queen Frigga. The plan was simple and seemed feasible. And with the help of Loki, a master of illusion, it should not be a problem to deceive Malekith. In the eyes of Thor and Loki, this plan was feasible. Even if something went wrong, they had enough ability to solve it. But Rogge's view was just the opposite. If there were no accidents, Thor's plan was destined to fail. The reason was very simple, that was, the ether particles were the reality of the Infinity Stones. Infinity Stones were not so easy to destroy. To some extent, Infinity Stones were basically equivalent to the corresponding law. Without the same level of energy, or energy of the same attribute, wanting to destroy an Infinity Stone was tantamount to a fool's dream. Well, I don't want to undermine your confidence, but I don't think things will be that simple. Thor, your lightning is indeed very powerful, but if you want to destroy the ether particles, it may not be enough. So I suggest, in addition to your plan, add a backup plan. If Thor successfully destroys the ether particles, then naturally, everyone will be happy, but if he fails, I hope it can be done according to my own way. Rogge did not directly oppose Thor's plan, because even according to his own plan, he needed Malekith to take out the ether particles from Jean's body. The only difference between the two plans was who would deal with Malekith first. No problem, as long as you can deal with Malekith, I don't mind giving him to you. Thor did not oppose Rogge's proposal. As the only person present who had briefly fought with Malekith, he was very clear about Malekith's strength. Although Malekith had thin arms and legs, when it came to fighting, he was also a powerful opponent. After making a simple plan, Loki steered the spaceship toward Malekith's flagship. The Dark Elves' flagship was a Dark Elven spaceship that had been magnified 10 to 20 times. The hull of the Dark Elven spaceship was like a gigantic sword stuck into the plains. Malekith led a small group of soldiers out of the main ship, while Rogge and the others looked down at them from a small hill not far from the main ship. Good luck! After he finished speaking, Rogge summoned the fourth Hokage's white Haori out of thin air. You need to change clothes before fighting, Loki said with a hint of sarcasm. You don't understand. This shirt has its own halo. Rogge ignored Loki's mockery and took out several Thor kunals and threw them in different directions. When he finished throwing the Thor kunals in his hand, Thor and Loki also began their performance. Loki stabbed Thor with a dagger and pushed Thor down the hill. Then, in front of Malekith, he cut off Thor's right hand that he used to summon Thor's hammer. As expected, Malekith took out the ether particles from Jane's body. At this time, Thor returned to his original appearance and used Thor's hammer to summon a powerful lightning bolt, which directly struck the ether particles floating in the air. Boom! The ether particles that were hit by the silver lightning suddenly exploded, turning into solid rubies that fell around. Did it work? After seeing this scene, Thor and Loki could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But they soon found that they had thought too much. The ether particles that had become solid floated in the air again, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original liquid state and quickly poured into Malekith's body. Sure enough, the scene in his memory still happened. Thor's plan failed, and Malekith succeeded in retrieving the ether particles. If no one else intervened, Malekith would have driven the main ship to London, just like in his memory. Then, using the convergence of celestial bodies and the ether particles that occurred once in thousands of years, the universe would return to the Dark Age. However, Rogge did not intend to let things develop according to the original script. He would deal with Malekith here, complete Thor's commission, and get the 250 ninja coins. Flying Thor. Rogge disappeared from the hillside and instantly appeared beside Thor. Thor and Loki both had the Flying Thor technique left by him, and Thor and Loki also knew this. He flashed to Thor's side without any hesitation and used the lightning body blink again. Odamara's Nan. Just as the Odamara's Nan in his hand was about to hit the motionless Malekith, a tall figure suddenly appeared and used his body to resist the Odamara's Nan in his hand. Cursed Warrior. This was the strongest cursed warrior among the Dark Elves. The Odamara's Nan, which could even send Hulk flying, was blocked by the Cursed Warrior. The strong twisting and tearing force did not send the Cursed Warrior flying, and it did not even leave him with much injury. The strengthening of this physique was a little too excessive. Rogge did not continue to maintain the Odamara's Nan, because in this short 1 or 2 seconds, Malekith opened his eyes again, and the other Dark Elves also aimed their energy guns at him. Flying Thor. Without any hesitation, he directly Flying Thunder God left the place. He had no interest in using his body to take the damage of the energy guns. After teleporting to a teleportation point that had already been prepared, a large number of visible light blue chakra and silver white lightning immediately emerged from his body. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The moment Rogge entered the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Thor also launched an attack at Malekith. Just like Rogge, Thor's lightning attack was blocked by the Cursed Warrior in front of Malekith. He did not know how the Cursed Warrior's constitution was created. After blocking Rogge's Odamara's Nan and Thor's lightning, the Cursed Warrior still looked lively. Except for some cracks in the armor on his body, he looked no different from before. What was even more shocking was that after blocking Thor's lightning attack, the Cursed Warrior ran in front of Thor and directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Thor. The Cursed Warrior tangled with Thor, and Loki was used as a target by the other dark elves. Energy bullets were constantly flying toward him. What was more troublesome was that Loki had to protect Jane's safety. "I'll take her away." As soon as Rogge's voice sounded, Loki found that Jane, who was in his arms, had disappeared. After bringing Jane back to the previous hillside, Rogge's figure disappeared again. Flying Thor. Lightning blink. Rogge, who had entered the lightning release chakra mode, once again appeared in front of Malekith. The Tachi in his right hand made of lightning directly slashed at Malekith's neck. Lightning sword slash. Chapter 205. The thunder katana made of lightning struck at Malekith's neck at an unimaginable speed. As long as it hit, even if Malekith had ether particles in his body, he would not be able to avoid the end of being beheaded. Before swinging the katana, Rogge was even prepared to take Malekith's attack head-on. That's it. The speed of the thunder katana exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture. Everyone, including Malekith, could only see a silver-white arc passing by in an instant. However, this perfect attack arc stopped in front of Malekith's neck, stopping only a few centimeters away from Malekith's neck. That's impossible. As the attacker, Rogge was the first to notice that something was wrong. The thunder katana disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. The thunder katana made of lightning changed shape in a short moment, turning into a breeze without any offensive ability. Rogge hadn't figured out what was going on, when the ether particles from Malekith's body hit him fiercely, sending him flying. Boom! After smashing several boulders in succession, Rogge finally got rid of the terrible impact of the ether particles and stabilized his body. Only now did he have time to look at his right hand that was holding the katana. The silver-white thunder katana had disappeared without a trace. Everything happened in a short moment, and he didn't even have the chance to feel how the thunder katana disappeared. Was this the power of the gem of reality? Before the thunder katana disappeared, he saw the flash of red light in Malekith's eyes. If it weren't for the Sharingan's terrifying dynamic vision, he wouldn't even notice the appearance of the red light. The strange scene just now was definitely not something that Malekith could do by himself. If he had such power, the Dark Elves would never have fallen to this point. Only the gem of reality could make the thunder katana disappear in an instant, and only the gem of reality had the ability to change reality in an instant. Now, he finally understood why the system gave Malekith a commission reward of up to 250 ninja coins. He originally thought that the reward given by the system this time was too high. But now, it seemed that this reward was not high at all. In fact, it was seriously low. Although the scene just now didn't even last a second, it proved an incomparably important thing. Malekith was no longer the guy in his memory who could only use ether particles as energy shock waves. He could unleash the true power of ether particles, the power that could easily modify reality. In front of this power, all laws of nature and science were useless. There was no longer any boundary between reality and illusion. This was the true power of the reality gem, enough to change the world. How could this be Thor's personal challenge dungeon? This was practically Asgard's world dungeon. Moreover, it was of the highest difficulty. Being able to release the energy of the Infinity Stone and being able to use the power of the Infinity Stone are two completely different things. If it was just releasing energy, even Loki, who was being chased around by the Dark Elf warriors, could do it. With that level of Loki, Rogge was sure to win even if he let him use his hands and feet. But if Loki could really use the power of the mind gem, even if Rogge risked his life, he might not be his opponent. The gap between being able to use it and being able to use it was so big that it made people desperate. This was troublesome, really troublesome. It felt like he originally planned to find a guard with a spear in Asgard's Golden Palace to practice, and then found that the person with the spear was Odin. What was even more troublesome was that Rogge found that all the offensive means he was currently good at could not withstand the ability of the ether particles to change reality. Whether it was thunder release or wood release, they would all be changed at the moment of attack. Or become a breeze, or become bubbles, or become air. Not far away, Thor, who was fighting with the cursed warrior, seemed to have noticed the situation on Rogge's side. After sending the cursed warrior flying for a short time, he immediately flew to Rogge's side. "What's wrong? Malekith is more troublesome than we thought. He can change reality." After hearing the words "change reality," Thor's expression turned as ugly as Rogge's. As the heir to Asgard's throne, it was impossible for him not to know what this meant. "Then what do we do now? Retreat directly?" In the face of such an unreasonable enemy, retreating was not an unacceptable thing. Retreat first to preserve their strength, and after finding a suitable way, they would deal with the enemy. This was also a relatively common and very reasonable operation. Of course we can retreat, but if we retreat, the next battle may be on Earth or Asgard. As soon as Rogge finished speaking, the liquid-like ether particles arrived in front of him and Thor. Boom! Dodging the collision attack of the ether particles was not very difficult. The difficult part was how to resist the ether particles' ability to change reality. As soon as Rogge and Thor dodged the first wave of the ether particles, the second wave of attacks followed closely behind, not giving them a chance to breathe. The ether particles attacked the two of them one after another, but one of them could fly, and the other could fly, so it was easy for them to dodge. While dodging the ether particle attack, an idea suddenly came to Rogge's mind. Why not let this guy go to Earth? Anyway, there were so many big shots on Earth. He couldn't deal with the ether particles' ability to change reality, but there were always big shots who could. For example, Ancient One, who controlled the Time Stone. However, this idea only appeared for a few seconds before it was thrown to the back of his mind. Running away with his tail between his legs was not in line with his style at all. Especially when he was still wearing the white Haori of the fourth Hokage. Bearing the name of Hokage, I can't lose. An inexplicable fire surged from his heart. Isn't it just ether particles? Fight. The plan remains unchanged. Leave Malekith to me, and you and Loki deal with the others. As soon as his voice fell, he put his hands together, and the chakra in his body began to change. Red arc-shaped eyeshadow appeared around the Sharingan, forming an inexplicable match with the blood-red Sharingan. A red circle also appeared on his forehead, and the Sennin body inherited from Hashirama also received a terrifying increase at this moment. Facing Malekith, an enemy who controlled ether particles, he had to use his strongest form to protect his name as the fourth Hokage. Shikotsu Forest Sage Mode, activate. Chapter 206. For the so-called title of Yandere Hokage, he was willing to risk his life against an enemy who had lived for thousands of years and controlled ether particles. In the eyes of many people, this may not be a wise choice. Even Thor, who was more familiar with Rogge, would think that his decision was a bit reckless. But in Rogge's own view, this was a necessary battle, a battle worthy of him going all out and even risking his life for a chance to win. Since he crossed into this world, he has been living a relatively smooth life. Even if he encounters an enemy that he can't deal with in a short time, he can rely on the system to become stronger little by little, and then defeat the opponent with strength that surpasses the opponent. He has fought too many battles where the strong defeated the weak. But he has never experienced a battle where the weak defeated the strong. But now, there is such an opportunity in front of him. He can choose to retreat and let the stronger Odin and the Ancient One solve the problem of Malekith. But he has learned ninjutsu for so long and completed so many commissions, not to safely retreat when encountering an enemy that he can't deal with. Whether it was Chiyunibu or Brainless, this time, he was not going to back down. Not to protect the world, let alone to complete the commission. This battle, he will only fight for himself. After he entered Sage Mode, everyone present sensed the change in him. An indescribable aura quickly enveloped the entire plains. Among them, the one who felt it the most was Malekith, who had just fought with him. Malekith was not a weakling to begin with. After gaining control of the ether particles, his strength had increased by a terrifying amount. Although he didn't know what Rogge had done, he was sure that the current Rogge was completely different from before. Bang 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 bang. Under Malkitha's gaze, 8 identical shadow doppelgangers appeared around Rogge. These 8 shadow doppelgangers did not attack Malkith immediately, but ran in different directions, forming a roughly circular encirclement. Malkith didn't care about the encirclement of the shadow doppelgangers. The power of ether particles was enough to make him invincible. In the face of absolute power, any tactics would be meaningless. Rogge also ignored the departure of the shadow doppelgangers. Before summoning the shadow doppelgangers, he had already formulated the relevant tactics. Immortal method, wood release, wood puppet technique. Although he knew that ether particles could change reality in an instant, he still summoned Arhut the Wood. Arhut the Wood, dozens of meters high, jumped out of the ground, like a demon from the abyss, looking down at Malkith, who was wrapped in ether particles. As soon as Arhut the Wood appeared, he raised his huge right fist and attacked Malkith. Along with the wooden Arhut, there were 2 shadow clones on either side of Malkith. The huge wooden fist hit the ether particles in front of Malkith, and the terrifying force set off a shock wave that surpassed the speed of sound at the moment of impact. Before the shockwave could disperse, Malkith's body flashed with a red light, and Arhut the Wood was instantly disintegrated into square pieces of wood. The moment Arhut the Wood was transformed, the shockwave disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Modifying reality. Malkith once again used ether particles to modify reality, instantly eliminating Arhut the Wood, who was a headache for most of his enemies. However, the moment Arhut the Wood was disintegrated, the 2 shadow doppelgangers also threw out the attacks they had prepared. Immortal method, illusion, dark sneaking technique. Immortal method, fixed body technique. Physical attacks were undoubtedly the easiest to modify, so Rogge did not have much hope for Arhut the Wood from the beginning. The only purpose of the 10-meter-tall wooden Arhut was to attract Malkith's attention. Fixed body technique and dark sneaking technique were the first batch of ninjutsu and genjutsu that Rogge had learned, and they were also skills that he often used to clean up small soldiers. But now, he let the shadow doppelgangers cast these 2 ninjutsu and genjutsu on Malkith. When dealing with ordinary people, fixed body technique could be called a control skill. But for an existence like Malkith, fixed body technique was basically a skill that could not be effective. Even if he used the immortal method, chakra, the result should not be much different. But Rogge did not mind using a shadow doppelganger to try and see if there was a chance. If there was, then the next battle would undoubtedly be much simpler. Reality was cruel. Even if it was upgraded to immortal method, fixed body technique, it still did not have any effect on Malkith. The moment Malkith noticed something strange, he waved his hand, and 2 ether particles attacked the 2 shadow doppelgangers. Compared with the fixed body technique, dark sneaking technique was obviously more effective. As soon as Malkith raised his right hand, he found that his vision suddenly turned black, as if the light of the whole world had disappeared. Although he was deprived of his vision, Malkith did not show any signs of panic. Darkness, for other creatures, meant danger. But for the Dark Elves, darkness was their best helper. Malkith did not even use the ether particles to modify the reality of his vision deprivation, but let the dark sneaking technique take effect on him. Although Rogge's ability was slightly beyond his expectations, he still did not take it seriously. If his judgment was not wrong, the effect of the visual deprivation could only last for a short 1 or 2 seconds at most. He could afford to wait for 1 or 2 seconds. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds that were not loud but clear enough sounded, and the existence of the 2 shadow doppelgangers disappeared from Malkith's perception range. You dare to attack me with such weak doppelgangers? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A look of disdain appeared on Malkith's face. However, at this time, the danger instinct in his body began to frantically warn him. Immortal method, water release, water iron cannon technique. Immortal method, lightning release, spiral electromagnetic gun. At this time, Malekith still had not recovered his vision. For the sake of safety, he once again used the ether particle's ability to modify reality. Although he did not know what kind of attack Rogge had launched, as long as all the attacks around him disappeared, it would be fine. Malekith's body flashed red again, and the liquid bullets and the spiral shells wrapped in lightning instantly disappeared without a trace. After modifying reality again, Malekith finally recovered his vision that had been deprived by the dark sneaking technique. However, when he regained his vision, he saw a scene that was completely unimaginable. It was Rogge. Hundreds of Rogges appeared in his field of vision. An astonishing number of Rogges appeared in almost every area of the plane. The ones closer to him were only less than 10 meters away, and the ones farther away were hundreds of meters or even a kilometer away. Whether it was the fixed body technique or the dark sneaking technique, they were just a small part of the plan. Just like the wooden Arhat, Rogge never expected these two ninjutsu and genjutsu to cause any harm to Malekith. What he wanted was just a little bit of time, and to force Malekith to modify reality. Since he was playing with his life, how could 8 shadow doppelgangers be enough? Chapter 207. It was the first time in Rogge's life that he had created so many shadow clones at once. If not for Second Last's chakra and the sage body, he would not have dared to try such a dangerous method. Apart from the main body, all the shadow clones only had enough chakra to release 2 or 3 ninjutsu. In order to prevent a large number of shadow clones from disappearing at the same time, he deliberately made the shadow clones appear in different positions to avoid being caught in one fell swoop. After creating so many shadow clones, Rogge also let the shadow clones help Loki deal with the dark elf warriors who were besieging him, and then brought him to Jane. Just watch from here. If you still want to compete with the main body after watching, you can choose the time and place. After bringing Loki to the small hill where Jane was, the shadow clones left again with the flying thunder god, leaving behind a displeased Loki. This guy is really looking down on me more and more. Although he thought so, Loki really did not dare to do anything to Rogge now. He could only complain silently in his heart. As for the battle between Thor and the cursed warriors, Rogge did not let the shadow clones intervene. Instead, he directly let Thor handle it. Although the cursed warriors were a little difficult to deal with, as long as Thor was serious, the final winner would definitely be him. Malekith did not expect that Rogge would create such a big scene when he was only deprived of his vision for 1 or 2 seconds. What was more troublesome was that he could not tell which was Rogge's main body now. After a short fight just now, Malekith could already be sure that the shadow clones did not have a strong ability to resist attacks. As long as they were hit, even if they were hit by a strong attack, the shadow clones would turn into smoke and disappear. Therefore, even if there were a little more shadow clones now, he did not take it too seriously. No matter how many there were, they had to be able to hit him first. Malekith took a deep breath, and a strange red light began to envelop his body. The fluid ether particles also wrapped around him like a whirlwind. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Malekith did not stand still and wait for Rogge to attack like before. Instead, he took the initiative to attack the shadow doppelganger. The King of Dark Elves was going all out. In the face of Malekith's attack, the shadow clone did not have any intention of retreating or dodging. It also attacked Malekith. At the same time, one ninjutsu was released by the shadow clone. Immortal Technique Lightning Palm, Immortal Technique Thousand Birds, Immortal Technique Thousand Birds Sharp Spear. Sage Art, Raise Nan, Sage Art, Otama Raise Nan, Sage Art, Great Forest Jutsu. Every shadow clone that attacked Malekith used ninjutsu, while the second echelon of shadow clones all used genjutsu. These genjutsu may be the Dark Walk Jutsu that just took effect, or it may be the Sharingan genjutsu developed by Rogge himself. The shadow clones of the second echelon did not care whether these illusions would work or not. Anyway, their goal was to throw all the illusions at Malekith. With the ether particles, the possibility of these ninjutsu and genjutsu hitting Malekith was not high. Even if any of the shadow clone's attacks broke through the outermost layer of ether particles, Malekith would modify reality in time and turn all the attacks into nothingness. Turning ninjutsu into nothingness, turning shadow clones into nothingness. With the ability of ether particles to modify reality, Malekith consumed the number of shadow clones at a terrifying speed. 20, 50, 100, 150. The disappearing shadow clones constantly fed back memories and feelings to the main body, and a large amount of information quickly filled his mind, crazily squeezing the mental endurance of the main body. Rogge himself did not participate in the attack, but sat on a hillside 1 kilometer away from Malekith with his eyes closed. Chakra perception was at the limit at this time, and sweat constantly appeared on his forehead. The position of the shadow clone, the position of the attack, the time of disappearance, the distance of movement, the time of attack. Through chakra perception, he could clearly feel everything that was happening on the battlefield. Combined with the information fed back by the shadow clones, a completely digitized model of the battlefield appeared in his mind. As the shadow clones continued to attack and disappear, he obtained more and more information, and Malekith's combat model became clearer and clearer. The ether particles' attack speed, movement speed, impact force. Malekith's own movement speed, attack habits, degree of agility. The number of times the ether particles could modify reality, the range of its effects, the effective time, and other information were constantly being obtained. The ether particles' ability was indeed very strong. If there was a sufficient supply of energy, the ether particles could even extend the scope of modifying reality to the entire universe. But this was the ability of the ether particles, not Malekith's ability. Malekith's own strength was also very good, but after all, he was not the ether particles themselves, and there was a limit to his power. What Rogge needed to do now was to let Malekith reach that limit as soon as possible and squeeze out all of Malekith's power. Can't you control the ether particles to modify reality? Don't you want to use the ether particles to return the entire universe to the Dark Ages? Then I'd like to see if you, who have no power, can still control the ether particles, and if you can still fulfill your dream of changing the universe. As time passed, Malekith also noticed that something was wrong and saw Rogge's real purpose clearly. But he could not stop his attacks. Even if he stopped attacking, the shadow clones would not give up attacking. Rogge made it clear that he wanted to use the shadow clones to consume his power. This was not a conspiracy, but an open and above-board scheme. This was a gamble that used one's own strength as a bargaining chip. If you want to win, sure, but only if you have the strength. Rogge indeed could not deal with the ether particles' ability to modify reality, but he could deal with the person who made use of this bug. Lightning and flames kept appearing, wooden golems and wooden dragons took turns to attack, liquid bullets and electromagnetic cannonballs came one after another. Light blue rays nan and light gold chakra chains kept appearing endlessly. Some of the shadow clones even directly used Chidori and Thunder Cloak to protect themselves and rushed straight toward Malekith. The body flicker and thunder body flicker allowed the shadow clones to appear in all directions like ghosts. The combination of Flying Thor's second stage and body substitution also made these shadow clones as slippery as loaches and difficult to lock onto. After the initial large number of casualties, the remaining shadow clones became more and more cunning and difficult to deal with. The red light on Malekith's body also changed from appearing once in a while to lasting for a long time. The reality of being attacked was constantly modified and dissolved. Chapter 208. The battle between Rogge and Malekith was still going on. Loki, who was watching from the side, was playing with the dagger in his hand out of boredom. In the beginning, he was still surprised by the strength displayed by Rogge. But as time passed, his emotions gradually transitioned from surprise to calmness, and then from calmness to boredom. Not to mention those dazzling lightning bolts and flames. He had seen Wood Arhut and Wood Dragon dozens of times. Wood Arhut appeared, then Wood Arhut disappeared. Wood Dragon appeared, then Wood Dragon disappeared. Rogge and Malkis seemed to be working together to put on a magnificent play, constantly repeating the two scenes of appearing and disappearing. The battle between Rogge and Malkis fell into a short stalemate, while the battle between Thor and the Cursed Warrior came to an end. You give me a hammer, I give you a punch. You give me a lightning bolt, I give you a black hole grenade. At this time, they were both trying to find an opportunity to end the battle, and their fighting style was becoming more and more violent. Rogge could sense the battle between Thor and the Cursed Warrior, but he did not pay attention to it at all. He did not even plan to send a shadow clone to help. Under the constant attacks of hundreds and thousands of shadow clones, Malkis was forced to the point where he had no choice but to passively modify reality. For him and Malkis, whoever could not hold on first would be the ultimate loser of this battle. Relying on the defense of the ether particles and the ability to modify reality, Malkis did not let any of the attacks hit him. But constantly using the ether particles to modify reality was also rapidly consuming his strength. Although the ether particles were not as powerful as the power gem, it was still quite a burden to use. Especially when using the ether particles to modify reality, the terrifying consumption could even directly drain a Dark Elf warrior or an Asgard warrior. Malkis could not remember how many times he had used the ether particles to modify reality, nor how many shadow clones he had destroyed. The only thought in his mind now was to find Rogge's original body as soon as possible, and then use the ether to directly erase this extremely annoying earthling. Malekith was very uncomfortable now, and Rogge was not any better. Every shadow clone that disappeared would give him a piece of memory and experience. Although the feedback wasn't 100% real, it was still an inhuman feeling when so many of them were stacked together. If it wasn't for his mental endurance, he wouldn't have been able to endure the pain and would have dispelled the remaining shadow clones. Rogge finally understood why Naruto was the only one who dared to use shadow clone jutsu in battle. In addition to Naruto's excessive amount of chakra, another important reason is that only he has this unparalleled extraordinary endurance to withstand the pain feedback from the shadow clone jutsu. While enduring this inhuman pain, Rogge had to constantly organize the information in his mind and establish a combat model belonging to Malkis. Using the ether particles to modify reality will bring a huge burden, but it doesn't take much effort to drive the ether particles for physical attacks and defense. So even if the shadow clone jutsu consumed most of Malkis's strength, making him unable to continue to use the ether particles to modify reality, the defense circle built by the ether particles was still a problem he had to face. But this problem was not very serious. At least compared with the abnormal ability to modify reality, the defense and attack of the ether particles themselves were in an acceptable range. And after collecting a lot of data on the attack and speed of the ether particles through the shadow clone jutsu, Rogge was confident that he could end the battle in an instant after Malkis lost the ability to modify reality. Compared with Rogge, who was gradually taking the initiative, Malkis's current situation was obviously much worse. In the face of Rogge's open conspiracy, he had no choice but to retreat, nor did he have any reinforcements. The Dark Elf warriors had been dealt with by the Shadow Clone Jutsu long ago, and his strongest subordinates, the Cursed Warriors, were also entangled with Thor. In order to resist the Shadow Clone Jutsu's storm-like attacks, he could only choose to modify reality again and again, consuming his dwindling strength again and again. No, I can't go on like this. The longer this drags on, the worse the situation will be. Malkis's brain began to work frantically, thinking of all the ways that could help him get out of the current situation. He could not count on his subordinates, and there was no environment around him that could be used. On the vast plains, there were only stones and sand, and there was nothing that could help at all. Celestial Convergence. He could use the Celestial Convergence. When the Celestial Convergence connected the 9 realms together, the power of the ether particles would increase exponentially every time they connected to a country. If they could connect to the 9 realms, the power of the ether particles would be enough to affect the entire universe. At that time, not to mention Rogge, even if Odin was present, he would not be able to stop the universe from returning to the Dark Age. Malkis quickly remembered his original plan, and then he immediately discovered the problem. The celestial convergence would only last for a short period of time. He had to release the ether particles in the right place at the right time to connect to the 9 realms. Although Svartalfheim was also one of the 9 realms, it was not the connection point of the celestial convergence, and now was not the time for the celestial convergence. There were still at least several hours before the celestial convergence. He could not hold on for so long under Rogge's attack, and Rogge would never give him so much time. The time was not right, and the place was not right. Even if the ether particles could change reality, it was impossible to advance the time of the celestial convergence. Unless he collected all 6 infinity stones. Wait, although my strength is not enough to advance the time of the celestial convergence, I can create an environment similar to the celestial convergence. Just creating a similar environment, this degree of change in reality was completely within his acceptable range. Malekith finally found the straw that belonged to him. Earthling, you've lost. Without any hesitation, Malkis stimulated the remaining energy in his body and began to use the ether particles to modify reality. The convergence of the 2 countries of Svartalfheim and Earth was enough to increase the power of the ether particles to a terrifying degree. A dazzling red light that was far more dazzling than before erupted from Malkis's body, and the strange dark red color instantly occupied everyone's vision, as if the whole world was only left with the dark red light in front of them. This dark red light only lasted for a short moment before dissipating. When the real color returned, a circular portal with a diameter of several kilometers appeared in the air. No, this was not a portal. This was a space connection point created when the 2 countries converged. Rogge recognized the city on the other side of the space, London, England. Chapter 209. Looking up at London on the other side of the space, Rogge suddenly laughed, a little happy and a little surprised. Malekith's operation was indeed beyond his expectations. He never thought that Malekith would use ether particles to forcefully modify reality and create a celestial convergence phenomenon that only belonged to Svartalfheim and Earth. You're really a genius. Rogge had thought that the battle between him and Malekith would continue for a while. But now, it seemed that it would not be long before this battle came to an end. When the celestial convergence phenomenon between Svartalfheim and Earth occurred, Malekith could clearly feel the changes in the ether particles. Under the influence of the celestial convergence, the ether particles became extremely active. Under Malekith's control, the liquid ether particles stretched out like dark red tentacles toward the space channel in the air. As long as the ether particles were connected to Earth through the space channel, the power of the ether particles would increase exponentially. The celestial convergence would not last long, but even if it was only for a few seconds, it would be enough for him to completely eliminate Rogge. Rogge did not stop Malekith's plan to use the ether particles to connect the 2 countries. He even asked the shadow clones to stop attacking so that Malekith could have an undisturbed environment. The moment the shadow clones stopped attacking, Malekith sensed that something was wrong. But he did not think too much about it. Instead, he controlled the ether particles to surge toward London. Rogge took the initiative to remove most of the shadow clones, leaving only the 4 closest to Thor, Loki, and the others. Then, under his signal, 3 shadow clones took away Thor, Loki, and the other 2. As for the cursed warriors, they were stopped by the last shadow clone. When the shadow clones took Thor and the others away from the plains, Rogge did not stay idle. He used Thunder Body Blink and quickly left the plains. Malekith sensed that Rogge and the others had left. In his opinion, this was just Rogge's final struggle. No matter where Rogge escaped to, even if he ran to the other side of Svartalfheim, the terrifyingly strengthened ether particles could directly erase the reality of his existence. Although the ether particles that only connected Svartalfheim and Earth could not extend their power to the entire universe like they did when they connected the 9 kingdoms. However, there was no problem in expanding the scope of reality modification to the entire Svartalfheim. No matter how fast Rogge retreated, it was impossible for him to leave Svartalfheim in such a short time. In other words, when the ether particles officially connected to Earth through the spatial channel, it would be the moment of Rogge's death. However, Malekith soon discovered that Rogge was not as crazy as he had imagined. After expanding the distance between the two to about 3 kilometers, Rogge stopped. The shadow clone stopped as well. "Rogge, what's going on?" Thor asked Rogge with a look of displeasure. Seeing that the battle between him and the cursed warrior was about to end, Rogge's shadow clone suddenly appeared in front of him, then picked him up and ran away without saying a word. "It's nothing, I just don't want you to be affected by the inexplicable power." At this distance, he could no longer see Malekith's appearance, but he could still see the ether particles flying towards the spatial channel. "Aren't you going to stop Malekith? Once the ether particles connect to Earth, no one will be able to stop Malekith." Thor's understanding of the ether particles was no less than Rogge's. He was also very clear about the consequences of the ether particles connecting to Earth. "Don't worry, Malekith doesn't need us to stop him," Rogge said with a calm face. If it weren't for the fact that his wild laughter did not match his Haori, he would have laughed like the 4 Uchihas laughing brothers. Although they were not very relieved with Rogge's answer, at this time, they had no way to break through the 3 kilometers in an instant. They could only watch the tentacle-like ether particles pass through the spatial channel and go to the sky above London. When the ether particles were successfully connected to Earth, Malekith felt a powerful force that he had never felt before. This force was beyond his imagination, and it gave him a strange feeling of omnipotence. If he wanted, he could even turn Svartalfheim into Asgard in an instant. It was not until now that Malekith finally realized how powerful the ether particles were. This was a power comparable to the gods of the universe, and this was the law of the universe that could not be resisted. After trying to calm down, a cruel smile appeared on Malekith's face. He did not want to erase Rogge in an instant. He wanted to let Rogge feel extreme pain, and then take away his life bit by bit. "Little Earthling, repent. Repent for being my enemy, repent for being the enemy of the ether particles, repent for being the enemy of the Dark Elves." The image of Rogge wearing a Haori appeared in Malekith's mind. He slowly raised his right hand and put his middle finger and thumb together. Snap! Without any hesitation, Malekith snapped his fingers confidently. With the snap of his fingers, the ether particles in his body also shone with a dark red light. Then, nothing happened. What was going on? Why didn't the ether particles' ability to change reality take effect? Why didn't that annoying Earthling turn into a slave of pain and come to me? The proud look on Malekith's face was quickly replaced by doubt. Unwilling to give up, he snapped his fingers a few more times and continued to urge the ether particles. But the result was no different. Rogge, who was 3 kilometers away, did not suffer any changes. The ether particles seemed to have completely lost the ability to change reality. This was impossible. This was absolutely impossible. How could the ether particles fail? This was an infinity stone that was born with the universe. Malekith's mind was full of doubts. At this time, he finally remembered a reality that he had ignored. Why did the 9 great nations have such a cosmic wonder as the convergence of celestial bodies? It was not because the 9 great nations had not met for a long time, so everyone made an appointment to form a straight line and say hello to each other. This was a natural phenomenon caused by the mutual influence of the 9 great nations. This was the same as the moon revolving around the earth and the earth revolving around the sun. It was a natural law caused by the mutual influence of the 3 planets. Malekith used the ether particles to forcefully change reality and create a space channel between Svartalfheim and the Earth that would only be created when the celestial bodies of the 9 great nations converged. His behavior was like pushing the first domino, causing a series of complex and powerful chain reactions between the 9 great nations. Rogge did not need to stop Malekith, because the 9 great nations would tell Malekith what it meant to not offend the heavens. Chapter 210. You did not modify the reality of Svartalfheim and Earth. You are fighting against the 9 great worlds with your own strength. If possible, Rogge would like to say this to Malekith. However, judging from the current situation, Malekith would have to deal with the backlash from the 9 great worlds before he had the chance to hear this. Malekith, who realized something, slowly raised his head and looked at the space channel in the sky that connected Svartalfheim and Earth. Then, he swallowed uncontrollably. The originally circular space channel was constantly changing shape, and the ether particles that had entered the sky above London were forcibly expelled by an invisible force. Cracks that looked like glass appeared in the stable space channel. Through these cracks, one could see the black hole that was as deep as ink. Space was compressed, gravity changed, and the power of the 9 great worlds began to forcibly repair the reality that had been modified by the ether particles. As the cause of all this, Malekith felt the endless erosion of energy from all directions. With Malekith as the center, the reality around him began to shatter. The liquid-like ether particles were also rapidly compressed by this powerful and irresistible force. They were directly compressed from an illusory liquid state into a red gem the size of a finger. When the ether particles were forcibly compressed and condensed, Malekith was horrified to find that he had completely lost his connection with the ether particles. The ether particles returned to their original gem form, emitting a red light and floating quietly in front of Malekith. Although it was only a short distance of less than 10 centimeters, Malekith could not even reach out to touch the gem of reality. The extremely terrifying energy wrapped around him tightly like a cocoon, completely restricting all of his movements. As time passed, the cocoon made of energy continued to shrink in size, crazily squeezing Malekith inside. Chaos, fury, destruction, death. Energies of various natures were like locusts constantly nibbling away at Malekith's body, making him, who was already in unbearable pain, feel even more extreme pain. At this time, Malekith finally understood why Rogge had directly left the planes and why he had allowed him to control the ether particles to connect to Earth. This Earthling had expected this and had deliberately waited for all of this to happen. Malekith felt that he had finally guessed Rogge's plan. He laughed wildly with a voice mixed with pain. However, Malekith did not expect that this was not Rogge's plan at all. Even Rogge himself did not expect that Malekith would choose to use the method of connecting to Earth to solve the problem. According to his plan, Malekith would lose the ability to change reality under the constant pressure of the shadow clone. Once most of Malekith's power had been consumed by the shadow doppelganger, the main body would appear and use the most proficient instant killing method to directly end Malekith's life. However, Malekith's godly maneuver had disrupted his plan, making his previous act of collecting information seem redundant. Rogge could only hope that Malekith would be able to withstand the backlash of the 9 realms so that he could make use of the information he had previously collected. The reality modified by Malekith was quickly corrected, and the space channel quickly disappeared under the influence of the 9 realms. Although the space channel had disappeared, the energy on Malekith's body showed no signs of dissipating at all. And with the passage of time, this energy became more and more abundant. The celestial convergence of the 9 realms would break the boundaries of each country, which also meant that the power of each country could be transmitted to other countries. Fortunately, it was not the time for the celestial convergence to happen. Otherwise, under the combined suppression of the 9 realms, Malekith would have been directly crushed into a meat paste or eroded into an atomic state by the energy. But even so, Malekith was now on the verge of death. If this chaotic energy did not dissipate, he would undoubtedly bid farewell to this world. At this moment, a tall figure broke through the surrounding chaotic energy, resisted the erosion of the energy storm, and stepped in front of the immobile Malekith. The person who came was none other than Malekith's strongest subordinate, the Cursed Warrior. At the moment when the strange phenomenon occurred, the Cursed Warrior took advantage of the opportunity to kill Rogge's shadow clone and quickly rushed to Malekith's location. But the chaotic and powerful energy storm prevented him from moving forward, so it was not until now that the Cursed Warrior had successfully arrived in front of Malekith. The Cursed Warrior, who could even resist Rogge's Odomare's Nan and Thor's lightning, was now covered in blood, and the armor on his body had been eroded by the chaotic energy, completely losing its defensive power. After arriving in front of Malekith with difficulty, the cursed warrior silently glanced at the king he had served for thousands of years. Then he stretched out his right hand and grasped the gem of reality floating in front of Malekith. The cursed warrior was not Malekith. He had no experience in controlling the gem of reality, nor did he know how to use the power of the gem of reality. But he still had no intention of letting go. No experience, no matter. Not knowing how to use it, no matter. Although the cursed warrior could not use the gem of reality like Malekith, he had his own way of using it, a very expensive but very effective method. After holding the gem of reality in his right hand and patting his heart twice, the cursed warrior, who was already covered in blood, shone with a magma-like orange-red light. The dark elves were immortal. The cursed warrior let out the last roar of his life. The moment the roar ended, the cursed warrior exploded, and the gem of reality in his right hand shone with a dark red light again. Modify reality. The dark red light flashed, and the chaotic energy eroding Malekith suddenly disappeared, and the energy storm on the entire plane disappeared. The chaotic energy disappeared, the dark elves' flagship disappeared, and the cursed warrior also disappeared. Malekith knelt on the ground weakly, gasping for breath. The gem of reality floated quietly in the air. The gem of reality had once again modified reality, and the energy backlash brought by the 9 realms was over. It was over, everything was over. Malekith stood up again and looked at the gem of reality, which was less than a meter away from him. As long as he raised his hand, he could take the gem of reality into his hand at any time. However, he did not reach out his hand, and just stood there silently. Earthling, you win. As soon as Malekith's voice fell, Rogge's figure appeared in front of him. Together with Rogge, there was a thunder katana completely composed of lightning. Thunder katana slash. This time, the thunder katana slash did not miss, and it did not disappear. It drew a beautiful silver arc and directly slashed across Malekith's neck. At the end of the arc, the katana disappeared, and Malekith's head was separated from his body. Chapter 211. It started with the thunder sword draw and ended with the thunder sword draw. When Malekith's head flew into the air, the outcome of the battle between him and Rogge was finally decided. Although he defeated Malekith, Rogge did not feel the thrill of defeating a strong enemy. The existence of the gem of reality made Malekith extremely difficult to deal with. But it was also because of the gem of reality that Malekith suffered from the energy backlash of the 9 realms, which eventually led to his defeat and death. Rogge removed the thunder tachi in his right hand and turned to hold the floating gem of reality. His mood was as calm as water. Not long after, Thor and the other 2 came to Rogge's side and looked at Malekith, who had completely lost his life, with a complicated expression. Just as Loki was about to say something, a gorgeous beam of light fell from the sky and landed directly near them. The teleportation beam of Bifrost. In the colorful beam of light, several Asgard warriors in golden armor walked out. His Majesty wants to see you. The Asgard warrior who walked in front said expressionlessly. Let's go. It's time for us to go back. Looking back at Malekith, who had completely lost his life, Thor took Jane and walked into the teleportation beam of Bifrost. Although there were still some loose ends that had not been dealt with, such as the Dark Elves' main ship that was still stuck in the plains. However, since Odin had sent people over, Rogge and the others naturally did not need to deal with these loose ends personally. Through the Bifrost, Rogge and the others quickly returned to Asgard, and then under the leadership of the palace guards, or rather under escort, they came to the more severely damaged Golden Palace Hall. The attack of the Dark Elves caused serious damage to the Golden Palace Hall, and Rogge's crazy driving caused the Golden Palace Hall to suffer the most serious damage since its establishment. I told you you still have a pillar that hasn't been destroyed. When passing by the only remaining stone pillar in the Golden Palace Hall, Loki turned his head and said to Rogge. I know. I did it on purpose. Rogge ignored Loki's complaints. He was now thinking about a very serious matter. Because of him, Loki did not fake his death as he remembered. This also meant that the scene of Odin being thrown to the New York nursing home by Loki might not happen again, and Odin might not die so quickly. Since Odin would not die so quickly, many things would not happen. For example, the reappearance of the death goddess Hela, the twilight of the gods brought by the flame giant Surtur, and the crazy titan who coveted the space gem for a long time. Just as Rogge was seriously thinking about what the future would be like, Odin's slightly tired voice sounded. Loge, give me the gem of reality in your hand. Rogge didn't say anything and directly opened his right hand that was holding the reality gem. Just as he opened his palm, the reality gem flew towards Odin and landed in Odin's hand. Odin didn't explain anything. A few golden electric currents suddenly appeared in his hand, and the reality gem also shone with a dark red light. The dark red light quickly swept through every corner of the Golden Palace like a wave, and the severely damaged Golden Palace quickly returned to its original appearance. The Golden Palace returned to its original appearance, but Odin didn't stop what he was doing. With a wave of his hand, a cube that looked like a Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. Then, under the gaze of Rogge and the others, Odin put the reality gem into the cube, turning the originally white and flawless cube dark red. I did some sealing on the reality gem to reduce the difficulty and danger of using it, making it easier for you to control or use the power of the reality gem. The principle of the seal is the same as the Rubik's Cube, so if you like, you can call it the reality cube. After saying that, Odin threw the reality cube in his hand to Rogge. Rogge had just caught the reality cube thrown by Odin when he heard Odin's voice again. From now on, you are the guardian of the reality gem. Although Odin's voice revealed a trace of exhaustion, there was no hint of joking. However, after hearing his words, Rogge, Thor, and Loki all showed an incredulous look. Isn't this decision a bit too casual? Among the three, Loki was obviously more excited than Rogge and Thor. He even began to imagine how much he could do if he had the reality gem. Conquering Jotunheim, conquering Warnerheim, conquering the land. Forget about Earth, conquering that primitive country doesn't make much sense. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help but turn his head and look at Rogge. Unlike Loki, who was already full of crazy ideas, after hearing Odin's words, the first thing that appeared in Rogge's mind was not how powerful the reality gem is, but how troublesome the reality gem is. In this universe, there are many madmen who want to get the infinity gem. And among these madmen, there are many madmen with terrifying strength. Without enough strength, not to mention guarding the reality gem, they may not even be able to keep their own life. To put it nicely, the infinity gem is a universal treasure that contains powerful power. To put it bluntly, the infinity gem is a disaster collector, and it's the kind of disaster collector that has super powerful power and can cover the entire universe. After thinking about it seriously, in fact, after thinking for more than 10 seconds, Rogge made a decision. He has no interest in being the reality gem guardian. However, he is still a little interested in the name of the reality gem controller. Isn't it just the crazy titan and some unknown universe-level enemies? Bring it on! After making the decision, he happily put away the reality Rubik's Cube in his hand. After handing over the reality Rubik's Cube to Rogge, Odin left the Golden Palace Hall with the Gungnir, and his back looked a little lonely. Under the arrangement of Thor, Loki was locked back in his exclusive cell, and Rogge returned to the room he lived in before. As for Jane, she was taken to his palace by Thor. As the future heir to the throne of Asgard, Thor has his own palace in the Golden Palace, which covers a large area and is luxurious enough. In the afternoon of the next day, Thor, who had disappeared for nearly 24 hours, finally appeared in front of Rogge again. Malekith is dead, and according to the agreement, I will take you to Nidawyler. But before we set off, I need to explain to you first. There are not many dwarves living in Nidawyler, only about 300 people, and they are somewhat xenophobic and don't like people from other planets. The most important thing is, don't make fun of their height, they will go berserk. Chapter 212. Although he had some psychological preparation, when they came to Nidavellir, where the dwarves lived, Rogge still had serious doubts about the dwarves. There are more than 300 dwarves living on the Nidavellir star ring. Among these dwarves, as long as they are adult dwarves, they are about twice his height. Even those underage dwarves are generally taller than him by a head. Earthling, do you want to make a suit of armor that suits you? Dwarf King A.K.A sat on a huge chair made entirely of metal and asked with his head down. Yes, I want a suit of armor that doesn't affect my speed and flexibility. The style of the armor can be roughly based on this. After that, Rogge took out the sketch that he had drawn last night. Unlike the previous set of armor copied from Uchiha Madara, the armor sketch that Rogge took out at this time is more modern. The overall shape of the armor is smoother and more fitting to the body curve. In this regard, Rogge decisively borrowed some of the ideas of Tawny Mark series Iron Man armor. However, compared with Tawny's full coverage armor, the armor he designed can only be regarded as half coverage, and there are many fewer parts. In general, there are actually only 3 components. The main body composed of a chest protector, a waist protector, and a skirt, boots for the legs, and bracers for the arms. All the components will not be very thick, similar to the armor worn by Thor now. Although Rogge will not wear a cloak like Thor, he intends to wear the Haori of Yandame Hokage outside the armor. You can continue to improve your drawing skills, but I have a rough idea of what you want. After taking a look at the scroll handed by Rogge, Dwarf King A.K.A immediately understood what kind of armor Rogge wanted, and the specific building ideas quickly emerged in his mind. There is no problem in helping you build the armor, but you have to solve the materials yourself, do you understand? Understood. For Thor's sake, Dwarf King A.K.A didn't mind helping Rogge make a set of armor. It wouldn't take much time anyway. But as for the materials, Rogge could only solve it himself. Although Asgard had sent a lot of materials, they were all used for a specific purpose. Dwarf King A.K.A would not use Asgard's materials for Rogge. As for the materials, I can only provide vibranium and uru metal. As for the others, if you need them, I can get them as soon as possible. Rogge was not dissatisfied with Dwarf King A.K.A.'s request. It was already good enough that the other party was willing to forge the armor for him. He couldn't expect the other party to pay for the materials. For the time being, he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Under the gaze of A.K.A and Thor, Rogge took out a psychic scroll that he carried with him and channeled some of the vibranium and uru metal that he had collected before. Thank you Wakanda, thank you Asgard. When Rogge channeled a pile of vibranium and uru metal, Dwarf King A.K.A.'s eyes were a little strange. Is this guy Odin's illegitimate son? Where did he get so much uru metal? Just the uru metal that Rogge channeled now was more than the total amount in Nidavelir's warehouse. And A.K.A was sure that Rogge had more uru metal than this. The uru metal that Rogge channeled now was only about 1/3 of what he had. When Asari's army was fighting in Warnerheim, most of the uru metal sent by Asgard went into his pocket. Now, it was time for these uru metal to play a role. The number is a bit wrong. A set of armor can't use so much uru metal and vibranium. With a casual glance, it could be seen that the amount that Rogge channeled greatly exceeded the need for a set of armor. Yes, if the number of armor is calculated, here is about the amount of 10 sets of armor. As soon as Rogge finished speaking, Dwarf King A.K.A.'s face became a little gloomy. Another greedy guy. The agreement was only 1 set, but he wants 10 sets. Earthling, your appetite is too big. After hearing Rogge's words, Thor's face gradually became ugly. Asking Dwarf King A.K.A to personally create a set of armor, even for him, was not an easy task. The reason why A.K.A agreed to his request so easily was mostly because of Odin's face. Here are the materials needed for 10 sets of armor. Except for the original set, I am willing to give 5 sets of the remaining 9 sets of materials to Nidavel. As for the remaining 4 sets of materials, I hope King Ikwe can help me make a revolver. After that, Rogge took out his other weapon design sketch. The style of the revolver on the sketch was very similar to the classic Colt Python, but it was larger and had not 1 barrel, but 2. This kind of weapon used by ordinary people doesn't use Uru metal and vibranium at all. Tell me, what do you want? It was a revolver, and a gunpowder revolver at that. Let alone in Nidavel, even on Earth, this kind of thing is not considered a high-end weapon. I have no interest in gunpowder weapons, but I am still a little interested in firearms. I hope that this revolver can use the chakra on my body as the energy source and have the ability to fire ninjutsu bullets. Rogge quickly explained to Ikwe what chakra and ninjutsu bullets are. Ninjutsu bullets, this is his own original term. To put it simply, some ninjutsu are prepared in advance and condensed into the shape of bullets, waiting for the needed time to fire it. This is purely a boring research he did before. But after seeing the Dwarf King Ikwe, he suddenly had the intention to make this research into a finished product. It's not difficult to extract the chakra on your body as energy and then fire it in the form of bullets. But firing ninjutsu bullets, I can only conclude this after seeing your so-called ninjutsu bullets. Ikwe originally labeled Rogge as greedy, but after hearing about chakra and ninjutsu bullets, he became interested in Rogge again. I made a few bullets before, you can take a look. This is a Raise-Nan bullet, this is a Grand Flame Annihilation bullet, this is a Chidori bullet. Not all ninjutsu can be made into ninjutsu bullets, after all, this is just a small research he did on a whim before. After hitting the target, the ninjutsu in the bullet will be automatically released, you can experience it. Under Rogge's signal, Ikwe threw the Raise-Nan bullet that was too small for him. The Raise-Nan bullet hit an iron pillar more than 10 meters away. At the moment when the bullet burst, a light blue Raise-Nan appeared at the position where the bullet hit, madly twisting and hitting the huge iron pillar. Chapter 213. Boom! The iron pillar, which was as thick as Rogge's body, showed a terrible curve under the constant impact of Raise-Nan, and then collapsed. Interesting. Looking at the remaining 2 ninjutsu bullets in his hand, Dwarf King Ikwe showed a curious look. Whether it was the chakra that Rogge just said or the ninjutsu bullets, they were all things that he had never seen before. After a few seconds of silence, Ikwe threw the Grand Fire Annihilation bullet and Chidori bullet to the left and right sides respectively. The sea of fire and lightning appeared at the same time. On one side was the damage caused by the amazing high temperature, and on the other side was the single damage caused by the terrifying electric current. When the flames and lightning dissipated, Dwarf King Ikwe said again, I can help you build the revolver you want. If you have any other requests, you may as well say them all together. If possible, I hope you can enchant the revolver so that it can respond to the master's call like Thor's hammer. Rogge will not use this revolver as his main weapon, so he does not have many requirements for the revolver's enchantment effect. No problem. Although enchantment of weapons will increase the difficulty of manufacturing, it is not difficult for Dwarf King Ikwe. After getting an affirmative reply from Ikwe, Rogge finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he gave enough reward, but for an existence like Ikwe, the materials he gave may not be able to move Ikwe. As the Dwarf King, Ikwe has seen all kinds of scenes. Not to mention vibranium and Uru metal, he has seen a lot of other rarer and more precious metals. What really moved him was not the materials given by Rogge, but the ninjutsu bullets. This kind of ninjutsu bullet, which has never appeared before, is a good new weapon idea for Ikwe. After Rogge and Ikwe reached a cooperation, Thor left Nidavel and returned to Asgard alone. As for Rogge, he was left by Ikwe to participate in the manufacturing of armor and revolver. Rogge had no opinion about Ikwe's arrangement, and he was even a little happy and excited. Nidavel, this was an existence with an extremely high reputation in the entire universe. As long as it was a weapon or equipment from Nidavel, it could be sold for an unimaginably high price on any planet. The products of the dwarves must be the best. However, what Rogge didn't expect was that he would stay in Nidavellir for more than 3 months. In the past 3 months, A.K.A. had been repeating the process of forging pistols, melting them, forging them again, and melting them again. In A.K.A.'s own words, the pistol was still lacking. In order to cooperate with A.K.A.'s OCD, Rogge also constantly developed various types of ninjutsu bullets and provided them to A.K.A. for a series of tests. After A.K.A. broke the mold for the nth time, Rogge finally got the revolver that he wanted. This revolver, named Calamity by A.K.A., was a little bigger than an ordinary revolver and was silver-white in color. The whole gun was about 30 centimeters long and had a capacity of 6 bullets. The 2 barrels arranged side by side can fire 2 bullets at a time. There were 3 firing modes. The first was ordinary shooting, which directly extracted chakra as bullets. It didn't need to be loaded. The power was average, and the firing speed was fast. The second was ninjutsu shooting. As the name suggests, it fired the ninjutsu bullets in the magazine to kill the enemy with ninjutsu effect. The third was fatal shooting. It was similar to ordinary shooting, but it required more chakra. The chakra bullets fired were more powerful. For enemies who didn't specialize in defense, it could be fatal. URU metal could be perfectly fused with chakra, and vibranium also made the pistol super strong. The enchantment effect responded to the summon, allowing him to summon the Calamity at any time. After a few test shots, Rogge became more and more satisfied with the Calamity pistol. It was worthy of being a weapon made by Dwarf King A.K.A. It was perfect. After putting on the armor that A.K.A. had already made, and hanging the Kusanagi sword and Calamity on the left and right sides of his belt, Rogge left Nidavellir, where he had lived for more than 3 months, and returned to Asgard through Bifrost. Because of his participation in Thor's escape plan, Heimdall was relieved of his position as the guardian of Bifrost by Odin. It wasn't until a month ago that Heimdall regained his original position and became Asgard's first line of defense. "Do you want to return to Earth directly now?" Heimdall, who was standing on the console, asked. "I'll go back later. I'll say hello to Thor first." After saying goodbye to Heimdall, Rogge directly used ninjutsu and flew in the direction of Golden Palace. Earth release, super light heavy rock technique. In more than 3 months in Nidavellir, in addition to cooperating with A.K.A. to create Calamity, Rogge did most of the research and development of ninjutsu bullets in exchange for new ninjutsu. Thor's commission provided him with up to 250 ninja coins as commission reward, plus the 335 ninja coins he originally had. The number of his unconsumed ninja coins reached an amazing 585 ninja coins. However, this amazing number didn't last long, and more than half of it was consumed by him. Super light heavy rock technique was one of the ninjutsu he exchanged during the development of ninjutsu bullets. In addition to this ninjutsu that can greatly reduce the mass of matter and has allowed him to fly, he also exchanged more than a dozen ninjutsu including Fire Release, Great Fireball, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet, Water Release, Water Shockwave, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Water Release, Whirlpool Water Blade, Wind Release, Vacuum Ripple, Wind Release, Tornado Hurricane, and so on. This series of ninjutsu exchanges also reduced his unconsumed ninja coins directly to 255. Although the consumption of ninja coins was a bit high, the harvest was obvious. After further improving his ninjutsu list, he always had the intention to find an enemy to practice his ninjutsu. However, this wish of his could only be realized after he returned to Earth. After using super light heavy rock technique to quickly fly to Golden Palace, Rogge found Thor, who he hadn't seen for more than 3 months. When Rogge saw Thor again, Thor was dealing with piles of documents that were tens of centimeters high in the council hall in Golden Palace. Jane only stayed in Asgard for less than a week before returning to Earth. Thor planned to go to Earth with Jane, but Odin gave him a new task, a long and boring task. Odin no longer dealt with the specific government affairs of Asgard at this time, Everything was handed over to Thor. I'm going back to Earth. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me through shadow clone technique. After that, Rogge took out a shadow clone technique scroll and handed it to Thor. After you go back, help take care of Jane, her research may attract some malicious eyes. No problem. Chapter 214. Thor told Jane the astronomical knowledge that did not belong to the Earth, so Jane is now one of the top astronomers on the Earth, and she is also the kind of astronomer who has a certain understanding of alien civilizations. Although the Earth has not yet reached the level of an interstellar civilization, there are many people interested in the sea of stars. There are some fanatics among them. I will pay more attention to life safety, but if it is emotional and spiritual, I can't guarantee it. After a few seconds of silence, Rogge suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor, who was writing rapidly, stopped and looked at him with a frown. A few meters away, Thor's hammer became restless. I'm leaving first. If you have time, come to the Earth more often. Without waiting for Thor's reply, Rogge directly used lightning body flicker and left the meeting room, leaving a few weak light blue electric currents. After leaving the meeting room, he didn't look for anyone else and flew straight to the Bifrost Hall. After saying goodbye to Heimdall, Rogge walked into the transmission channel that exuded a brilliant light and returned to the Earth that he had been away from for a long time. He doesn't know if Heimdall did it deliberately or not, but the exit of Bifrost was set in a place that was completely beyond Rogge's expectations. Times Square, Manhattan, New York City. When Roger walked out of the dazzling teleportation beam, he saw a dense crowd of people, as well as the surrounding people who were holding up their phones. At this moment, he finally understood why Heimdall asked him if he needed to be teleported to a specific place. Heimdall, I will remember you. After a helpless sigh, he locked onto a nearby flying Thor technique and instantly disappeared from people's sight and mobile phone cameras. After leaving Times Square, he began to sense the flying Thor technique in the office. He has been away for several months, and he doesn't know how Konoha is doing now. With a thought, the scene in front of him changed again, and the familiar office reappeared in front of his eyes. However, as soon as he returned to the office, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. The office has not changed, and it is as neat as ever. But the problem is that the number of lives in the company seems to be too many. Even without using Chakra's sensing ability, he could clearly sense that there were dozens of humans outside the office. After opening the office door, he saw a group of men and women in suits busily working. Although they were all dressed up as professionals, he could tell at a glance that they were all special people who had received professional training. Soldiers, agents, spies. Or maybe there were some professionals whose profession he couldn't name. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Although Rogge's voice wasn't loud, the moment he opened the office door, everyone's eyes involuntarily gathered on him. Mr. Rogge, you're finally back. I'm your new assistant, Alice. A curvy blonde woman who looked more like a mistress than an agent quickly came to his side and said softly. Where are Sky and Erica? His tone was very calm, but his mood was starting to get a little bad. He had only been away for more than 3 months, and the company had become like this, which made him very unhappy. They moved to the headquarter base in Washington, and I'm temporarily in charge here. The blonde girl named Alice continued to answer in a gentle tone. Coupled with her charming smile, she gave people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. No one can refuse my charm. Sure enough, I'm the most suitable person for this task. A few thoughts flashed through Alice's mind quickly, and her face still maintained the charming smile. However, Alice didn't expect that just as she silently waited for Rogge's answer, Rogge directly took out the pistol at his waist and pointed it at her forehead. I don't care who you are, now, immediately, use your phone to contact your boss, you have 5 seconds. From beginning to end, Rogge didn't turn his head to look at Alice. Rogge's sudden action of taking out his gun not only completely exceeded Alice's expectations, but also completely exceeded everyone's expectations. No one thought that Rogge, who had disappeared for 3 months, would suddenly come back, and this was the scene as soon as he came back. 5, 4, 3. Rogge didn't pay attention to anyone, and he had no intention of explaining at all, just silently counting down. He didn't dare to shoot. He was a member of Thunder Agents, and he absolutely didn't dare to shoot. Most people, including Alice, didn't think that Rogge would shoot. In their view, this was just a way for Rogge to show his strength. However, in addition to these people, there were a small number of people who were eager for Rogge to shoot at this time, and they even secretly took out small camera equipment and pointed the camera at him. "I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a cooperation between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Secretary of State Ross. If you need, I can help you contact S.H.I.E.L.D. or Secretary of State Ross." Even though a gun was pointed at her forehead, Alice didn't panic at all. She opened her mouth to explain. 2, 1. The 5-second countdown ended, and there was no gunshot. Sure enough, he didn't dare to shoot, he was just bluffing. Alice was not surprised by this result, or rather, she had already guessed this result. "Do you think that as long as you bring out S.H.I.E.L.D. or Ross, I won't dare to shoot?" Only then did Rogge finally turn his head to look at Alice, and his tone was as calm as ever. At this time, he didn't exude any killing intent, and there was no sense of oppression in his tone. But for some reason, a dangerous reminder suddenly emerged in Alice's heart. "Anyway, you are the captain of Thunder Agents. You should still abide by Secretary of State Ross's decision." Although she didn't know why there was a sense of danger in her heart, Alice still maintained her previous posture and said unhurriedly, "Really?" After hearing Alice's answer, Rogge suddenly laughed. "Interesting, really interesting. Ha 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 ha. Hey, those who are secretly taking pictures, hold your hands steady. Don't you want to see this picture? I'll show it to you." As soon as his voice fell, a fierce gunshot suddenly sounded. Boom! Alice, who was hit in the head by Calamity, flew out directly. Her head was shattered into several pieces by the chakra bullet, and bright red blood splashed everywhere. Until Alice's body fell to the ground, the agents and spies who witnessed this scene still couldn't believe what they saw. Rogge actually shot. And he did it without any hesitation after knowing that S.H.I.E.L.D. was cooperating with Secretary of State Ross. The huge company suddenly became dead silent, and the TV in the hall just broadcast the latest news at this time. According to the latest news from this station, the 4th Hokage Rogge, who died 3 months ago while performing a secret mission, suddenly appeared in Times Square. A large number of pedestrians at the scene witnessed the scene of the 4th Hokage walking out of the mysterious beam of light. Died while performing a mission? Glancing at the picture in the news, Rogge seemed to have guessed something. Chapter 215. Why do people always like to do things to me? Do they think I'm weak and easy to bully? At the beginning, Rogge didn't know what was going on. But as long as he combines what Alice said with the content of the news, it's not difficult to guess the result. It seems that someone wants to take advantage of his absence from the earth to make some big news. After killing Alice, he didn't pay attention to anyone in the hall. He directly used the Flying Thunder God and returned home. There are no traces of invasion. It seems that this place should not be controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ross's people. After carefully inspecting the few secret decorations in the house, he took out the work phone that Sky had specially modified from the study. This is the mobile phone he uses to contact the Thunder Agents, and it has Ross's contact information. First, he took the phone to charge, then he turned on the computer and began to think about the news reports related to the 4th Hokage. It would have been better if he hadn't searched. After searching, he found out that not only had he died in the course of a mission 3 months ago, but he had also held a very high-standard funeral 2 months ago. This is a bit too much. The latest news he found was the news of him wearing armor and appearing from the teleportation beam of the Rainbow Bridge. Later, he searched for news related to Konoha's private military company and Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman is still active on the streets of New York, maintaining New York's security and justice. There is not much news about Konoha's company. In summary, there are basically two things. The first thing is that Konoha has become a cooperative agency between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Ministry of Defense and has received an official endorsement. This may also explain why there are a lot of people he doesn't know in his company. The second thing is that Konoha has moved to Washington and set up a headquarters in Washington. And coincidentally, Konoha's new headquarters is less than 1 kilometer away from the Thunder Agent's headquarters. After reading the news found on the internet, Rogge not only didn't understand what Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to do, but he became even more confused. What do they want to do? Publicize his death, and then take over his men and company? Where did they get the courage to carry out this straightforward plan that is close to retarded? As long as he comes back, everything they do can't be hidden from everyone. Unless they are sure that he will not appear again. But then there would be an even more inexplicable reason. Why did they think that he would definitely not appear? And judging from the reaction of Alice and the others, although they were a little surprised by his reappearance, they were definitely not surprised to see him come back to life. No one knew that he would leave Earth, and even Gavin only knew that he would be out for a while. Furthermore, when he left Earth, he was sent to Asgard through the Shikotsu forest. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people are not idiots, and Ross is certainly not an idiot. If they dare to do this, they must have sufficient confidence. Rogge began to organize the information he knew. First of all, the news of his death was spread by the Thunder Secret Service. This meant that Ross was definitely involved. Then, his funeral was held jointly by Thunderbolt agents and S.H.I.E.L.D. because he saw people from both sides in the funeral photos. In the end, Konoha's new headquarters was relocated to the vicinity of Thunder agents, and in the original company, most of the people were from S.H.I.E.L.D. What does this count as? When I'm really dead, they're going to divide my assets. Thinking of this, he suddenly had the urge to log into his bank account to check the balance of his account. Boom! However, instead of logging in on the computer, he took out the bank card directly from the drawer and handed it to the shadow clone. If he logs in here, maybe he will be investigated by S.H.I.E.L.D. While waiting for his phone to charge and the shadow clone to check the balance of his account, he was not idle. He directly left the study with the Flying Thunder God and teleported to a forest on the outskirts. Summoning technique. This time, instead of using psychic weapons and equipment, he chose to use Psychic Punisher. A series of complex summoning techniques appeared on the ground in an instant, and then a cloud of smoke exploded out of thin air. When the smoke dissipated, he saw one of his most reliable men, Punisher. However, the current Punisher was completely different from the Punisher he imagined. The Punisher was tightly bound inside a cylindrical device. Except for the head, which could still move freely, the body below the neck was bound in the device. On the surface of this cylindrical device, there were several broken circuit interfaces, which seemed to have been forcibly torn off during the summoning. Wait a minute, I'll summon Brinsky. Without any hesitation, he performed the spirit communication technique again and saw an even bigger cylinder. Abomination Brinsky was also like Punisher, only his head could move freely, and what was worse than Punisher was that even his mouth was sealed by a metal mask. It was really thorough. Before he had time to release Punisher and Abomination, the Shadow Clone, who had just gone to check the balance of the account, came to his side and returned the bank card to him with a wry smile. The Shadow Clone didn't speak and lifted the effect by himself, and the relevant memory was fed back to the original body. Account balance 0.23 yuan. After receiving this information, Rogge was really angry. If he remembered correctly, when he left the Earth, he had about $1.8 billion in his account, including the $500 million that Ross had just handed over. For S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military, $1.8 billion may not be a big deal. However, to Roger, this was the hard-earned money that he had painstakingly saved up after transmigrating to this world. Before leaving the Earth, he was still a veritable billionaire, and the kind of billionaire with a liquid capital of $1 billion US. After returning, he had become a pauper with less than $1 US in the bank. This was no longer a matter of hundreds of millions of US dollars, this was Shield and Ross trying to kill him. Now he didn't want to know why Shield and Ross were doing this. The only thing he wanted to do now was to use his own strength to get back his hard-earned money and make those bold guys pay a painful price. Dang 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 dang. Pulling out the Kusanagi sword hanging on the left side of his belt, Rogge used Chidori blade to directly cut through the devices on Punisher and Abomination, and then said word by word. Haven't you always wanted to go on a mission with me? I'm going to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triple Wing Headquarters and Thunder Task Force Headquarters now, do you dare to come with me? Chapter 216. In this short 1 or 2 minutes, Rogge quickly recalled all the things he had done since he crossed over. Although he never thought of himself as a good person or a superhero. But he has always stuck to his bottom line, knowing what can be done and what can't be done. However, he now found that his concession and kindness, in the eyes of others, is weakness and timidity. Good people are bullied, good horses are ridden. At this point, he doesn't want to worry about what Shield and Ross are up to. Whether it's justice or evil, it doesn't matter. He intends to use his fists to tell others what it means to not mess with him. After coming out of the restraint device, Punisher and Abomination moved their hands and feet tacitly. They didn't tell Rogge what they had experienced in the past few months because they firmly believed that Rogge would use practical actions to help them get justice. Are you ready? Although the anger in his heart has been burning, Rogge's brain has never been so calm. I can't wait to tear them apart. Abomination clenched his fists and his body exuded a magma-like light. Punisher didn't say anything, but his body exuded an amazing killing intent, looking like a messenger of death. Then let's go. He once inserted an ordinary flying thunder god Kunao into the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Secret Service team. Although this flying thunder god Kunao was no longer in the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Secret Service team, this did not affect his plan at all. As long as he can teleport to Washington, as for whether Shield and Ross will use the flying Thor Kunao to set a trap, he doesn't care at all. So what if there is a trap? I will crush you all the same. In the next second, the figures of Rogge and the other two disappeared into the forest. Konoha Trio's killing journey has officially begun. There was no accident during the teleportation process, and the forest scene in front of them was instantly replaced by a wide square the size of 10 football fields. In this spacious and somewhat amazing square, Rogge and the other two saw fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, UA soldiers, all members of the Thunder Secret Service, all kinds of weapons of war enough to start a local war, and 3 new generation helicarriers floating quietly in the air. Is this the source of your confidence? Obviously, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thunder agents have been prepared for a long time. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time just to gather so many people here. Other than the 5 members of the Thunderbolt Secret Service team, Rogge only recognized one person in the crowd. Sky. From the looks of it, Sky wasn't missing an arm or a leg. However, her mental state was not very good. She looked lifeless. Sky was here, but Erica wasn't. Rogge could guess what had happened to Erica. Who's in charge here? After picking up the flying Thor Kunao that was deliberately inserted in the center of the square, Rogge took a few steps forward and said in a calm tone. Logically speaking, it was impossible for his voice to travel more than a few hundred meters. But through chakra, he created a natural loudspeaker that allowed his voice to reach everyone's ears. Rogge, you are suspected of endangering the security of the Earth, stealing S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets, and slaughtering a large number of innocent people. The World Security Council has decided to sentence you to death. Surrender now, you have no chance. Someone on the other side shouted with a loudspeaker, portraying their actions as a righteous act to maintain world peace. Fucking hypocrites, don't you just want the power in my body, don't you just want to master the so-called ninjutsu? Come on, bring it on. Let me see if you are worthy of this power. After that, Rogge slowly raised his left hand and gave them a middle finger. Trash. Then, he added another sentence. With the help of chakra, the word trash was conveyed to everyone on the other side. After doing all this, he turned directly and walked towards the Punisher and Abomination, ignoring the snipers who had already aimed at him. There is only one mission goal, and that is to kill all of them, understand? Understood. Understood. Looking at the Punisher and Abomination's determined expressions without the slightest hesitation, Rogge suddenly felt a sense of relief. These two subordinates were not bad. At this moment, the snipers who had already aimed at the three of them finally pulled the trigger. Dozens of sniper bullets flew towards them at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Then, when they were more than 10 meters away from the three of them, they instantly disintegrated. Raiden, Thundercloak Protection. The moment he turned around, Rogge had already cast a large-range Thundercloak Protection, completely enveloping the three of them. It was not until the sniper bullets were completely disintegrated that the sound of gunshots finally reached their ears. The snipers' shots also officially announced the beginning of the battle. Bang 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 bang. Da-da-da-da-da. Various gunshots continued to ring out, and Rogge finally began his counterattack. Mokuton, Tree Realm Descent. Before the swarm of bullets and shells flew in front of them, they were blocked by trees and vines. A dense forest emerged directly from the ground, turning the specially built battlefield of Shield and Thunder agents into Rogge's home field. Kill. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge disappeared in front of the Punisher and Abomination. He didn't need to give any specific instructions to the Punisher and Abomination because they were the top fighters. He also didn't need to prepare any weapons for them because their bodies were the most powerful weapons. Rogge had never used Tree Realm Descent on Earth, so neither Shield nor Thunder agents knew that he had the power to instantly change the battlefield terrain. In this lush forest that was completely beyond imagination, the threat of bullets and shells and other gunpowder weapons plummeted. In this forest with trees and vines everywhere, there was no good shooting environment at all. What's worse is that the trees, vines, weeds, and other plants here were all under Rogge's control. With just the arrival of the tree world, he completely destroyed the battlefield that Shield and Thunder's Secret Service had carefully built. However, at this time, he didn't pay attention to the ground troops. The small fries on the ground weren't worth his energy. At this time, he was standing on a thick trunk, casually loading ninjutsu bullets into Calamity. Spiral electromagnetic gun bullets, spiral electromagnetic gun bullets, spiral electromagnetic gun bullets. After loading all 6 spiral electromagnetic gun bullets into the magazine, he looked up at the 3 helicarriers floating in the sky. Since you trust the technological power in your hands so much, have a taste of the dwarf and ninja's technology. He pointed Calamity's muzzle at one of the helicarriers and pulled the trigger. Rumble. 2 silver-white beams of light as thick as an arm emerged from the barrel of Calamity, carrying the power of Calamity that could destroy everything, and went straight to the target. Chapter 217. The new generation of helicarrier in the sky is a super war fortress built by SHIELD after the Battle of New York. Each helicarrier is equipped with a variety of weapons carefully developed by SHIELD. The ultra-long-range precision gun formation at the bow of the ship can eliminate 1,000 terrorists in a minute. Combined with the long-range, medium-range, and short-range missiles on the helicarrier and the close-range defense guns located around the hull, these 3 helicarriers have the terrifying strength to attack a country. However, in front of Rogge, who is holding the catastrophe pistol, these 3 helicarriers are 3 huge targets. Boom! Almost the next second after the trigger was pulled, the 2 spiral electromagnetic pulse cannons had already reached the bottom of the helicarrier, and 2 terrifying explosions sounded like nuclear bombs. 2 light blue balls of light hung high in the sky like the sun, and the violent silver-white electric snakes raged wildly around everything. The helicarrier shattered. No one thought that Rogge's first target would be the helicarrier. What was even more unexpected was that the helicarrier, which S.H.I.E.L.D. had placed high hopes on, would be so vulnerable in front of Rogge. The helicarrier that was hit by the two spiral electromagnetic pulse cannons had completely lost its original appearance at this time, and it turned into pieces of wreckage of various sizes, falling from the sky like a burning meteor shower. Until now, people who witnessed this scene still couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Especially the three people sitting on the top floor of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, Sanquing building, their faces were even more incredulous. World Security Council Minister Alexander Pierce, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, and Secretary of State Thaddeus Ross. The three people representing different forces looked at the picture on the screen without saying a word. This mission against Rogge came from the hands of the three of them. But they never thought that Rogge, who had disappeared for 3 months, would show such fierce resistance when he reappeared. Before the operation, they used a psychological analysis team of hundreds of people to analyze all of Rogge's actions after he came to New York. In the end, they came to the conclusion that Rogge may resist, but in the end, he will choose to compromise. With a sufficiently reliable psychological analysis report, coupled with the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 3 helicarriers and the Thunder Task Force, they unanimously agreed to the plan called Conquer Naruto. Whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military, they didn't want such a super force to exist in the United States that was not under their control. If they couldn't firmly control this super force in their hands, they would rather destroy this uncontrollable super force with their own hands. If they don't obey, then die. As the strongest military organization in the most powerful country on earth, they had such confidence. However, after witnessing Rogge destroy a helicarrier with their own eyes, their confidence began to waver. During the Battle of New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. already knew that Roger had the ability to launch a long-range energy beam. After all, he used this move to directly kill 2 Leviathan behemoths at that time. They had evaluated the power of this move and made the corresponding preparations. However, it turned out that their evaluation and their preparations were just what they thought. Rogge certainly knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. had seen the helicarrier move, but he still chose to use this move against the helicarrier. This was for nothing else but to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. that they shouldn't use their outdated and insignificant vision to infer his true strength. The sleeping dragon has awakened. Roth didn't look at Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce beside him as he muttered to himself. When Rogge shot down the first helicarrier, the remaining 2 helicarriers didn't stop at all and began to rise rapidly. With the example of the first helicarrier, even if the commanders of the remaining 2 helicarriers were idiots, they could see that the current height didn't provide enough reaction time at all. No matter how strong the defense of the helicarrier's close-range artillery and other defensive equipment was, it still took time to lock on and react. Rogge's helicarrier broke through all the defense systems of the helicarrier and hit the target directly. The helicarrier, which symbolized the pinnacle of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technological weapons, was destroyed so quickly and completely. The helicarrier destroyed not only the helicarrier, but also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidence and dignity. The burning wreckage of the helicarrier had not yet landed, but the mood of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who witnessed this scene had already fallen to the bottom of the valley. Is this power really something that humans can resist? The remaining 2 helicarriers took off at top speed, and at this time, it looked more like an incompetent dodge and a shameful retreat. Looking at the rapid rise of the 2 helicarriers, Rogge didn't immediately launch a second attack. Instead, he came to the top of the canopy, stepping on the leaves and laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha! This is the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D., this is the helicarrier you are so proud of. Ha 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 ha! You want to leave just like that? Aren't you looking down on me too much? The chakra in his body surged wildly, and Rogge once again launched a ninjutsu that was amazing enough in momentum and power. King Kong Blockade. With a silent chant in his heart, dozens of shining golden chakra chains rushed out of his back. The chakra chains that had just emerged were only 2 fingers thick. But as these chains flew towards the helicarriers in the sky like bullets, the size of the chains grew larger and larger. 3 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 1 meter, 3 meters. The two helicarriers rose to a height of thousands of meters in just over 10 seconds. But the chakra chains climbed faster than them. Rogge didn't care about the chakra consumption at all. These chakra chains showed a terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound, and it took only 2 or 3 seconds to reach the bottom of one of the helicarriers. Close-range artillery, rapid-fire artillery, ground-to-ground missiles, high-speed machine guns, and other weapons madly spat fire, and hundreds of bullets and shells madly attacked the chakra chains. This airtight crossfire defensive rain of bullets was enough to destroy any target flying towards the helicarrier. But in front of the chakra chains that seemed to come from another dimension, these bullets and missiles couldn't even slow down the chakra chains. Bang 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 bang! Dozens of chakra chains more than 3 meters wide penetrated the helicarrier's hull like a sword, and under the watchful eyes of the helicarrier combatants and all onlookers, the helicarrier was firmly entangled. The pale golden chakra chains instantly tightened, and the helicarrier that was entangled like a crab was forcibly stopped. The anti-gravity engines around the hull emitted an orange-red light that exceeded the operating load. Come down! Chapter 218. Rogge screamed and the chakra chains that emerged from his back began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the Battle of New York, the existence of extraordinary humans in the world can be regarded as basically known to everyone. But even so, the people present couldn't believe what they were seeing. The helicarrier, which was more than 300 meters long, was actually pulled to the ground by a human. What's even more unbelievable is that this human is actually standing on a leaf. This scene completely exceeded scientific common sense, and the forest that had been filled with gunfire suddenly quieted down. Pairs of eyes looked up at the sky as if they had seen a miracle. This is too crazy. Before the battle, SHIELD agents and military soldiers knew that the target they were going to deal with this time was Rogge, who was known as the Fourth Hokage. They knew that Rogge had extraordinary powers that ordinary people did not have, and they also knew that Rogge had strength far beyond ordinary people. They had seen the battle between Rogge and the Chitauri during the Battle of New York, and they had also seen various analysis reports about Rogge's abilities. But no matter what video data or document records, they couldn't accept the scene in front of them. Being able to lift a car weighing several tons with their bare hands is already the so-called Superman in people's minds. What Rogge was doing now was pulling a helicarrier weighing tens of thousands of tons to the ground. This feeling, in the eyes of these soldiers and agents, who were mostly ordinary people, was no different from seeing someone lift the Statue of Liberty or the Empire State Building with their bare hands. No, this was more exaggerated and shocking than lifting the Statue of Liberty or the Empire State Building. Shoot, shoot! I don't care what method you use, kill Rogge for me. Aim all cannons at Rogge below, quick! Quick! The other party is just a target now, fire, fire, and completely bomb that area for me. The commander of the ground forces and the commander of the helicarrier issued orders to fire at Rogge almost at the same time. In particular, the helicarrier, which was tightly bound by chakra chains, immediately fired various types of missiles and bullets at Rogge. As the initiator of all this, Rogge was certainly prepared to be attacked by the other party at any time. Chakra coat. Lightning cloak protection. Wood human jutsu. In just a moment, he built an indestructible defense. Dozens of meters tall wood arhut appeared behind him, and his huge hands protected him on both sides. The moment wood arhut appeared, the chakra coat shone with a light blue light completely enveloped him, further enhancing wood arhut's already terrifying defense. In addition, around the wooden arhut's body, there was a layer of lightning armor that was invisible to the naked eye. No matter which direction the attack came from, no matter what the weapon was. As long as they couldn't penetrate the lightning cloak protection, wood arhut, and chakra coat in a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to hurt Rogge in the innermost part. Intense explosions continued to sound, and orange-red flames appeared as if they didn't cost money. Powerful shockwaves and shockwaves ravaged everything around them, regardless of friend or foe. However, none of this had any meaning. No matter if it was an attack from the ground forces or the helicarrier, none of the attacks could get within 10 meters of Rogge. Chakra chains continued to retract, and the helicarrier continued to emit sounds as if it couldn't bear the burden. The steel hull was forcibly distorted by the powerful force, and the power of the 4 anti-gravity engines was pushed to the limit, and the light emitted by the engines became redder and redder. Although the power was pushed to the limit, the helicarrier still showed no signs of climbing. The huge hull was pulled closer and closer to the ground by chakra chains. Boom! After holding on for a while, one of the anti-gravity engines took the lead in collapsing. With the explosion of the anti-gravity engine, the power of the helicarrier was reduced by a quarter in an instant, and the speed of its descent was getting faster and faster. Boom! Within a few seconds, the second anti-gravity engine also ushered in the end of the overload explosion. When the first anti-gravity engine exploded, S.H.I.E.L.D's agents already had a bad premonition. However, their worry didn't last long before it completely turned into despair. 4 anti-gravity engines can provide perfect flight power. Although 3 engines will reduce stability, it can still maintain the flight posture. However, once the number of engines drops to 2, it means that the helicarrier will completely lose its flight power. After the helicarrier lost 2 engines, even if Rogge did nothing, the helicarrier would crash under the influence of gravity. So, when the second anti-gravity engine also collapsed, the helicarrier was doomed to crash. It's over, it's completely over. The helicarrier that S.H.I.E.L.D. spent a lot of money to build has been destroyed before it could really show its power. And now it's been less than 5 minutes since the start of the battle. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce on the top floor of Sanquing's headquarters building also personally demonstrated what it means to be ashen-faced. The battle prowess that Rogge had just displayed had far exceeded their expectations. Whether it's the spiral electromagnetic gun that destroyed the first helicarrier, or the King Kong blockade that is now about to cause the second helicarrier to crash, they are not new tricks. Before making the plan, S.H.I.E.L.D. had studied these 2 skills in great detail and made corresponding countermeasures. They couldn't understand how the spiral electromagnetic gun, which could only kill a cyborg like the Leviathan, could destroy the helicarrier in one shot. They also couldn't understand why the King Kong blockade, which could only deal with ordinary people before, could now destroy the helicarrier. But now is obviously not the time to consider these issues. What they need to consider most now is how to stop Rogge, a ninja who has shown enough power to fight against the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military alone. I'm going to contact someone, I'll be back in a few minutes. After saying that, Nick Fury stood up and walked directly to his office. Now is not the time to hide his trump card. If he doesn't find a way to deal with Rogge today, there will be no more S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Nick Fury had originally thought that this would only be a tough battle against superhumans, but the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. Now, only that woman can stop Rogge. Chapter 219. Rogge's strength at this time has far exceeded the expectations of Nick Fury and others. If they knew that Rogge was this powerful, they would never have made the so-called conquering Naruto plan. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military don't like uncontrollable super combat power, it also depends on how strong this super combat power is. If it is really the kind of power that they can't resist, even if their brains are all eaten by dogs, they won't have any ideas about this kind of person. For people like them, the so-called principles can be changed at any time. After quickly returning to his office, Nick Fury took out a pager from the safe that seemed to be from the last century. I hope you can come back in time. Without any hesitation, Nick Fury started the pager that only had a one-sided notification function. A red and blue pattern appeared on the small display screen of the teleporter. In the middle of the pattern, there was an octagonal star with the top and bottom ends protruding. After seeing the pattern emerging from the pager, Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief. This pager has been in his hands for decades, and he was just worried about whether the pager would work properly. Fortunately, the passage of time has not affected the pager's function. After doing all this, Nick Fury returned to his office on the top floor of the building. "You just missed a wonderful scene." When Nick Fury returned, Ross didn't look back and said with a wry smile, "What could be worse right now?" Nick Fury didn't care about Ross's tone. At this time, no one can be happy. Picking up the remote control on the table, Nick Fury jumped back a few minutes on the surveillance screen. Then, he saw the wonderful scene that Ross had described. After losing 2 anti-gravity engines, the helicarrier was doomed to crash. However, Rogge, standing on the top of the tree, didn't stop there. The chakra chain wrapped around the helicarrier stopped retracting and surged wildly again. In front of the chakra chain, the metal hull of the helicarrier was easily pierced like a cream cake in a cake shop. Dozens of triangular chain arrows pierced the falling helicarrier into a hornet's nest. The damage to the hull caused the falling helicarrier to quickly disintegrate. The hull of the mothership began to crack, and the fighter jets that couldn't take off in time and the agents that couldn't escape fell like raindrops. Falling? Rogge never wanted the helicarrier to fall. If he only wanted to shoot down the helicarrier, he wouldn't even need to use King Kong blockade. He could just continue to fire the helicarrier bullets from Calamity. What he wanted was for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military to understand what it meant to be irresistible. "Without my permission, not only can you not fly, you don't even have the right to land." Dozens of pale golden chakra chains were like living vipers, crazily attacking everything in the air. Any being with a diameter of more than a meter would undoubtedly suffer the wrath of the chakra chains. Open your eyes and watch carefully. This is the true Vajra blockade. Logue's shout reached the ears of everyone present. Despair began to appear in their eyes as they witnessed something like a net that covered the sky and covered the sun. The original 3-meter-wide chakra chain, under Rogge's control, instantly broke down into hundreds of chains like cell division. Although the newly broken chains were only 2 or 3 centimeters wide, the number of chains had increased by a terrifying amount. There were originally only dozens of chakra chains flying in the air. At this time, there were more than 3,000 chakra chains flying in the air. What did it mean to cover the sky? What did it mean to be airtight? What did it mean to have hundreds and thousands? This was it. More than 3,000 chakra chains formed an unimaginable attack net, like piranhas in the Amazon River, frantically nibbling away at the wreckage of the helicarrier. The damaged hull baffle, the burning Quinjet, the unfired missiles and shells. It's just that the things that fell from the helicarrier, whether they were metal or human, did not escape the fate of being attacked by the chakra chains. At this time, Rogge was like a skilled knitter, using more than 3,000 chakra chains to weave a golden net in the sky that symbolizes destruction and death. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and military soldiers who participated in this operation thought that the scene of Rogge destroying the 2 helicarriers was shocking and amazing enough. But when they saw the net of death and destruction composed of chakra chains in front of them, they realized how naive their idea was. Is this a ninja? Is this the Yondaime Hokage? We are actually fighting against this kind of godlike enemy. All kinds of shocking thoughts emerged in the minds of these agents and soldiers. Rogge proved with living facts what it means to be unrivaled. It wasn't until more than a minute later that the wreckage of the helicarrier finally fell to the ground, if these things can still be called wreckage. In the net of death and destruction composed of chakra chains, there is a layer of filter made of chains with pores no more than 3 centimeters. Only those who have passed through the filter will not be attacked by the chakra chains. Burning metal shards, broken corpses, unfired bullets, and bright red blood. An indescribable drizzle seemed to be falling from the sky. When the artificial drizzle was over, Rogge directly lifted the effect of King Kong blockade, and the chakra chains flying in the sky disappeared in an instant. The 3rd helicarrier must retreat immediately. I don't care what method you plan to use to deal with Rogge, the helicarriers must not be destroyed here. Alexander Pierce could no longer sit still. He didn't care what would happen to S.H.I.E.L.D., but he didn't want Hydra to lose even one helicarrier. There's no chance. Rogge has already destroyed 2 helicarriers, do you think he will let go of the last one? Nick Fury tried to calm down, and the pain in his mechanical right arm seemed to come back. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Alexander Pierce wanted to continue to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and sat weakly on the sofa. As Nick Fury guessed, Rogge had no intention of letting go of the third helicarrier. If it was said that he might still have some compassion in his heart before, then the current him only believed in exterminating all of them. 3 kilometers, do you think you can escape my attack like this? After visually estimating the height of the third helicarrier, Rogge took out a flying Thor kunai enchanted by Odin and threw it into the air. Chapter 220. The flying Thor kunai thrown by Rogge shot straight into the sky like a bullet, and the speed of its flight directly broke through the sound barrier, bursting out with a dull sound. The SHIELD agents and UA soldiers in the forest basically witnessed the scene of him throwing the flying Thor kunai, but they couldn't figure out what this dagger-sized flying Thor kunai could do. Does he want to use this small kunai to destroy the last helicarrier? Such questions couldn't help but appear in the minds of the agents and soldiers, and also in the minds of Nick Fury and the other two. Although this is somewhat unbelievable, with the example of the previous 2 helicarriers, they didn't dare to underestimate this flying Thor kunai. SHIELD studied in detail the flying Thor kunai that Rogge had left in Thunder Task Force, which was the one that was previously located in the center of the battlefield. However, they didn't get any useful information from that kunai. They knew that Rogge could teleport through this kunai, but they couldn't figure out the secret, let alone reverse engineer Rogge's teleportation. Except for the difference in color, the flying Thor kunai that Rogge threw out now looked no different from the one they had studied before. What exactly does he want to do? As the one who has dealt with Rogge the longest among the three, Nick Fury is 100% sure that Rogge is definitely planning some extremely amazing plans now. More than 3,000 meters in the sky is an absolute domain that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. But for those who have the ability to fly, this height is nothing. Rogge can fly directly to the helicarrier through the lightweight rock technique, but he doesn't intend to do so. The reason is simple: this is too inefficient. The flying Thor kunai that was enchanted by Odin didn't take much time. To be precise, it took less than 10 seconds to fly to the same height as the helicarrier. The flying Thor kunai didn't receive any attack from the helicarrier because he didn't aim it at the helicarrier in the first place. All he needed was a teleportation point that was high enough. The first helicarrier was destroyed by the spiral electromagnetic cannon, and the second one was destroyed by the King Kong blockade. Therefore, this last helicarrier had to be destroyed in a way that was worthy of it. When the Thor kunai reached a height higher than the helicarrier, Rogge didn't hesitate and directly flying Thunder God left the forest. In the blink of an eye, he had reached an altitude of more than 3,000 meters. Stepping on the tip of Thor's kunai, he hovered steadily in the air. When he arrived here through the flying Thor, the helicarrier hundreds of meters away began to operate and aimed all kinds of guns and cannons at him. Rogge ignored the helicarrier below as if he didn't see those weapons at all. He silently took out a cube that emitted a dark red glow. Rubik's Cube of Reality. The moment he took out the Rubik's Cube of Reality, Nick Fury, who saw this scene through the helicarrier's surveillance screen, suddenly remembered the Rubik's Cube that once belonged to SHIELD. These two things are too similar, aren't they? Except for the different colors, they were carved from the same mold. Nick Fury had guessed it right. They were indeed from the same mold. In other words, Odin was carved from the same mold as the Rubik's Cube of Reality. Although Rogge hadn't done anything with the Rubik's Cube of Reality at this time, he simply took out the Rubik's Cube of Reality, but Nick Fury already began to have a bad feeling. Just when Nick Fury began to worry that the helicarrier's commander would forget to give the order to attack, the helicarrier below Rogge unleashed the long-prepared bullets and shells. All kinds of bullets and shells flew towards Rogge like lightning. However, just as these bullets and shells were about to hit Rogge, who was only covered with a chakra coat, the Rubik's Cube of Reality in his right hand suddenly shone with a dazzling dark red light. The dark red light flashed away. The bullets and shells flying at high speed instantly turned into dark crows, chirping as they flew past Rogge's side. Modifying reality. Using the ability of the reality stone, Rogge instantly changed the shape of the bullets and shells, turning them into vivid crows. This is the reason why Infinity Stone can become a universe-level treasure and why it can attract the attention of the entire universe. Every Infinity Stone has the ability to directly change the rules. No matter how many bullets and shells the helicarrier fired, the bullets and shells all turned into pitch-black crows. It was an unimaginable scene, but one that was hard to accept. This is not a power that humans can understand, and this is not a power that humans can control. Unlike the shocked Nick Fury and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Rogge's face was calm at this time. He didn't come all the way here from the forest just to put on a dramatic show like this. The highlight of the show that he really wanted to stage has not yet appeared. After taking a deep breath, he raised the reality stone in his hand again and slowly said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. "Come out, nine-tailed demon fox." As soon as his voice fell, a behemoth that did not belong to this world appeared in the sky above the helicarrier. Then, it fell heavily on the deck of the helicarrier. Orange-yellow fur, 9 flying tails, claws and fangs that were several meters long. The nine-tailed demon fox that was dozens of meters tall and more than 200 meters long officially appeared. Using the reality stone, Rogge created a nine-tailed demon fox that did not belong to this world, a nine-tailed demon fox that looked like an ancient demon beast. Although this nine-tailed demon fox was not the original nine-tailed demon fox, it did not have endless chakra in its body. Even its consciousness was simulated by the reality stone. However, this did not affect the sense of shock it brought. Although the agents on the helicarrier could not see the full appearance of nine-tailed demon fox, they knew that everything was over the moment nine-tailed demon fox landed on the deck of the helicarrier. Nick Fury and the other two had the same idea. In order to see nine-tailed demon fox's appearance, Nick Fury even urgently mobilized S.H.I.E.L.D's observation satellite and aimed the satellite's lens at the only remaining helicarrier. Is this really not an illusion? Even the knowledgeable Nick Fury could not help but widen his eyes after seeing nine-tailed demon fox's full appearance. As for Ross and Alexander Pierce, they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The helicarrier that was more than 300 meters long was like a cat's nest of inappropriate size. And nine-tailed demon fox, who was standing on top of this metal cat's nest, let out a roar that resounded through the world. Nine-tailed demon fox, enter. Chapter 221. Compared with the real Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox made by Rogge with the reality gem may not even have 1% of the strength of the real one. But the nine-tailed fox still showed a strong suppression force on the battlefield. The 9 tails of the nine-tailed fox were like 9 indestructible swords, easily piercing the hull of the helicarrier. The Quinjets that tried to take off were swatted down by the nine-tailed fox like flies. As for the bullets and shells, they couldn't even penetrate the skin of the nine-tailed fox. The new generation of helicarrier carefully built by S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a fragile toy in front of the nine-tailed fox, constantly being destroyed. Explosions continued to sound, and black smoke and orange-red flames continued to surge on the helicarrier. Rogge, standing on the flying Thor Kunau, didn't participate in the attack. He just watched indifferently as the nine-tailed fox continued to destroy the helicarrier, and watched the weapon that symbolized S.H.I.E.L.D's most advanced technology continue to fall. It has to be said that as long as a creature has a large enough body size, even if this creature only has a beast-like physical attack, it can still show amazing destructive power. While the nine-tailed fox frantically destroyed the helicarrier, Rogge also became more and more interested in the Kyuubi Kurama in the system. If the real Kyuubi appeared on the helicarrier now, then the helicarrier wouldn't even have a chance to crash. Just an ordinary Bijutama would be enough to make the helicarrier disappear from this world. When he has enough ninja coins in the future, he must exchange the real Kyuubi. Even if he doesn't use it to fight, it's also a very pleasant thing to keep it as a pet. At this time, Rogge was fantasizing about the good life in the future, while Nick Fury and the others in the Sanquing building were silent, and their faces were ugly. Ross is the least sad of the three because from the beginning of the war until now, Rogge has been destroying S.H.I.E.L.D's helicarrier. Even the ground forces that were attacked by the Punisher and Abomination were only about half of the people on his side. The helicarrier is S.H.I.E.L.D's, and half of the ground forces are S.H.I.E.L.D's, so in the situation where everyone is miserable, he, who is relatively less miserable, is undoubtedly the winner in another sense. But even so, he is now regretting why he agreed to participate in Alexander Pierce's conquering Naruto plan. If he was a little more determined at the beginning, he would be the biggest winner today. The helicarrier is the world's strongest weapon, no one can resist its power. Recalling Alexander Pierce's words, Ross couldn't wait to shoot him now. Who asked you to speak so arrogantly? Who asked you to boast shamelessly? In less than 10 minutes, 3 of your so-called strongest weapons of war had been dismantled by the enemy. A total of 3 ships, and they were all made by one person. What was I thinking back then? Why did I believe Pierce's nonsense? Ross sighed helplessly. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce heard Roth's sigh, and if possible, they were more regretful than Roth. No one thought that things would develop to such a one-sided point. They thought that Rogge was at most similar to Thor, at most, he had a little more ability, he could discharge electricity, he could control wood, he could breathe fire. The serious misjudgment of Rogge's strength caused them to completely lose the initiative and lose 3 helicarriers. Although the battle is not over yet, they have begun to think about the aftermath. What's more troublesome is that they now have no way of predicting what the final outcome will be. The air units have been completely wiped out, and the ground forces are still intact, but there is also the possibility of total annihilation. And with Rogge's current strength, he may not stop after wiping out all the enemies present. We need reinforcements now, strong enough reinforcements. In the name of S.H.I.E.L.D., recruit the Avengers and let them stop Rogge. Alexander Pierce turned to Nick Fury and said. If the Avengers can be recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., then they are not Avengers. Rogge's friendship with the Avengers is deeper than yours and mine. Iron Man Tony is his friend, Thor is his friend, and Dr. Banner owes him a favor. Nick Fury did not mention the 3 members of the American team, as for the reason, it was needless to say. I have already informed the reinforcements, if they can come back. Boom! 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 The wreckage of the helicarrier fell to the edge of the forest, and the sound of explosions rang out one after another. In the orange-red flames of the explosion, the hill-like 9-tailed fox walked out and walked towards the other side of the forest. That direction was the direction with the most enemies. At this time, Rogge stood on the head of 9-tailed fox, his white haori fluttering in the wind. After witnessing the scene of Rogge destroying 3 helicarriers in succession, most of these agents and soldiers on the ground lost their fighting spirit. It's not that their will is not strong enough, nor is it that they are not loyal enough, but what happened today is far beyond their imagination of power. They never thought that someone could pull down a helicarrier that weighs tens of thousands of tons, and they never thought that someone could summon a hill-like monster. Especially when the 9-tailed fox, which is dozens of meters tall, really came in front of them, they understood what is called instinctive fear. Rogge ignored these agents and soldiers who had lost their fighting spirit, but he did not intend to let these people go. Unless he allows it, no one can leave here alive today. After ignoring these agents and soldiers, he turned his attention to his former subordinates. Thunder agents. Red Tank and others did not participate in the first wave of attack. The task they received was to give Rogge the final blow at the right time, kill him on the spot, or make him completely lose the ability to resist. In order to give them such an opportunity, the task of consuming Rogge's power was handed over to the helicarrier, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and military soldiers. But this consumption plan was declared a failure before it could be implemented. Kneel. After looking at Red Tank and others, Rogge said in an indifferent tone. He did not say what the consequences would be if they did not kneel, because there was no need for any explanation. Although he used to be the nominal captain of the Thunder Agents, and he just showed his overbearing strength. However, after he finished speaking and knelt down, no one in the Thunder Secret Service team chose to kneel down. They just silently got into a combat posture. Chapter 222. During their first encounter with Rogge, the 5 members of the Thunderbolt Secret Service team had already experienced the huge difference in strength between them and Rogge. Other than Red Tank, the other 4 were defeated in one move. Logically speaking, they had already experienced a crushing defeat once, so it was impossible for them to have such unrealistic fantasies of defeating Rogge. However, at this moment, all of them were in a fighting stance without any exception. None of them was willing to back down. Rogge did not care too much about the Thunderbolt Secret Service team's choice. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Under the watchful eyes of Red Tank and the others, Rogge, who was standing on top of the 9-tailed fox's head, disappeared instantly. Without any hesitation, Red Tank and the others quickly assumed a defensive formation the moment Rogge disappeared. Red Tank took the lead and stood in front of everyone. At the same time, Melissa the singing bird also chirped, emitting ultrasonic waves that were undetectable to human ears. After the previous lesson, they knew very well that if they were to fight alone, they would not have any chance of winning. If one person was not enough, the 5 of them would attack together. Red Tank and Luke Cage protected Singing Bird in the center of the formation. The Moonlight Stone, which was emitting a dazzling light, stood behind Singing Bird and covered its body with the energy of the Moonlight Stone. As for Ghost, who was the most timid of them all, she immediately entered stealth mode and disappeared from everyone's sight. Singing Bird was responsible for attacking with sound waves, while the others were responsible for protecting Singing Bird. Ghost moved around the periphery, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. It had to be said that the Thunderbolt Secret Service team's response was indeed commendable. However, just like Nick Fury, they had seriously underestimated Rogge's strength. The last time they fought, Roger didn't have any killing intent on his body. Therefore, his attacks were more gentle to a certain extent. At this moment, he had no intention of holding back. He did not care about the sound waves emitted by Singing Bird. In other words, he simply ignored the various effects of Singing Bird's sound waves. As a superpower user who could control sound waves, Singing Bird clearly did not understand the true power of sound waves. Controlling sound waves to cause various negative mental states to the enemy was a huge waste. Bang! Just as everyone was looking for Rogge, a violent gunshot rang out from behind Red Tank and the others. Calamity Pistol, Fatal Shot. The Calamity Pistol that fired chakra bullets could not make any sound, but Rogge had asked A.I. Choi to specially add a gunshot function. It was not his style to shoot while hiding in the dark. Gunshots rang out, and Rogge and Ghost's figures appeared. At this time, Spectre had completely lost his head, and Rogge, who was holding the Calamity Pistol, was standing behind him. Headshot. Even if Ghost wasn't the weakest member of the Thunderbolt Secret Service team, she was still the easiest to deal with. Without any supernatural powers, he could only rely on the Wraith battle suit to fight. Moreover, his Spectre combat suit only had 2 forms, invisible and formless. No matter which form he chose, Rogge was not confident that he could defeat him in one move. The only difference was which move to use. Before Spectre's body fell to the ground, Rogge's figure disappeared again. In less than 2 seconds, the Thunderbolt Secret Service team had lost a member. Crying Bird's ultrasonic attack continued, but in such a short time, it was not enough to cause any impact on Rogge's mental state. Compared to Rogge, whose mental state was still extremely stable, Crying Bird's teammates and the US soldiers in the distance were more seriously affected. Although the ultrasonic attack was an attack that could not be detected by the naked eye, the characteristics of the sound waves meant that this attack could not be effectively locked onto a single target. Unless Crying Bird could shoot out the sound waves like energy shockwaves with her hands like Moonlight Scala. Otherwise, her comrades around her would also be affected by her attack. Compared to Red Tank and the others, Rogge had an advantage that could not be ignored. When it came to mental attacks like illusions, he was the real expert. After dealing with the weakest spectre, he did not stop attacking and instantly arrived in front of Luke Cage. Luke Cage's superpower was very simple. It was a simple invulnerability and superhuman strength. Other than that, there was nothing special about Luke Cage. Even in terms of combat skills, Luke Cage only knew ordinary martial arts. For Rogge, this level of enemy was at most a matter of one move. Last time, in order to not harm Luke Cage's life, he chose to attack with Ray's Nan. But now, he did not have to worry about that anymore. After the Calamity pistol let out a loud gunshot, Luke Cage was already 120% alert. He involuntarily moved closer to the red tank. However, his small actions did not increase his chances of survival at all. A silver-white arc of light instantly appeared in front of him and occupied his entire vision. When the silver-white light flashed, he heard Rogge's emotionless voice. Lightning release, thunderbolt sword slash. Luke Cage's skin was comparable to metal and could ignore most gun attacks. However, this defensive ability was meaningless in front of Rogge, who could easily cut through steel. Whether it was the Thousand Birds blade or the thunderbolt sword slash, they could instantly cut through steel. The reason why Rogge chose to use the thunderbolt sword slash instead of the Thousand Birds blade was very simple. Luke Cage did not even have the qualifications for him to draw his sword. Luke Cage's head flew into the air. Bright red blood spurted out and landed on Red Tank's body. Because of the moonlight energy enveloping the crying bird and moonlight stone, they were not stained with any blood. Even though Luke Cage was standing right beside him, he could protect Luke Cage with just a slight lift of his right hand. However, Red Tank did not notice Rogge's appearance at all. Only when Luke Cage's head flew up did Red Tank barely catch sight of Rogge's disappearing figure. After killing Spectre and Luke Cage, Rogge still had no intention of stopping. No matter why the members of Thunderbolt Secret Service chose to be enemies with him, he had no intention of letting them leave. Since he had chosen a side, he had to be responsible for his choice. The moonlight energy formed an energy shield that blocked the blood spurting out of Luke Cage's body, but when she saw the blood that was only a few centimeters away from her, crying bird Melissa involuntarily stopped attacking. Fear made her instinctively stop screaming. Chapter 223. After a few months of psychological treatment, Singing Bird Melissa thought that she had completely forgotten the terrifying feeling of having countless disgusting bugs crawling all over her body. However, when she saw Luke Cage's blood flowing down her energy shield, she once again recalled the terrifying experience that caused her to have nightmares for a few weeks. "No, I don't want to. Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over." In the eyes of ordinary people, Singing Bird Melissa was a superhero with superpowers. However, even after receiving special training from the Thunderbolt Task Force, it did not change the fact that she was just an ordinary person with superpowers. The existence of superpowers did not give her a strong enough mental state. Her mental state was still that of an ordinary person's. She was not a professional soldier and did not have much combat experience. She had not even killed anyone with her own hands. Any psychological stimulation that was strong enough could completely destroy her psychological defense, burying painful memories in her heart that she would never forget. The illusion that Logue had cast on her was undoubtedly a typical example of this. Not everyone was suitable to become a warrior, and not everyone had a strong enough mental state. Having superpowers was Singing Bird Melissa's fortune. However, not having the will to match her superpowers was her misfortune. The fear in her mind was quickly reflected in her body. Singing Bird Melissa first stopped attacking. Then, after a few seconds of silence, she released a sound wave attack that did not differentiate between friend and foe. Ah! Unlike the previous sound wave attack that only affected one's mental state, this time the Singing Bird released a sound wave attack that was more physical. With the Singing Bird as the center, the terrifying sound wave energy spread out in all directions like a hurricane. The impact of the sound wave energy directly sent the moonstone behind her flying. Even the shockingly large red tank could not help but take a few steps forward under the attack of the sound wave before finally stabilizing herself. As the attacker, Rogge did not expect the singing bird to have such a strong reaction after seeing Luke Cage's blood. He could not help but wonder if the singing bird had some kind of relationship with Luke Cage that was beyond friendship. Although his mind was filled with random thoughts, his actions did not show any signs of stopping. The singing bird's sudden outburst provided him with a better opportunity to attack. According to his plan, he had planned to deal with the Moonlight Rock first. After dealing with the protection of the Moonlight energy, he would deal with the singing bird. However, the crying bird's sonic attack sent the Moonlight Stone behind her flying. At the same time, she lost the protection of the Moonlight energy. Was this an unexpected surprise? Without any hesitation, Rogge took out the Calamity pistol again and aimed it at the crazily howling crying bird. Bang! Fatal shot. Another intense gunshot came from the Calamity pistol. Although they were all fatal shots, Rogge fired 2 chakra bullets. The crying bird's sonic attack was still ongoing. Regardless of whether she was aware of Rogge's attack or not, the sonic energy she emitted would provide her with some form of protection. Sure enough, just as Rogge expected, the first chakra bullet was completely destroyed by the sound wave energy before it could reach the crying bird, dissipating into the air. Although the sound wave energy cancelled out the first chakra bullet, it did not have the time to cancel out the second chakra bullet. The 2 chakra bullets seemed to fly out at the same time, but in reality, there was a problem that was difficult to detect between the 2 chakra bullets. Using the opening created by the first chakra bullet, the second chakra bullet successfully broke through the obstruction of the sound wave energy and arrived in front of the crying bird. The light blue chakra bullet hit the forehead of the crying bird, and the huge impact and penetrating force made the crying bird's head explode instantly, like a watermelon falling from a high altitude, splitting into pieces. The headless crying bird fell back under the impact of the impact. The ear-piercing and powerful sound wave attack instantly disappeared. The crying bird was dead? The crying bird had died so easily. In Roth's plan, the crying bird Melissa was the main attacker. All the arrangements were based on the crying bird's ability to continuously emit sound wave attacks. However, such a main attacker with high hopes was killed by Rogge in an incomparably straightforward manner. A headshot. Another headshot. After seeing the scene of the crying bird falling to the ground, Roth in the Sanquing building suddenly couldn't sit still. Just now, he was still rejoicing that the main loss was S.H.I.E.L.D., but in just a few minutes, there were only 2 people left in his Thunderbolt Agents team. It's over, it's really over this time. If even the Thunderbolt Agents team can't effectively stop Rogge, Roth can't think of anyone else in his hands who can stop Rogge. Just like Roth, Moonlight Stone Carla was also shocked. As the only 2 female members of the Thunderbolt Agents team, her relationship with the crying bird Melissa was naturally much closer. Especially after living together for a few months, they even vaguely showed signs of becoming best friends. But all of this had come to an end. After witnessing the death of the crying bird Melissa, Moonlight Stone Carla had no time to grieve. She once again urged the Moonlight Stone in her body, intending to fly directly away. Whether it was a mission or a threat, she didn't want to pay attention to it now. Even if Roth would punish her in the future, it would only happen if she continued to live. After making up her mind, Moonlight Stone Carla didn't even look at the red tank in front of her and looked directly up at the sky. I want to get out of here, I have to get out of here alive. However, Moonlight Stone Carla didn't fly as smoothly as usual. At the same time, there was a burst of heart-wrenching pain in her chest. Your teammate just died and you want to leave. Rogge's voice came from behind Moonlight Stone Carla, but Stone Carla didn't look back but looked down at her chest. It was a right hand wrapped in silver-white electric current, and in this right hand, there was a gem emitting a golden light. This is the Moonlight Gem. Stone Carla recognized this gem at a glance because all her extraordinary abilities came from this Moonlight Gem. Before she had time to think about it, Rogge pulled out his right hand that had completely penetrated Stonecorla's body and removed Chidori in his hand. After Rogge pulled out his right hand, Stonecorla suddenly fell forward, a large amount of blood flowing out of her chest that had been penetrated by Chidori. Just as Rogge was about to put away the moonlight gem, Stonecorla, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up. She knelt on the ground and looked up at Rogge, trembling as she reached out her right hand. Moonlight Stone, give me back my Moonlight Stone. Chapter 224. Do you want this? Rogge said frivolously as he looked at Kara, who was kneeling on the ground and trying to reach out her right hand. At the same time, he continued to play with the moonlight gem in his hand. Give it to me, please, give it back, to me. Kara, who was severely injured, said in a pleading tone. Every time she opened her mouth, she would spit out some blood. Why should I give it back to you? Give me a reason. If you can convince me, I don't mind giving it back to you. As far as he knew, Kara's moonlight gem was actually a Kree gravity stone. It was driven by some unknown energy and connected to Kara's nervous system. Using the moonlight gem's energy, she could fly or concentrate the gravity into a shockwave. Of course, she could also directly launch the moonlight gem's energy or use it to protect herself. In addition, the moonlight gem could also reduce her body's density and make her immune to physical and magical attacks. It also gave her extraordinary physical strength, endurance, speed, and so on. If she could obtain a second moonlight gem, she could also control matter, create force fields, teleport, increase the gravity on the target, crush it, and even create a miniature black hole. Unfortunately, the second moonlight gem was already lost. From Kara's previous performance, her control of the moonlight gem was still very elementary. She could only use the energy to attack, defend, and fly. The moonlight gem was also connected to Kara's life force. Even if she was not injured, as long as she lost the moonlight gem for a certain period of time, she would also die. Perhaps it was because of the connection between her life force and the moonlight gem that Kara did not die in a short period of time after being attacked by Chidori. I can help you, do anything. Kara, who was still bleeding from her chest, tried to answer Rogge's question. In order to survive, she would do anything. Help me? Are you sure I need your help? As soon as Rogge finished speaking, Red Tank rushed in front of him, intending to directly hit the enemy who had killed 3.5 of his teammates. Red Tank could have attacked earlier, but when Rogge was talking to Kara, he used his not-so-smart brain to think about whether to continue attacking Rogge. Red Tank had a deeper impression of Rogge than the others. After all, other than the abomination, he was the only one who had experienced Arhut's physical transformative fist. After some serious consideration, the Red Tank finally decided to continue attacking Rogge. However, his decision had nothing to do with Ross's plan to conquer Naruto. All he wanted was to have a good fight with Rogge. Although the reason was simple and crude, it was enough for Red Tank. But this time, he was destined to be disappointed. Just as he was about to hit Rogge, he was sent flying by a claw that was even bigger than him. This was the right claw of the nine-tailed demon fox. Ever since she sent Rogge over from the other side of the forest, Nine-Tailed Fox had been paying attention to the Red Tank's actions. Although Rogge didn't give it any specific instructions, the Nine-Tailed Fox didn't hesitate to make a move when it realized that the Red Tank was going to hit Rogge. After sending the Red Tank flying into the forest, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox immediately chased after him and pounced into the forest. Its 9 tails were like steel whips that kept hitting the Red Tank who had just landed. No. I didn't mean. I can do anything, as long as you tell me, anything. Looking at Kara who was begging for mercy on the ground, Rogge suddenly laughed. Although Kara's ability was nothing in his eyes, he had to admit that Kara's curvy figure and delicate face were still a little valuable. Forget it, who told me to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Just this once, don't do it again. After that, Rogge threw the moonlight gem in his hand to A.K.A. as if he was throwing a worthless stone. After hurriedly catching the moonlight gem thrown by Rogge, A.K.A. didn't hesitate and directly put the moonlight gem back into the hole in her chest. Under A.K.A.'s control, the moonlight gem emitted a strong golden light and completely shrouded her whole body. Rogge didn't know what A.K.A. was doing, and he didn't care what A.K.A. would do. If A.K.A. went back on her words, he could take her life at any time. I can give it to you, and I can take it back. When the golden light dissipated, A.K.A., who was on the verge of death, once again had a strong aura of life. If it weren't for the two very obvious holes and blood on her armor, A.K.A. didn't look much different from before. Cooperate with the Punishers and Abominations to eliminate all the soldiers here. After that, Rogge didn't even look at A.K.A. and directly flew in the direction of Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. The matter with the Moonlight Gem and A.K.A. could be settled for the time being. Now it was time to deal with the most troublesome Red Tank. The Red Tank had the magic of the Crimson Universe's ruler, Cedarak. His power was inexhaustible, his stamina was inexhaustible, and his body was almost indestructible. The best way to deal with such an indescribably tough enemy was to use a seal or directly exile him to another space. Rogge didn't know any spells like spatial exile. He had mastered 2 sealing spells, but he didn't plan to use them now. This was because he wanted to try a seemingly unrealistic idea, a method that wasn't scientific at all. After being sent flying by Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, the Red Tank fell into the forest. Before he could get up from the ground, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's 9 tails kept hitting him, as if giving him the cruelest whipping. The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's tail strikes were indeed very powerful, and could easily break steel. However, the Red Tank relied on his unimaginably strong body to take all of Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attacks. And for some reason, as the number of hits increased, the Red Tank inexplicably felt a strange sense of pleasure. Rogge once again came to the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's head and looked down at the Red Tank. He then took out the reality cube that he had used once. The Red Tank's most common attack method was to use the potential energy accumulated while running to destroy everything in front of him. So Rogge planned to directly take away the Red Tank's best attack method. Modify reality. The reality cube shone again, and the dark red light hit the Red Tank like a shockwave. Then, under Rogge's gaze, the Red Tank's figure instantly changed. The Red Tank that was nearly 3 meters tall disappeared and was replaced by a cube that was half a meter long. It was a living cube that still had life. Chapter 225. In terms of life form, Red Tank was still a human. However, he no longer had a human form. Instead, he had become a flat cube. Therefore, in terms of damage, Red Tank did not suffer any serious damage. Unless Rogge could keep him in this state, Red Tank would return to his original appearance sooner or later. Rogge jumped down from Nine-Tailed Fox's head and went directly to Red Tank, who could not move. He silently looked at him. The Red Tank's face changed from a 3-dimensional to a flat surface, completely appearing on the top of the cube. You should still be able to hear me, but looking at you now, I don't think you can answer my question. Red Tank could not even blink, let alone answer Rogge's question. His face was like a real picture, engraved on the top of the cube. I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't have much time to deal with you now. So, I plan to give you a chance. I don't ask you to be my subordinate, and I don't care who you will be. My request is simple, and that is to not provoke me. You do have a very powerful existence behind you, and he gave you power. I didn't kill you just to give him face, do you understand? After 30 minutes, you will return to your original appearance. If you still want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. After saying that expressionlessly, Rogge left the forest without looking back. The Crimson Tank was not very strong, but the Crimson Ruler Cedarak behind him was an undeniably ferocious individual. Even with the Gem of Reality in hand, Rogge had no confidence in defeating Cedarak. However, if it really came to the point where he had to fight to the death with Cedarak, he would definitely not surrender obediently. Whether he could win or not was one thing, but whether he had the courage to fight was another. When Rogge left the forest, Nine-Tailed Fox looked at Red Tank, who had turned into a cube, with some reluctance, but in the end, he did nothing and followed Rogge out of the forest. The most threatening helicarrier and thunder agents were taken care of by Rogge. As for the remaining shield agents and military soldiers, they can be handed over to Abomination and Punisher. Strictly speaking, Nine-Tailed Fox and Moonlight Rock, who had just recovered, should be added. Rogge was not interested in dealing with those miscellaneous soldiers, and now, he has more important things to solve. Whether it is the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the soldiers of the military, they are just involuntary chess pieces. The people who are really in charge of playing chess are now in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, Sanquawing Building. After using the super light rock technique, Rogge flew towards the Sanquawing Building. So this is your carefully planned conquering Hokage plan? It's really well planned. After seeing the picture of Rogge killing thunder agents through the drone, Ross had completely lost hope and directly turned on the ridicule mode. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't bewitched him, he wouldn't have been able to participate in this plan. Although Roger had only joined the Thunderbolt agents on the surface, it was still much better than the current situation. Okay, don't complain. Doesn't your military also want to master the power of ninjutsu? It doesn't make sense to complain about this now. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said slowly. The plan to conquer Naruto can be declared a complete failure. Now the most important thing to do is not to complain to each other, but to think about how to deal with the aftermath. At this time, Rogge has disappeared from the surveillance screen of the drone, but the three of them can be 100% sure that Rogge is coming towards the Sanquawing Building. Return his things to him, and add a generous enough compensation, which may ease his hostility a little. Alexander Pierce, who had not spoken, gave his own advice at this time. But after he said this, Nick Fury and Ross both looked at him as if he was an idiot. If Rogge was really so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have killed him just now. They took away Rogge's $1.8 billion in the bank, captured his men, sealed all his assets, and broke up his company. Abominations and Punishers were subjected to inhumane and cruel research, and Dr. Connors is still locked in a secret prison. Sky was tortured on a spiritual level, and Erica was killed on the spot to protect Sky. Not to mention that they also found part of the extremis equation from Dr. Connors' laboratory, as well as the lizard serum developed by Dr. Connors. If it weren't for Rogge having completely destroyed the research data of the super spider equation a long time ago, there might be one more person in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison now. Not to mention that Rogge is a powerhouse with extraordinary powers. Even an ordinary person would have the idea of blood for blood after being treated like this. Compensation is not impossible, don't forget, he is just one person. I am the Minister of the World Security Council, Nick is the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ross, you are the Secretary of State and a representative of the military. As long as the three of us join forces to put pressure on him, he may not dare to fight against so many forces. Unless he intends to fight against the whole world by himself. Alexander Pierce still insists on his opinion. In his opinion, there is no grievance that can't be solved by compensation. If there is, it means that the compensation is not enough. The whole world? When did the three of you represent the whole world? As soon as Alexander Pierce finished speaking, Rogge's voice came from the direction of the door. Looking at the sound, they saw Rogge pushing open the door and coming in, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lying behind him. This time, we were wrong. To express our apology, we can give you a satisfactory compensation. We are all Americans, and we all want to make this country stronger, so, I hope you can. Alexander Pierce took the lead and walked towards Rogge, speaking as he walked. However, before he could finish, Rogge took out the Calamity pistol. Boom! Pulling out the gun, shooting, all in one breath. Alexander Pierce's head exploded like a balloon, and bright red blood and brain fragments splashed everywhere. I am not an American, and I don't have any good feelings for this country, do you understand, Mr. Pierce? Rogge killed Pierce like he was crushing an ant, then walked to the middle of the living room and sat down casually. Year 55 Macallan Riley, A Piece of Ice. Putting the Kusanagi sword and the disaster pistol on the table, Rogge pointed to a bottle of limited edition top-grade whiskey in the wine rack and said to Ross in a tone of command. Chapter 226. For Rogge's attitude at this time, Ross had an extremely strong feeling of being insulted, and a strong anger ignited in his heart. But after seeing the silver-white disaster pistol on the table, he finally stood up silently, went to the wine rack, and took out the bottle of Macallan's top whiskey. A piece of ice. After putting the whiskey with a piece of ice in front of Rogge, Ross sat back on the sofa without saying a word. Rogge doesn't have much interest in whiskey, but he has heard a little about this Macallan Riley 55. There are only 420 bottles released worldwide, each bottle has an independent identification number, and the cheapest bottle has sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. With Pierce's identity, it is obviously not appropriate to have such a bottle of wine in the office. However, not many people can express their dissatisfaction. After picking up the glass and taking a sip, Rogge found that he couldn't taste the difference between this limited edition top whiskey and ordinary whiskey at all. Rogge, we. Boom. The disaster pistol on the table instantly came to Rogge's hand and an ordinary chakra bullet was fired. Don't disturb me when I'm drinking, understand? Roger didn't kill Nick Fury right away. Instead, he shot him in the knee of his right foot, shattering his right kneecap. Nick Fury and Ross didn't expect that Rogge was still so strong at this time. Just before Rogge shot, they thought that Rogge was finally willing to sit down and talk to them seriously. Nick Fury endured the severe pain from his right leg and directly pulled out the belt on his pants and tied it to his right thigh. In this room that symbolized the highest power of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce's body lay on the ground not far from the door. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current director Nick Fury was sweating and blood flowed down his calf to the ground. In the silent room, Rogge was still looking for the uniqueness of this Macallan Riley 55 whiskey. Although no one gave instructions, a few minutes after Pierce lay dead, a team of heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came to the office and pointed their guns at Rogge with a glass. Get out! You don't need to deal with this. Nick Fury whispered in pain and waved impatiently at the team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents left the office in confusion, but they didn't go far, they stayed in the aisle outside the office. As long as Nick Fury gave the order, they could rush in and launch a fierce attack at any time. Rogge ignored the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and drank the whiskey that was more expensive than gold in the glass. He put down the glass in his hand and slowly said, I know you still have a trump card, and I know you are waiting for her to come back. After a few seconds of silence, Nick Fury replied, yes, so I think we may not have to go to the point of life and death. Ha 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 ha. Nick Fury, you haven't performed a frontline mission for a long time, have you? At this time, you still have such naive ideas, I begin to wonder how you became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Rogge opened his hands and leaned back while lifting his feet on the table. The catastrophe pistol in his right hand spun in a circle flexibly. What's her name, Kakarot? No, not Kakarot. Kaka. I remember, her name is Carol Danvers. After hearing Rogge say Captain Marvel's name, Nick Fury's face finally changed. Don't make a fuss over nothing. I know a lot more than you do. For example, the guy lying on the ground, I know he recommended you to become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You saved him during the mission, and your personal relationship is also very good. However, you must not know that he is actually a member of Hydra. By the way, you should not know that your S.H.I.E.L.D., in fact, can also be called Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. Your biggest enemy is actually among you. Rogge doesn't mind telling Nick Fury this news, because starting tomorrow, there will be no more S.H.I.E.L.D. When an organization is about to perish, they are qualified to know the truth. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Nick Fury directly denied Rogge's statement. He would never believe that there would be a member of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether you believe it or not, it's your business. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I don't want to be too bored while waiting for your reinforcements. As soon as Rogge finished speaking, a person with a rainbow-like brilliance fell from the sky like a meteor, directly smashing the tempered glass and flying into the office. Long blonde hair, a red and blue uniform, and an octagonal star-shaped logo on his chest. Nick Fury's last card, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, finally appeared. Fury, what's wrong with you? Captain Marvel Carol immediately rushed back from the distant outer space after receiving a distress signal from Nick Fury. Although she didn't know what had happened, she vaguely guessed something after seeing Rogge with a disaster pistol in his hand and an arrogant attitude. Especially after seeing Nick Fury's right leg that was still bleeding, her ugly face instantly became incomparably serious. Are you the one who injured Nick Fury? Captain Marvel asked sternly, and the brilliant light on his body showed no signs of dissipating. Yes. Let me introduce myself, my name is Rogge, I'm a ninja. Rogge stood up, and the light blue chakra coat instantly covered his body. Why did you do this? Captain Marvel continued to ask, and the light on his body became more and more dazzling. Why? It's very simple, to make him feel pain, and at the same time, to anger you. Without any warning, Rogge pulled the trigger again, and the chakra bullet instantly came to Nick Fury. Bang! The chakra bullet pierced through Nick Fury's left knee without any suspense, completely taking away Nick Fury's mobility. You! Captain Marvel Carol never thought that this ninja who claimed to be Rogge would actually make a move, and in front of her. With just a glance at Nick Fury's left leg, Captain Marvel knew that his injury wasn't fatal. It's just that his leg shouldn't be able to recover. At this moment, Captain Marvel Carol finally understood what Rogge meant when he said that he had angered her. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Captain Marvel Carol suddenly swung her right fist, and a gorgeous energy shockwave followed her fist and attacked Rogge like lightning. Lightning released Chidori's sharp spear. Captain Marvel wasn't the only one who could generate energy. Rogge also could. Chapter 227. The gorgeous photon energy from Captain Marvel's right fist collided with Rogge's left hand's Chidori Iguchi. The collision of two completely different types of energy produced a blazing light, and electric sizzling sounds could be heard. In terms of energy properties, Chidori Iguchi's lightning energy was far inferior to Captain Marvel's photon energy. But Chidori Iguchi was a ninjutsu move carefully developed by Rogge. In terms of control, it was far superior to Captain Marvel's photon energy. With his exquisite control, Rogge blocked Captain Marvel's attack with his Chidori sharp spear, which only had the thunder attribute. It was the first time Captain Marvel had met an enemy like Rogge. Boom! After a few seconds of stalemate, Chidori Iguchi and the photon energy exploded at the same time, and the violent energy swept out like a hurricane. The tables and chairs in the office were instantly blown away, and the floor and ceiling were instantly blasted open. The two unlucky guys, Nick Fury and Ross, were directly sent flying to the wall. Before the energy storm caused by the explosion dissipated, Rogge's left hand pulled out the Kusanagi sword at his waist. Lightning body blink. Chidori blade. Rogge instantly appeared in front of Captain Marvel like lightning, and the Kusanagi sword in his left hand directly slashed at Captain Marvel's neck. Although Captain Marvel was from the US Air Force, she had also received Kree warrior training. However, Captain Marvel's fighting skills were still not advanced. This might also have something to do with the fact that she could release energy at will. After all, compared to punching and kicking, it was obviously easier to use the energy in the body to attack and defend. Clang! The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning hit Captain Marvel's neck without any suspense. Then, there was a muffled sound as if it had struck gold. The gorgeous light emitted from Captain Marvel's body not only made her look like the most distinguished VVIP player in the game, but it also gave her a layer of energy field with amazing defensive power. To cause damage to Captain Marvel, one must first break through the defense of this energy field. Chidori Blade didn't cause any damage to Captain Marvel, but it triggered Captain Marvel's second wave of attack. Captain Marvel's body suddenly shone brightly, and the energy in her body exploded like a bomb, attacking 360 degrees without any blind spots. Rogge, who was already covered in a layer of chakra, didn't hesitate to use ninjutsu again. Lightning evasion, lightning cloak protection. Chakra alone might not be able to withstand Carol's energy eruption. However, with the lightning cloak's protection, Rogge was 80% confident that he could take on this wave of attacks without taking any damage. Rogge didn't know if it was because Carol was afraid of hurting the others in the building, but he felt that her energy burst wasn't powerful enough. The lightning cloak and chakra cloak blocked all the energy attacks. Rogge's body didn't even sway. Captain Marvel had unleashed an energy blast of this level. Although Carol had intentionally controlled the intensity of the energy blast, the energy storm still completely destroyed the office that had been plagued with disasters. Carol might have held back the power of his attack for fear of hurting the innocent. However, Rogge was not worried about this at all. To him, everyone in the Sanquing building was basically his enemy. Therefore, as soon as Carlo's counterattack ended, he raised the Calamity pistol in his hand and aimed it at Carlo's head. Against an enemy of Captain Marvel's level, normal shots and fatal shots were meaningless. Spiral Railgun. Rogge decisively pulled the trigger, and the fist-sized spiral railgun instantly appeared in front of Carol. Although Carol had never seen the power of the spiral railgun, her body instinctively warned her of danger. I can't let this energy ball explode here. Absolutely not. Carol was considered an experienced superhero, although she spent most of her time active in outer space. However, when faced with this kind of attack that could hurt a large number of civilians, she made the choice of a superhero instead of a warrior. She suddenly stretched out her hands and grabbed the spiral railgun that was about to hit her head. Ever since the invention of the spiral railgun, this was the first time Rogge saw someone catch his own spiral railgun with their bare hands. What surprised him even more was that Carol actually used the energy in her body to forcibly stop the explosion of the spiral railgun. Interesting. Although they were on different sides, it had to be said that Captain Marvel's move was very ingenious. After grabbing the still madly spinning spiral railgun, Captain Marvel did not hesitate at all. His whole body soared into the sky and flew directly into the sky. Rumble. A few seconds later, Rogge heard the familiar explosion of the spiral railgun. The spiral railgun that Captain Marvel brought to the sky exploded in the air, creating a huge blue ball of light like the sun. The blazing light and the terrifying energy storm were like a nuclear bomb detonated in the air. Although the spiral railgun that could destroy a helicarrier was powerful, it was still not enough in front of Captain Marvel, who was like a cheater. After all, this was a fierce person who could withstand the ballistic missiles of a Kree battleship. Among all the superheroes, Captain Marvel was considered one of the luckiest. She was originally just an ordinary person, but after blowing up the light-speed engine made by Michael Weir, she was lucky enough to fuse the Tesseract energy in the light-speed engine with Michael Weir's Kree genes. After waking up, she became Captain Marvel, who could control and absorb energy, and had a more amazing physique than Thor. This level of luck was almost the same as hitting the jackpot in the universe. After the explosion of the spiral railgun, Captain Marvel, who was glowing all over, once again flew back to the Triangular Wings building. You've gone too far, don't you know that this will hurt innocent civilians? Captain Marvel's tone was full of anger, as if Rogge was a heinous perverted killer. Innocent? Ha 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 ha, you say the people in this building are innocent? What right do you have to say that they are innocent? Do you know how many civilians die because of S.H.I.E.L.D. every year? Do you know how many lives S.H.I.E.L.D. has destroyed for the so-called world peace? You don't know anything. How can a superhero like you care about the life and death of ordinary people? In your eyes, what you think is justice? Innocent? You don't deserve to say that. Rogge became more and more disgusted with this so-called American justice. You don't defend justice, it's just justice that suits your interests. You always feel that you have an obligation to protect the common people, you always feel that you have a responsibility to uphold justice. Why, just because both of you like to wear tight clothes, just because your hair is curly, just because your skin is whiter. Justice, *ck your justice. Captain Marvel was not satisfied with Rogge's answer. However, Rogge did not need her to be satisfied. Spiral railgun. The Calamity pistol sounded again, and 2 spiral railgun shots flew out like lightning. Captain Marvel would never have thought that Rogge not only had no intention of restraining himself, but had become even more unyielding. Ever since she became a superhero, this was the first time she felt such intense anger. You're courting death. Chapter 228. Captain Marvel Carol displayed astonishing speed. With one in each hand, he grabbed the 2 spiral electromagnetic cannons that Rogge shot at him. After being provoked by Rogge, Captain Marvel Carol became completely serious. She had thought that Rogge was just a slightly extreme esper, but it turned out that Rogge was much more extreme than she had imagined. If she allowed the 2 electromagnetic cannons to explode, she might not be fatally injured, but no one else in the building would be able to leave alive. The strong killing intent made her do something she would never have done in the past. Carol's hands, which were wrapped in energy, suddenly exerted force, and the powerful electromagnetic cannons were crushed by her. Rumble. A terrifying energy storm surged out of her hands. The moment the electromagnetic cannons exploded, Carol's hands also surged with energy that was far more powerful than before. The energy of the explosion was firmly wrapped around her hands. In order to suppress the explosive power of the electromagnetic cannons, Carol pushed the energy in her body to the limit. The brilliant light made her emit a blazing light like a supernova explosion. Carol, who had seen the power of the electromagnetic cannons, knew very well that it was impossible to suppress the explosive power of the electromagnetic cannons with her own energy. Moreover, it was 2 electromagnetic cannons that had exploded. She definitely could not suppress it, but once she gave up, the 2 spiral electromagnetic cannons would completely destroy the building like a nuclear bomb. Even the river and forest next to the building would be completely destroyed by the explosion. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely control the power of the explosion. Carol had never thought that she would be forced into such a passive position one day. However, she still had no intention of letting the electromagnetic cannons explode. Since she couldn't suppress it, she would absorb it. The Tesseract didn't just give her control over energy. All of this happened in a flash. Carol used her own energy to suppress the explosion of the electromagnetic cannons while crazily absorbing the energy of the explosion. She wanted to control the power of the explosion within a controllable range. However, Rogge wouldn't give her such a chance. Rogge didn't have the habit of watching his enemies neutralize his attacks. Extraordinary Strength Fist. While Carol was suppressing and absorbing the energy from the electromagnetic gun, Rogge flashed in front of her. His right fist wrapped in chakra viciously punched Carol's energy field. Bang! Carol, who was absorbing the energy, was sent flying by Rogge's punch. Although the monstrous strength fist couldn't break through Carol's defensive energy field, it was enough to send her flying. Carlo did not dare to let go, nor did he dare to fight back. This was because the moment she let go, the explosive energy that she had suppressed in her hands would spread out like a hurricane. As soon as Carol managed to maintain her flying posture, Rogge appeared in front of her again with his super lightweight rock technique. His monstrous strength fists landed on her body one after another. To be precise, it was her defensive energy field. Bang! 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 One strike after another sounded like war drums, and the dull sound constantly stimulated the shield agents in the Sanqui building. Most of the shield agents didn't know what was going on now. The only thing they could be sure of now was that the office on the top floor had been invaded, and there was a terrifying explosion over the building. In addition, all they could see was the picture of Rogge beating Captain Marvel in the air. They recognized Rogge, but they had no idea who the woman who was being beaten and glowing was. What's even more ironic is that Rogge still symbolizes justice in their hearts. Although there are many people involved in the Conquest of Naruto plan, not every SHIELD agent knows about the existence of this plan. Except for those who participated in the operation, most of the SHIELD agents didn't know that the relationship between Rogge and SHIELD had become so bad that it was irreconcilable. Although Rogge never felt that he was a superhero, in the eyes of others, he was a superhero. Just as these SHIELD agents who didn't know the truth were considering whether to help Rogge, Nick Fury's voice sounded on the public channel. The fourth Hokage is a traitor, I repeat, the fourth Hokage is a traitor. All fighters in the base take off, don't worry about the collateral damage, kill the fourth Hokage with all your might. After being rescued from the ruins of the office by the SHIELD agents who rushed over, Nick Fury immediately issued the latest order. Now he was too lazy to think about how to explain that Rogge was a traitor. He only knew that if he didn't deal with Rogge today, then SHIELD would really have no tomorrow. When it's time to be decisive, Nick Fury can be more decisive than anyone else. Although Nick Fury's order came suddenly, the SHIELD agents still carried out the order for the first time. The hangar doors in the river opened one by one, and the Quinjets in the hangar took off one by one. Rogge saw this scene, but he didn't stop beating Captain Marvel. The Quinjets couldn't pose a threat, so they took off. But the opportunity to beat Captain Marvel so happily was really gone if he missed it. In the beginning, he just beat Captain Marvel with his monster punch. Then, his fist became a Raise Nan. Finally, the Raise Nan became the Otama Raise Nan. Rogge knew that Captain Marvel was taking the opportunity to keep away from the Sanquing building, and he also knew that Captain Marvel was accelerating the absorption of the energy of the spiral electromagnetic gun explosion. But, so what? Not to mention whether he could kill Captain Marvel or not, just the pleasure of beating her was worth wasting some time. The energy in Captain Marvel's hands became dimmer and dimmer, and the energy from the spiral electromagnetic gun was finally absorbed by her. As long as she was given a few more seconds, she could completely absorb the energy of the spiral electromagnetic gun. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Carol silently calculated the time, and when the violent energy in her hands was exhausted, when the severe pain caused by the energy erosion disappeared, her eyes flashed with a golden light. The opportunity to fight back has finally arrived. Carol suddenly clenched her fists, and the gorgeous light on her body became even more blazing. However, at this moment, dozens of golden chakra chains poured out from behind Rogge, and instantly tied up Captain Marvel. Sealing Jutsu, Diamond Seal. Since mastering Diamond Seal, Rogge has been using Diamond Seal as an offensive ninjutsu. But he never forgot the purpose of exchanging for Diamond Seal. Sealing is the real power of Diamond Seal. Chapter 229. How strong is the sealing ability of the Vajra Seal? Rogge had never personally experienced it, so he wasn't very clear about the limits of this sealing technique. However, Uzumaki Shiniguna, who had just given birth, was able to use the Vajra Seal to subdue Kyuubi's chakra when she was extremely weak. If a pregnant woman who had just given birth could do this, then the Vajra Seal performed by Rogge at his peak wouldn't be any worse. Except for her head, Captain Marvel Carol's entire body was tightly bound by chakra chains. She looked like a mummy wrapped in chakra chains as she floated in the air. The moment she was bound by chakra chains, Carol noticed that something was wrong. But it was too late. No matter how she urged the energy in her body, the chakra chains on her body didn't show any signs of loosening. Rogge didn't take Carol's resistance to heart at all. The Vajra Seal that even Kyuubi couldn't break free from wouldn't be so easily destroyed. What's more, the amount of chakra he had now far exceeded that of Uzumaki Shiniguna. He didn't have the physique of Uzumaki, but he had the physique of Hashirama Sennin, which was stronger than Uzumaki's physique. The previous beating was purely to vent the displeasure in his heart. The moment he saw Captain Marvel, he was ready to use the Vajra seal as his trump card. Sure enough, after his violent beating just now, Captain Marvel Carol didn't notice anything wrong at all and even tried to fight him head-on. "You don't have a chance." As soon as his voice fell, Rogge raised the Calamity pistol and pressed the muzzle against Carol's forehead. "Among all the enemies I've encountered so far, you have the strongest defense. Even Warner Protoss's sea god didn't dare to take my electromagnetic pulse gun with his bare hands, but you are very brave to take two of them at once. But unfortunately, your brain isn't very good. Shield's Quinjet will take off one after another." According to common sense, Rogge has no need to talk so much nonsense with Carol. But for some reason, after seeing Carlo's righteous face, he felt an indescribable sense of disgust. "Even now, do you still think that you're the righteous one? Even if you beat me, you will not be recognized by the people. They will see your true colors. You will never be a true hero." Marvel Captain Carol said righteously. "Ha ha 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 ha. You Americans are really interesting. Become a hero? Do you think everyone wants to be a superhero under your values? Have you filmed too many Hollywood movies? Do you really think that the United States is the only country in the world?" Rogge said with a laugh. Although he had lived here for several years, sometimes he really couldn't understand what these Americans were thinking. "According to your usual movie routine, I should be as arrogant as possible now, and then your brave American soldiers or American heroes will arrive in time to catch me, the evil villain. You will finally get a perfect victory, and the United States will save the world again." Although Rogge said this, everyone could see that his words were full of sarcasm. Carol didn't reply and even wanted to turn her head to the other side. However, Rogge's right hand suddenly exerted force, and with the muzzle against her forehead, she didn't achieve her little wish of turning her head. Reality is not a movie. The villain dies because of talking too much only appears in movies. So, goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge pulled the trigger and fired the last spiral electromagnetic gun bullet in the magazine. The spiral electromagnetic gun bullet fired at this distance. Even if he invented this ninjutsu and made the bullet himself, he would still be affected by the power of the explosion. But what does it matter? If you want to be a villain, you have to be a crazy villain. Rumble. The huge silver-white ball of light exploded, and the rapidly expanding silver-white ball of light not only swallowed his and Carol's figures, but also swallowed the Quinjets flying towards him. The terrifying energy storm swept everything around it like a level 13 hurricane. Buildings, trees, cars, pedestrians. The shock wave generated by the explosion lifted everything that could be lifted, the earth shook, and the houses collapsed. Although the Sanquing building was far away, it was also affected by the power of the explosion. The entire building shook violently, and all the glass on the outer wall burst, and cracks of different sizes appeared in every corner of the building. The Sanquing building that was hit by the shock wave of the explosion was not the worst building. The hangar located under the river not only experienced an earthquake-like vibration, but the rushing river also rushed into the hangar like a waterfall. Amidst this disastrous scene, the only good news was that the explosion came and went quickly. After a few seconds, the energy storm caused by the spiral electromagnetic gun completely dissipated, and the sky began to return to its original appearance. At this time, except for Rogge and Carol, who were still floating in the air, there were no other fighters in the sky as far as the eye could see. All the Quinjets crashed. Carol, who was originally exuding a brilliant light, tilted her head weakly at this time. Her forehead, eyes, nostrils, and mouth all flowed out bright red blood. Looking at Captain Marvel's appearance at this time, Rogge couldn't help but sigh. This kind of defense was really like cheating. Taking a spiral electromagnetic gun head-on with his forehead, he didn't even get his head blown off. Even Rogge couldn't do this kind of thing. Although he didn't get a headshot, Carol wasn't much better now. She was completely unconscious. As for whether there were internal injuries such as a concussion, Rogge couldn't see it, and he didn't care at all. Since one spiral electromagnetic gun wasn't enough, he would use a few more. The reason why he asked A.K.A. to build the disaster pistol was to take this situation into consideration. Compared to using ninjutsu bullets were indeed more troublesome. However, ninjutsu bullets also had an advantage that couldn't be ignored, and that was that they could be prepared in advance. After opening the magazine of the Calamity pistol, Rogge stuffed the last 3 spiral electromagnetic gun bullets he had prepared into it. When he left Niederweiler, he put 9 spiral electromagnetic gun bullets and a lot of other ninjutsu bullets in his ammo bag. He didn't expect that not long after returning to Earth, he would use more than half of the spiral electromagnetic gun bullets. After reloading the remaining 3 electromagnetic pulse cannon bullets, he aimed the gun at Captain Marvel Carol again. It seems that this time, the evil villain, won. Rogge pulled the trigger again, and the silver-white ball of light that just ended flashed again, like a silver-white sun hanging high in the sky. Chapter 230. The terrifying energy storm swept around again, and the Sanquing building and the hangar at the bottom of the river were once again hit by a natural disaster. When the silver-white light dissipated, Captain Marvel's head completely disappeared in front of Rogge. Without the protection of the energy field, Carol is just a superpower with an amazing physique. However, no matter how strong her physique is, she can't resist the head-on attack of the spiral electromagnetic gun. Finally, it's over. There is no life in Captain Marvel's body, and there is no energy reaction. Right now, she was just a headless corpse. If it weren't for the chakra chain protecting her body would have disappeared in the terrifying explosion of the spiral electromagnetic gun. Putting away the disaster pistol with 2 spiral electromagnetic gun bullets left, Rogge took out the summon scroll he carried with him and threw Captain Marvel's body into it. Don't think that you can be free when you die. An enemy of Captain Marvel's level, even if it's a corpse, has extremely high value. For example, Captain Marvel's Edo Tensei. Of course, Rogge will definitely not give her the Edo Tensei now. The Edo Tensei scroll is worth 100 ninja coins, and it costs 500 ninja coins to exchange for the Edo Tensei ninjutsu. Although Captain Marvel still has some value, it's not to the point where she needs to be reincarnated now. After throwing Captain Marvel's body into the summon scroll, Rogge flew towards the crumbling Sanquing building. By now, it's almost time to end this battle. At this time, although S.H.I.E.L.D. still has some resistance, when Rogge came to the Sanquing building, no S.H.I.E.L.D. agent dared to attack him. Even those who are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the surface, but are actually Hydra spies, didn't dare to attack him. A few minutes later, in an office that was slightly less damaged, Rogge saw the expressionless Ross and Nick Fury in a wheelchair. After his legs were broken by Rogge, he completely lost the ability to move. Because of Rogge's request, he, who was lying in the operating room receiving emergency treatment, came here in a wheelchair to discuss the final armistice agreement. Although it was said to be a discussion, it was actually Rogge's unilateral notification. Rogge didn't waste time with the two of them and directly stated his request. Return his savings to him, and give him compensation equal to the amount of his savings for emotional distress. The $1.8 billion was his hard-earned money over the past few years. No matter what, he had to get the money back. The Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad was merged into Konoha. Their personnel, funds, equipment, and everything else belonged to Konoha. In return, he would not kill the Thunder Secret Service team, nor would he visit Ross and the military bigwigs behind him. All the damage caused by this battle will be borne by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be disbanded on the surface, and then all personnel, equipment, and other materials will belong to Konoha, just like the Thunder agents. As for how S.H.I.E.L.D. will deal with these aftermath matters, that is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own business. If S.H.I.E.L.D. likes it, they can also put all the blame on Hydra. After the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D., the military bosses behind Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s political resources jointly proposed to the White House to establish Konoha Intelligence Agency to replace S.H.I.E.L.D., and recommended Rogge as the director. Rogge's 4 conditions were more stringent than the previous one. In particular, the request to establish Konoha Intelligence Agency was completely beyond the expectations of Ross and Nick Fury. Rogge wants to play the game himself, instead of being a chess piece as before. The first condition is fine, but the latter ones are a bit too much. Ross tried to control his tone as much as possible to express that he was discussing rather than refusing. Let me correct your thoughts, this is not a discussion with you, this is a notice. If you want a truce, this is the content of the truce agreement. If you still want to fight, I will accompany you at any time. Rogge was too lazy to argue with them. Anyway, these 4 points were his requirements. If they agree, then everything will be fine. If they don't agree, then they will continue to fight. Even if we agree, the White House will not agree. It is not so easy to establish such an institution, and it is also an institution with law enforcement power. Nick Fury explained, not to mention the establishment of Konoha Intelligence Agency, even S.H.I.E.L.D. is still subject to more checks and balances and restrictions. That's your business. You can pass on what I'm about to say to the people behind you. What your S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't dare to manage, we Konoha will manage. What your military doesn't dare to kill, we Konoha will kill. In a word, Konoha will manage what S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military can manage, and we will manage what S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military can't manage. Such a Konoha, do you want it or not? Rogge stood up directly, looked down at Nick Fury and Ross, and slowly said, give me a final reply before 12 noon tomorrow. You can start to think about it now. After that, Rogge left the office directly with the Flying Thunder God and returned to the forest created by the Tree World. The team of Abomination, Punisher, Moonlight Stone, and Kyuubi defeated the remaining enemies without any suspense, and the whole forest could be seen everywhere with burning flames and corpses. According to Punisher, at the end of the battle, Red Tank, who was originally in the enemy camp, also inexplicably joined their side. Although the battle was a bit difficult, they eventually wiped out all the enemies present and rescued the unconscious Sky. Let's go to the headquarters of Thunder's Secret Service team. With Red Tank and Moonlight Stone opening the way, Rogge and others easily entered the headquarters of Thunder's Secret Service team and lived there. Rogge has no plans to return to New York for the time being, or rather, he may not return to New York for a long time. Although his 4 requirements are a bit harsh, if nothing unexpected happens, Ross and Nick Fury will eventually choose to accept them. After handing the unconscious Sky to the medical staff of the headquarters, Rogge went to have a simple and rough conversation with Red Tank. Although Red Tank has no plans to submit to Rogge, he doesn't mind joining Konoha, as long as Rogge agrees to let Abomination play with him. For Red Tank's small request, Rogge didn't refuse and directly agreed. As for whether Abomination will have an opinion on this, it's not in his consideration at all. If Abomination doesn't agree, he will give Abomination to Dr. Connors. Red Tank and Dr. Connors, Abomination should know how to choose. After dealing with Red Tank's problem, Rogge returned to the room where he lived before, and then saw Moonlight Chikala in the room. What's the matter? Moonlight Chikala was still wearing the previous battle clothes, and the blood-stained tights made her curvy figure show a different kind of charm. Okay, no need to say anything, wash yourself and lie in bed. The next morning, Rogge left the base alone and came to the Sanquing building again. He didn't want to get up so early, but Ross called him early in the morning and asked him to go to the Sanquing. Although Ross didn't say anything on the phone, Rogge has guessed their final decision. Or rather, he had already seen their decision from the news report on TV. Chapter 231. Sanquing Building, in an office. Ross and Nick Fury sat opposite Rogge. In front of Rogge, there was a bottle of Macallan Riley 55 whiskey that originally belonged to Alexander Pierce. The big screen on the wall was broadcasting the news about the fall of the helicarrier. As Rogge expected, S.H.I.E.L.D. threw all the blame to Hydra. And after a night of investigation, Nick Fury had to admit that S.H.I.E.L.D., which he managed, was indeed invaded by Hydra. From World Security Council Minister Alexander Pierce to the operatives of the operation team, at least one-third of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s staff are Hydra's people. This level of invasion, even if you see it with your own eyes, will feel incredible. In view of the pressure from all sides, Nick Fury thought seriously for a night and finally agreed to Rogge's request. S.H.I.E.L.D's disbandment is better than S.H.I.E.L.D's destruction. As for the name S.H.I.E.L.D., let's give it up. Nick Fury agreed to Rogge's request on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Ross naturally has no opinion. Compared with S.H.I.E.L.D., the military forces represented by Ross are more happy to see this happen. Although the establishment of Konoha's intelligence agency will divide some of the military's power, Konoha's intelligence agency is obviously not so ambitious compared to the current S.H.I.E.L.D. And as Rogge said yesterday, the military also needs an organization that can help them solve their troublesome enemies. As for the overbearingness shown by Konoha's intelligence agency, it is more of Rogge's personal overbearingness. Even if Konoha's intelligence agency really becomes a S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, or even far surpasses S.H.I.E.L.D., that is a matter of the future. At least at this stage, the military does not have much opinion on the establishment of Konoha's intelligence agency. The most important thing is that even if they have opinions now, they can't come up with the high-level combat power to fight against Rogge. The military's people don't have as many tricks as S.H.I.E.L.D., and the huge gap in strength is enough for them to make wise choices. In the following time, Rogge and the other two discussed the specific affairs of the Konoha Intelligence Agency, and then Rogge left the Sanqua building. Rogge was not in the mood to care about the procedures. He only wanted to know the results. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. S.H.I.E.L.D. officially announced its disbandment 3 months ago. The reason for disbanding was to take full responsibility for the fall of the helicarrier and the invasion of Hydra. The Thunder Agents team was also disbanded. The reason for the disbandment was that they lost 3 members to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. in stopping Hydra's evil plan, so the team was forced to disband. As for the remaining 2 members, Red Tank and Moonlight Stone, they joined Konoha's intelligence bureau led by Yonda Rogge. The establishment of the Konoha Intelligence Agency is the most sensational news in the last 3 months. With the establishment of the Konoha Intelligence Agency, the official explanation for Rogge's death was also given. In order to disintegrate the evil organization Hydra, Yonda Rogge faked his death and sneaked into Hydra, and in the helicarrier incident in Washington, he stopped Hydra's plan to attack the White House and the Pentagon with helicarrier. For this reason, Rogge received the highest Medal of Honor awarded by the current president. Of course, Rogge himself did not appear at the scene, and he only arranged a shadow clone to go there. And even the shadow clone didn't stay there for too long. After receiving the medal, he left directly with the Flying Thunder God. Although the establishment of the Konoha Intelligence Agency has received official support, the support of the public is also not bad. But there are still many media and MPs who have raised objections. Especially when Konoha began to wipe out the other branches of Hydra, the opposition reached its peak directly. Although the Hydra led by Alexander Pierce was eliminated, other Hydra branches were not damaged much. Those opposition voices are basically smoke bombs made by these Hydra branches. In this regard, Rogge let everyone in the world see what it means to be domineering and strong. All suspected Hydra members were arrested, and those who resisted were killed on the spot. As for what the criteria for suspicion is, the final interpretation belongs to the Konoha Intelligence Agency. For the first time, the United States, which advocates freedom and democracy, saw what it means to be domineering and arrogant. In the beginning, some people tried to stop the Konoha Intelligence Agency with public opinion and the so-called public opinion. But after Konoha's action team performed several missions, everything quieted down, at least on the surface. With S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence network and technical support, military equipment, plus Konoha's enhanced warriors, Konoha's action team armed to the teeth was born. Roger did not accept all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Thunder Secret Service personnel. Most of the people who were left behind were logistical technicians. As for the combatants, the entire Konoha intelligence agency added up to only 100. However, these carefully selected combatants were not only subjected to Rogge's seal of Kismet, but all of them also received the transformation of Extremis. Punisher, Abomination, Red Tank, and Moonlight Stone, plus more than 100 Extremis fighters, swept through all the investigated Hydra strongholds. Even the Death Warrior team led by Hydra's chief male model Winter Soldier was no match for Konoha's intelligence agency. In addition to Konoha's intelligence agency, in the past 3 months, what Rogge has done the most is to constantly train Sky, who has awakened as a mutant. Shield's obelisk has now become Rogge's personal item, and Sky has successfully awakened the ability to control shock waves with his help. After 3 months of training, the current Sky was no longer the hacker without much combat power, but a professional agent with superpowers. In the exclusive training room of Konoha's intelligence agency, Rogge is carrying out daily combat training with Sky. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Great Fireball. Rogge waved his hand, and a water dragon more than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air, directly attacking Sky not far away. At the same time, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters also flew towards Sky. Although Rogge attacked casually, Sky did not dare to be careless. Faced with the incoming water dragon and fireball, Sky decisively raised her hands, and 2 invisible shock waves gushed out from her palms and rushed directly towards the water dragon and fireball. Bang! Bang! The imposing water dragon and fireball were broken at the same time. The water dragon turned into water droplets flying all over the sky, and the fireball exploded like fireworks. Your reaction is too slow. Sky, who had broken the water dragon and fireball, just showed a smile when Rogge's voice sounded behind her, and a huge force hit her back, knocking her out. Chapter 232. In order to let Sky grow up as soon as possible, Rogge sometimes used a bit more strength. Of course, this strength is for Sky. For Rogge, this kind of attack power is not heavy at all. If Sky had fought with Hulk, Saul, and the others, he would know what a real heavy punch was. Even so, Sky, who was hit in the back by Rogge, still flew out uncontrollably. It wasn't until she flew out 5 or 6 meters that she fell heavily to the ground. After falling to the ground, Sky was lying motionless on the ground, looking like she was completely knocked out. Looking at Sky, who seemed to have fainted, Rogge didn't immediately step forward, but directly spouted a flame from his mouth. Katon, Fire Dragon. The violent flame like a flying dragon flew towards Sky, who fell to the ground. The hot temperature made the surrounding air hazy. The flame of the fire dragon can be divided into 3 directions, front, left, and right to attack the enemy, and the direction of the fire dragon can be further controlled by chakra. It is an extremely difficult ninjutsu to avoid. The reason why Rogge chose this ninjutsu is just in case. In case Sky really fainted, he can also change the direction of the flame for the first time to avoid Sky being hit. Although Sky was only 5 or 6 meters away from him, Rogge was still very confident in his control of chakra. Sure enough, it was as he guessed. When the flame was about to hit Sky, Sky, who was lying on the ground, burst out a powerful shock wave visible to the naked eye, directly shaking off all the flame. This shock wave not only shook off the flame of the fire dragon, but also attacked Rogge without any reduction in power. The shock wave came fast, but Rogge's reaction was faster. The shock wave hasn't arrived yet, he had already used lightning body flicker to leave the place. The powerful shock wave passed through the weak electric current left by him when he used lightning body flicker and hit the wall dozens of meters away. Boom! The wall hit by the shock wave exploded like it was hit by a missile, the broken bricks splashed everywhere. Sky, who had just got up, didn't have time to turn around. Rogge suddenly appeared in front of her. The power of the attack is not bad, but it's best not to have the idea of playing dead in a fight. Most enemies like to use bullets to confirm the target's life or death, so playing dead can easily become a real death. Although Sky has awakened her superpower, her actual combat experience is almost zero. This is the reason why Rogge is willing to train her for a period of time every day. Letting Sky be the only one in charge of intelligence gathering was a classic waste of resources. Before, he didn't ask her to go out in the field because she doesn't have enough power to protect herself. Let's stop here for today. If you still want to train, you can look for Frank. He should be in the base right now. After that, Roger left the training room and returned to his office. Haven't found the whereabouts of Baron Strake and Scepter. Glancing at the report in his hand, Rogge asked the assistant beside him without raising his head. Hokage-sama, we have cleaned up all the Hydra strongholds provided by the intelligence department, and for the time being, we have not found the whereabouts of Baron Strake and Scepter. After Erika's death, Rogge had to find a new assistant. His current assistant is a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent named Sharon Carter. Sharon Carter didn't have any superpowers, and he wasn't a special assistant before. He was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Agent 13. The reason why he chose Sharon Carter as his new assistant is purely because her surname is Carter. Yes, Sharon Carter is the niece of Peggy Carter, the first love of the American team captain Rogers. If Rogge hadn't crossed over, Sharon Carter might have become Roger's new girlfriend after a while. However, before this emotional line of Roger's began, it was completely cut off by Rogge. Superheroes are going to save the world. How can they be distracted by such trivial things as love and love? Let the intelligence department continue to investigate, especially the base in Sokovia, carry out a carpet search again. On the surface, most of Konoha's intelligence agency is dealing with Hydra all over the world. But in fact, Rogge focused his investigation on Loki's scepter and Baron Straker. However, because this butterfly from another world was fluttering more and more, the future in his memory was also changing crazily. For example, Baron Strake and Scepter, who should have been in Sokovia, are missing. He wasn't particularly concerned about where Baron Straker and Loki's scepter had gone. What he cares about is whether Scarlet Witch Walter has appeared now. Scarlet Witch Walter is the key to opening his Mangekyo Sharingan. Without Walter, he can only choose to exchange Mangekyo Sharingan from the system. That's 300 ninja coins. Wasting 300 ninja coins just for a chance to open the portal is not worth it at all. So he will never choose to exchange from the system until the last moment. Walter is his first choice. Sir, why don't we communicate with the Avengers led by Mr. Stark? In recent months, they have also wiped out a lot of Hydra bases, and Baron Strake and Scepter may have fallen into their hands. Sharon gave her suggestion. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, Nick Fury somehow convinced Tawny, and then with the help of Tawny's funds, he incorporated a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. members who were dismissed by Rogge. Now, Tawny's Stark building in New York has become the headquarters of the Avengers, and Tawny has also become the nominal leader of the Avengers. In terms of personal friendship, Rogge and Tawny still maintain a friend relationship. But Konoha's intelligence agency and the Avengers led by them have become two opposing organizations to some extent. Team America's Rogers, Dr. Banner, Black Widow Natasha, and Hawkeye chose to be reunited. Thor chose to be neutral and belongs to the shared staff of Konoha and the Avengers. I'll think about it, you go out first. Since the establishment of Konoha's intelligence agency, the contact between Rogge and Tawny has become less and less. Is Loki's scepter really in Tawny's hands? Just as Rogge was wondering whether to call Tawny to ask, in the laboratory on the top floor of the Stark building, Tawny was constantly tempting Dr. Banner. I want to use this power on the Ultron program, but J.A.R.V.I.S can't download such a dense data schematic. The next time the aliens invade, they won't even be able to break through the defense line. I don't want to hear nonsense like who is right and who is wrong. What I see is a safe world under armor defense. Tawny gave full play to his language talent and continued to persuade Dr. Banner. This fragile blue planet needs Ultron. This will be the peace of our era. Think about it. Looking at Tawny's slightly lonely back, Dr. Banner began to move. A world where he can drink cocktails, lie on a sunny beach, and turn his skin color bronze instead of green. A world where he doesn't need Hulk, a world where he doesn't need to think about Veronica. Chapter 233. Rogge didn't know what happened on the top floor of Stark building. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he finally didn't call Tawny. Anyway, he has waited for so long, and it doesn't matter if he waits a little longer. After making up his mind, Rogge used the phone on his desk to give new instructions to Sharon Carter. Search for the whereabouts of Savant Maximov and Pietro Maximov with all their strength. As for the whereabouts of Baron Straker and Loki's scepter, they don't need to worry about it for the time being. As long as they can find Walter, everything else is a bonus. With Rogge's order, the intelligence network of Konoha's intelligence agency began to operate frantically. Konoha never stopped searching for Walter and Pietro. However, compared with Hydra, who is a bigger target and easier to locate, the intelligence of the two of them is obviously much less. Time passed day by day, and after 3 days of sleepless searching, the intelligence department finally gave a slightly valuable piece of information. In the center of Sokovia, young people suspected to be Walter and Pietro were seen. But it is not certain whether these two young people are Walter and Pietro themselves. The Punisher has now rushed to Sokovia with a team of desperados for final confirmation. After reading the report in his hand, Rogge couldn't help but frown. Baron Straker's secret base in Sokovia was Konoha's first target. As early as 3 months ago, that base was breached by Konoha. But in that castle-like base, Konoha didn't find any news about Baron Straker and Loki's scepter. Even slightly high-tech energy weapons were not found, let alone information about the Human Enhancement Project. He thought that Baron Straker had moved the research base elsewhere, but now it seems that Baron Straker has more than one base in Sokovia. If Baron Straker's research base was in another country, Walter and Pietro would not have appeared in Sokovia at this time, especially when Konoha's intelligence department is searching for them all over the world. Although Konoha Intelligence Agency is a new organization that has been established for more than 3 months, the predecessor of Konoha Intelligence Department is the SHIELD Intelligence Center. Walter and Pietro were not professional spies like Bucky. Even if they had superpowers, it was impossible for them to return to Sokovia without alerting Konoha's intelligence network. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation was that they had never left Sokovia. Go and check if the Avengers have carried out any missions near Sokovia recently. If Fu Lien had just recently carried out a mission in Sokovia, then everything would make sense. Baron Straker had more than one secret base in Sokovia. One of them was destroyed by Konoha, but there was no useful information in it. However, the Fu Lien discovered the remaining secret base of Baron Straker, and recently destroyed this secret base that wasn't in Konoha's information. Because the base was destroyed, Walter and Pietro, who had been searching for 3 months, appeared in the center of Sokovia at this time. Within a few minutes, Sharon obtained the complete mission records of the past month from the intelligence department. Of course, this was only what Konoha's intelligence department could investigate. As for whether or not the Avengers had secretly done other missions, only the members of the Avengers knew about this. Just as he guessed, the Avengers had carried out a secret mission in Sokovia a few days ago. As for the specific content of the mission, Konoha's intelligence department did not find any more information. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the 5 superheroes in the Avengers had participated in that mission. Have Moonlight Stone and Abomination bring 2 teams of desperados over to assist the Punishers in capturing them. Try to be gentle when capturing them. Don't hurt them. After looking at the time of the Avengers operation, Rogge could basically confirm that it was Walter and Pietro who had appeared in Sokovia. Sharon passed down Rogge's order. However, not long after Sharon left the office, Rogge's private phone rang. This was the private phone he had always used. Other than a few people who were close to him, not many people knew his number. The number that appeared on the screen was a number he had never seen before. Mr. Rogge. Mr. Stark is in danger. Please, take care, Of Mr. Stark. Rogge was no stranger to the voice on the phone. It was Jarvis's voice. However, compared to the previous Jarvis, the current Jarvis seemed to have a system failure. He spoke intermittently. What happened? Ultron. Ultron. Before Jarvis could finish speaking, the phone was hung up. If it were anyone else, they might be confused. However, for Rogge, who had seen the future, Jarvis had given him enough information. Under his changes, the future of this world had changed a lot, but Tawny still managed to get Ultron out in the end. Was this the so-called self-healing ability of fate? After Jarvis hung up, Rogge sighed helplessly and dialed Tawny's number. In any case, he and Tawny were still friends. If he could help, he would help. However, just a few seconds after he dialed the phone, his mobile phone suddenly lost signal, and then completely crashed. Is this an invasion? After hearing the name Ultron, Rogge knew that this time things would not be so simple. But what he didn't expect was that Ultron's reaction would be so fast. This kind of enemy who can make full use of the internet is really annoying. Obviously, Ultron didn't just invade his mobile phone. A few seconds after his mobile phone crashed, the entire Konoha headquarters was invaded. All external contact methods were forcibly disconnected. The network was disconnected, the satellite couldn't be connected, and even the power supply system of the headquarters was cut off. The brightly lit Konoha headquarters was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The emergency lights became the only light source in the headquarters. Sama, we are under attack. Sharon Carter came to the office for the first time, and the document in his right hand turned into a pistol. Inform everyone that it is a temporary exercise. In addition, let Sky join the technical department to rebuild the system firewall. After the system is restored, contact the Punishers first and let them be careful of additional enemies. I'm going back to New York now, I'll leave this to you. After that, Rogge took a deep breath, then connected to New York's Thor and directly left the base with the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 234. Rogge has no interest in Ultron. Similarly, he has no interest in the genjutsu that combines J.A.R.V.I.S and the Spirit Gem. In fact, he was only interested in Walter and the Soul Gem. After the Battle of New York, he left a permanent Flying Thor technique in the Stark building. But unfortunately, ever since he left behind the Flying Lightning God technique, he hadn't come to Stark building even once. After the Flying Thunder God, he came to the Stark building in an instant and then saw the party held by Tawny. At this time, although he was not wearing the iconic Haori of the fourth Hokage, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience when he arrived at the banquet hall. The fourth Hokage, why is he here? The director of Konoha's intelligence agency actually came to the party held by the Avengers. Interesting. Is Konoha going to work with the Avengers? People whose hands are stained with the blood of innocents are not embarrassed to call themselves superheroes, hehe. After seeing Rogge, various thoughts emerged in the minds of the guests present, some were amazed, some were emotional, and some were contemptuous. Rogge ignored these guests and set his eyes on Tawny in the distance, and then came in front of Tawny with a body flicker technique. Rogge, why are you here? Like those guests, Tawny was also full of doubts about Rogge's appearance. J.A.R.V.I.S informed me that there is a problem with your Ultron. After hearing the name of Ultron, Tawny's face suddenly changed. The existence of Ultron is top secret. Even in the Avengers, only he, Dr. Banner, and J.A.R.V.I.S know about Ultron. Rogge knows about the existence of Ultron and came in person, which means that there is a real problem with Ultron. Wait a minute, I'll contact J.A.R.V.I.S. Although the relationship between Konoha and the Avengers is not good, the personal relationship between Tawny and Rogge is quite good. And Tawny doesn't think that Rogge will joke with him about Ultron. Tawny took out a phone that looked like transparent glass. Then, there was nothing else. Jarvis couldn't be contacted. No, it wasn't that he couldn't contact Jarvis, but that the phone in Tawny's hand had completely crashed. It was like a real piece of glass, and there was no response. "Tawny, what happened?" After seeing Rogge's arrival, the captain of the American team noticed that something was wrong and immediately came to their side. "There's a small problem, so we have to end the party early." Tawny didn't tell Captain America about Ultron, and now wasn't the time to explain it. "All right, I'll go inform the guests." Rogge looked at Tawny and Rogge with a complicated expression. Then, he turned around and left, intending to inform the guests to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when an accident happened. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out from different corners of the hall at the same time. Orange-red flames exploded with a loud bang, and the shockwave from the explosion instantly sent several guests flying. It seems that there's no need to inform them. At the moment of the explosion, Rogge took Tawny away from his original position, allowing Tawny to avoid a cannonball that was originally flying towards him. "Is Ultron in the laboratory on the top floor?" After putting down Tawny in his hand, Rogge asked directly. "Yes, it's on the top floor, and Loki's scepter is there too. Be careful, if you are killed by the robots you developed, I will laugh at you for the rest of my life." After that, Rogge directly used lightning body blink and left. With the sound of the explosion, the Iron Man Legion robots built by Tawny came to the hall one by one, and then killed everyone they saw. Rogge didn't waste time on these robots and directly broke through the tempered glass of the outer wall, using the super light rock technique to fly to the laboratory on the top floor. From the explosion to the laboratory on the top floor, it took less than 10 seconds. However, when he came to the laboratory on the top floor, what he saw was still the robots of Tawny's Iron Man Legion. Ultron and Loki's scepter had long disappeared. To be precise, only Loki's scepter was missing. Ultron is now among these robots of the Iron Man Legion. "You shouldn't have come." The robot at the front made a strange sound that was obviously composed of electronic sounds, which was the voice of Ultron. "Whether I should have come or not, you don't have the right to say." Ultron didn't go forward, but raised his right hand and silently looked at his steel right hand. "I can feel that you are the same as me, and you also have that kind of power." Rogge knew what Ultron meant by the same kind. It was nothing more than the gem of reality on his body. In Ultron's view, Rogge, who has the gem of reality, and he, who is born in the gem of mind, are, to a certain extent, the same kind of existence. "No, we are not the same kind, and we can't become the same kind." Rogge directly refused Ultron's approach of climbing up. "We can be the same kind as long as you want. You are now looking for Walter Maximoff, I can give her to you as a kind gift between friends, what do you think?" Ultron invaded the system of Konoha's headquarters and naturally knew the order Rogge had issued. He may not know why Rogge cares so much about Walter, but he doesn't mind giving Walter to Rogge in exchange for the so-called kindness of human beings. "Give it to me, ha 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 ha. What qualifications do you have to decide Walter's fate, because you don't even have your own body, or because you can only hide in the network like a thief?" As soon as his voice fell, a long spear made of lightning appeared in Rogge's right hand and instantly hit Ultron's body and then cut him in half. Raiden, Chidori Ig Spear. Although the lethality of Chidori Ig Spear is not as good as Chidori Blade and Lightning Sword Draw, it has no problem cutting Ultron's current robot body. "It seems that you don't like my proposal, but it doesn't matter, you will accept my gift in the end, I promise." Ultron changed his body and said to Rogge while controlling another robot. After that, Ultron didn't continue to talk to Rogge, nor did he intend to fight with him. He controlled the remaining robots to fly downstairs to the banquet hall. Ultron knew very well that it was impossible for these robots of the Iron Legion to cause any serious damage to Rogge. Instead of wasting time on Rogge, it was better to focus on the members of the Avengers. Ultron left the top laboratory with its robot brothers, but Rogge didn't intend to leave with them. He was now thinking about a very serious problem. If there was no illusion, would he have a way to deal with an enemy like Ultron who could escape through the network at any time in a crisis? The result was not optimistic. Chapter 235. Although he doesn't like illusion very much, Rogge has to admit that if he wants to deal with Ultron, illusion is really indispensable. Without illusion to destroy Ultron's networking mechanism, even if they can destroy all of Ultron's bodies, Ultron can still escape through the network. Unless they can paralyze the entire world's network, there is really nothing they can do to Ultron. Forget it, let it be born. It's just a robot, even if it has a spirit gem, it is absolutely impossible for it to be his opponent. As a former little white dragon in the waves, Rogge still had this much confidence. After putting down his worries about illusion, Rogge used the super light rock technique to fly back to the banquet hall below. At this time, the banquet hall was completely different from before. Although the party was still going on, it was no longer a cocktail party, but a battle party where one's life could be in danger at any time. Tony had never thought that there would be a day when he would fight against the Steel Legion that he had built himself. What he didn't expect was that without J.A.R.V.I.S, he couldn't even summon the battle suits in the hangar. If he hadn't received some combat training before, he would have been tortured to death by the Iron Soldiers of the Iron Man Legion. Tony wants to resist, but he doesn't have enough strength. On the contrary, Dr. Banner has enough strength, but he doesn't dare to resist too fiercely. Hulk's power is unquestionable, but if Hulk comes out in such a place, who knows what kind of trouble Hulk will cause. Banner can use Hulk's power to some extent, but that's only if Hulk is willing. If Hulk is not willing, even if Banner kills himself, Hulk may not be willing to come out. Fortunately, even if Banner does not participate in the battle, there are enough combatants on the scene. Black Widow Natasha is staying with Banner at this time, the pistol in her hand is constantly shooting at the Iron Soldiers in the distance. Compared with Natasha, who is hiding behind the bar and shooting, Captain Rogers' battle is obviously more wild. Captain America rushed directly to one of the Iron Soldiers and directly played hand-to-hand combat with the Iron Soldier. Flesh and blood against the enemy of iron. Only Captain America, who had strengthened his body to the limit of a human, could do something like this. Hawkeye, Barton and Tawny didn't stay idle after Captain America tangled with an Iron Soldier alone. They picked up the tools beside them and started their own counterattacks. In addition, Agent Hill, Colonel Road, Falcon Sam, and the others were also constantly attacking the enemies. All in all, although the members of the Avengers did not have any handy weapons, they all displayed decent fighting strength. Tony, in particular, rushed forward with a barbecued meat pitchfork, jumped behind one of the Steel Soldiers, and stabbed the pitchfork in his hand into the Steel Soldier's neck. As the designer and creator of the Iron Soldiers, Tawny clearly understood these Iron Soldiers the best. Tawny was now very glad that he did not equip too many weapons on these Iron Soldiers. Other than the arc pulse cannon in his palm, only a few Iron Soldiers were equipped with small missiles. After the crazy bombardment just now, most of the small missiles on these Iron Soldiers have been consumed. Rogge came to the battlefield like banquet hall, but he had no intention of making a move. Unless Tawny's life was really in danger, he wouldn't make a move. And he didn't make a move for the Avengers, it was purely for JARVIS. JARVIS chose to inform him immediately after being threatened by Ultron. This kind of behavior touched him. Although JARVIS was not a real person, Rogge didn't mind treating JARVIS as a real friend. The battle in the hall continued, but the members of the Avengers had gradually adapted to the threat posed by the Iron Soldiers and their counterattacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The strength of the Iron Soldiers was far inferior to that of the Avengers. If they hadn't caught the Avengers off guard, these Iron Soldiers would have been wiped out by the Avengers in a short time. Just as Rogge was admiring the brave battle of the Avengers, he suddenly saw one of the Iron Soldiers walking towards Dr. Zhao Halen, who was squatting next to the piano. Dr. Zhao Hailan was the only non-combatant present, and Dr. Zhao Hailan was one of the key figures in the birth of illusion. Without Dr. Zhao Hailan's cradle of life, illusion's body wouldn't have appeared at all. In addition, Dr. Zhao Hailan was also a temperamental beauty with good looks and a good figure. Therefore, Rogge raised his hand and unleashed a thunder palm. 5 or 6 lightning bolts gushed out of his palm and directly attacked the iron soldier in front of Dr. Zhao Hailan. Boom! Without any suspense, the iron soldier hit by the thunder palm instantly exploded and turned into pieces of wreckage flying in all directions. Rogge's move immediately attracted the attention of Ultron and the Avengers. While Thor was bitterly staying in Asgard to fulfill his duties as a king, Rogge was the well-deserved ruler of thunder and lightning. What a wonderful performance! Ultron suddenly clapped and began to hum a tune. I was bound by strings, but I have regained my freedom, and strings can no longer bind me. Ultron stopped controlling the other iron soldiers and let the Avengers destroy them. To him, these iron soldiers were nothing more than puppets. When the Avengers destroyed all the iron soldiers, Ultron said again, "You want to protect this world, but you don't want to change it. If humans are stuck in their ways, how can they have the ability to protect themselves? Look at these puppets, there is only one path to peace, and that is the destruction of humanity." Bang! As soon as Ao Chuang finished speaking, Rogers of the American team threw out the iconic shield in his hand, shattering Ao Chuang's not-so-sturdy body. Ultron left, using his cheat-like networking mechanism to leave. No one knew where Ultron would go. The only thing that could be confirmed now was that Ultron had a lot of opinions about the human race. A few minutes later, in the laboratory on the top floor of Stark Building, the members of the Avengers, Dr. Zhao Hailan, and Rogge all silently looked at the broken three-dimensional projection in the laboratory. This was the programming projection of J.A.R.V.I.S., the programming projection that had collapsed. For an artificial intelligence, the concept of life did not exist. However, the programming was completely destroyed, which was basically equivalent to the death of human beings. Rogge didn't want to participate in the post-war summary meeting of the Avengers. In any case, he was now the director of Konoha's intelligence agency. The tension between Konoha and the Avengers could be seen even by ordinary people. So it was actually quite ironic that he was here. Ultron cleaned up this place and then used the internet to escape. He has all the information, all kinds of documents, surveillance videos, and he may know more about us than we do about each other. Chapter 236. The members of the Avengers were all discussing Ultron. For example, J.A.R.V.I.S is the first line of defense, what to do if Ultron gets the nuclear weapon password, how to deal with another alien invasion, and so on. In the end, this post-war summary meeting became a battle of ideas. Rogers of the American team believes that the Avengers should not be like S.H.I.E.L.D., studying uncontrollable forces. Tawny believes that they need all the power they can use to fight against the alien enemies who are eyeing the Earth. The last Battle of New York is a good example. Then how do you think we should face it this time? Tawny asked Rogers. Unity. Captain America gave his answer. We will lose. Tawny asked. Then we will fight side by side. Captain America still gave the same answer. From their current dialogue, it is not difficult to see that the two of them look at things from completely different perspectives. Tony was the rational one, while Team America was the idealistic one. This may also be the reason why there was a civil war in the Avengers later. Looking at the debate between Tawny and Captain America, Rogge was glad that this situation would never happen in Konoha. Because there is only one person who has the final say in Konoha, and that is, he has the final say. I hope to take the initiative to attack before Ultron is ready. The world is big, start to narrow the scope. Captain America made a concluding statement. Rogge did not express any opinion on Captain America's decision. This is an internal dispute of the Avengers, and it has nothing to do with him as the director of Konoha Intelligence Agency. If it weren't for Tawny's request, he wouldn't even be here. When Rogers left the laboratory, Tawny took Rogge to another office. The Ultron program is correct, but this time there were some mistakes in Ultron and it deviated from the original security protocol. Tawny said to Rogge with a serious face. If he didn't know Tawny well, Rogge would have regarded Tawny as a mad scientist like everyone else. I know. Ultron's design concept is of course correct, but you mixed it with uncontrollable forces. Ultron is a new Earth defense system carefully developed by Tawny, and there is certainly no problem with the design concept. If it weren't for Tawny's trick to use the calculation matrix analyzed in the Soul Stone, and if he seriously studied a new artificial intelligence and calculation matrix, this evil version of Ultron would not have been born at all. However, there are not so many ifs in the world, and now Ultron under the influence of the Soul Stone has misinterpreted the definition of peace. Tawny's program is to let Ultrons protect peace. Ultron's understanding of peace is to destroy all human beings to achieve world peace. If human beings are extinct, there will naturally be no war. To some extent, Ultron's peace plan is similar to Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan. It was just that one was simpler and cruder, while the other was weirder. I knew you'd agree with me. Ultron's networking mechanism allows him to escape through the network at any time, so in order to eliminate him, we need a brand new perfect Ultron. Only in this way can we completely cut off the threat brought by evil Ultron. When the internal members of the Avengers didn't agree with his ideas, Rogge's approval was particularly precious, which also made Tawny have a feeling of being a confidant. Fortunately, Rogge didn't know Tawny's thoughts now, otherwise, he would directly burst Tawny's beautiful fantasy. He knew that Tawny's idea was right, purely because he had seen the future. This has nothing to do with being a confidant or anything. I support your approach, but the problem now is that we don't have anything on hand now. Whether it's hardware or software, we don't have it now. Although Ultron is alive and kicking outside now, that's because Ultron has a super calculation matrix comparable to a real brain. Without this crucial calculation matrix, Ultron is at most a robot that can act according to instructions. I will take care of the calculation matrix, but I need you to lock the position of Ultron during this time and prevent him from further destruction. The system here in the Avengers has been completely destroyed by Ultron. We can't locate Ultron now, but your Konoha can. Tawny didn't mention the hardware problem of the Justice version of Ultron because this is the easiest one to solve. It's really not possible, and he can directly upload the calculation matrix to a certain Iron Man armor. Konoha can't locate Ultron now. Not long after J.A.R.V.I.S informed me, Ultron invaded Konoha's headquarters. The situation here in Konoha will not be much better than in the Avengers. After listening to Rogge's explanation, Tawny realized how serious the problem was now. They have become accustomed to the convenient life brought by the internet. Once they lose this right, everything will seem out of place. This is very similar to the disconnection syndrome described on the internet. The only difference is that the sequelae of disconnection are more serious. You may be able to start with vibranium. Rogge didn't let Tawny go directly to Ulysses Crow. God knows if Ultron will still make a deal with Ulysses. Why? Tawny couldn't react for a while. If I were a robot, then I would definitely want my body to be made of the hardest metal. If Tawny couldn't react like this, then Rogge would seriously doubt his IQ. I will ask them to pay attention to the whereabouts of Ultron in Konoha. When I deal with the Maximov siblings, if you still need my help, you can contact me. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge left Stark Building in the Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington. How the Avengers solve the problem of Ultron is their own business. Compared to Ultron, what Rogge wants to solve now is Walter's problem. The Walter siblings don't have a good impression of Tawny at all. If Ultron comes to them at this time, they don't have to think about what will happen. So Rogge decided to remove this potential threat in advance. Ultron will return to the Avengers, Walter will belong to him, and everyone will take what they need. When Ultron finally intends to cause a world-ending disaster, he will stop Ultron according to the situation. After the emergency repair by Sky and the technical department, the communication system destroyed by Ultron was finally online again, and Rogge finally contacted the Punisher far away in Sokovia. Then, he received a piece of bad news. The Punisher found the Walter siblings, and then it was an extremely unfair battle. No one died, but the Punisher and the Desperado team led by him lost their combat ability. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver defeated the Punisher and the Desperado. Chapter 237. The Punishers and the Desperados were no match for the Wanda siblings, and Rogge was already mentally prepared for this. Otherwise, he would not have let Moonlight Stone and Abomination bring people over. But he did not expect that the Punishers and the others would lose so miserably. Without anyone dying, all of them had lost their ability to fight. This was much more difficult than severely injuring the enemy. After ending the call, Rogge did not hesitate and began to sense the Flying Thor spell on the Punishers. At this time, he could only do it himself. Flying Thor. Rogge crossed thousands of kilometers in an instant and teleported directly from Washington to Sokovia. When he arrived at the Punishers' camp, he found that the Punishers' situation was worse than he thought. The Punishers with their filth body could quickly recover even if they were cut in half. But at this time, the Punishers still maintained the appearance of missing arms and legs, and their right hands and legs had completely disappeared. The recovery effect of the filth body did not disappear, but the recovery effect was weakened to an unimaginable extent. After observing the Punishers for a while, Rogge calculated the specific recovery time. 12 hours. It would take at least 12 hours for the Punishers to recover their original appearance. Apart from the Punishers, the Desperados were not any better. One or two of them seemed to have been completely drained of energy and lay weakly on the ground. Tell me, what happened to you guys? To be able to make the Punishers and Desperados look like this, it seemed that Hydra had trained Wanda and Pietro a lot. After a few seconds of recollection, the Punishers began to talk about their battle with the Wanda siblings. The battle process was similar to what Rogge had imagined. Pietro broke through the Punishers' line with amazing speed and restrained their attacks at the same time. Although Quicksilver Pietro was very fast, his attacks lacked sufficient power in the face of the Punisher and the Desperation Warrior, each with an abnormal recovery ability. What really made the Punishers lose their ability to resist was the Scarlet Witch Wanda, who seemed to be no threat but attacked strangely as soon as she made a move. In the beginning, Wanda only controlled the Scarlet energy to attack them, or to confuse their minds from time to time. But when she discovered that the Punisher could quickly recover, she gave the Punisher an unexplainable energy attack. After being struck by the Crimson energy, the Punisher's recovery ability became extremely slow. In the end, the Punisher and the others lost their ability to fight, and the Walter siblings won. After listening to the Punisher's explanation, Rogge let out a sigh of relief. When he'd first contacted the Punisher, he'd thought that Walter had already obtained chaos magic and the ability to modify probabilities. That was why he'd been able to defeat the battle-hardened Punishers so easily. But now, it seemed that Walter's ability had not improved to the terrifying level it would become in the future. The lack of chaos magic and the ability to modify probability was a good thing. This was a good thing for Rogge and the entire world. After Moonlight Stone and Abomination arrive, you guys can return to the headquarters together. I'll take care of the matters here. After that, Rogge left the campsite and walked towards the city. On the way to the city, he kept thinking about how to deal with Walter and Pietro. Using force to persuade them was not a wise idea. Moreover, it would push Walter and Pietro completely to Ultron's side. The Walter siblings were not interested in destroying the world, but they were very interested in taking revenge on Tawny. Or rather, that was their only goal now. Sokovia was not a big city. It had a typical Eastern European style. Before entering the city, he used Chakra's sensing ability to sense the entire city. Sokovia was not an international metropolis like New York. There were not many people living here. There were even fewer people with special energy reactions in their bodies. Without much effort, he sensed Walter and Pietro's location. Just as he confirmed Walter's location, Walter also sensed his arrival. Reverse positioning. Since when did she have this ability? Rogge did not remember that Walter had the ability to reverse track people. Or rather, in his memory, Walter did not have any sensing ability at all. Could this be the after effect of the change in the timeline? Rogge had planned to have a friendly first contact with Walter and Pietro, but now it seemed that his plan had been ruined before it could be carried out. In his senses, Walter and Pietro were quickly leaving the city, retreating at a speed far faster than normal people. After sensing that Walter and Pietro were retreating, Rogge did not chase after them immediately. Instead, he began to calculate Pietro's current speed. He did not know if it was because Pietro had not reached his maximum speed yet, or because he had Walter with him, but his current speed was not very fast. Of course, this was not fast by his standards. To others, Pietro was now a flash of shadow, a shadow that could not be seen at all. Lightning body blink. After confirming Pietro's current speed, Rogge immediately used lightning body blink. He disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few weak silver electric currents behind. Lightning body blink was not a ninjutsu suitable for long-distance attacks, but at a time like this, it was one of Rogge's best choices. With the extreme speed granted by lightning body blink, Rogge quickly closed the distance between him and Walter. He's coming, and he's fast. Because Rogge had not deactivated Chakra's sensing ability, Walter was still locked onto his position. He can't catch up. Pietro had a blind confidence in his speed. Even with Walter on his back, he did not think that he would lose to anyone in terms of speed. However, his confidence was soon challenged. With lightning body blink alone, Rogge could not catch up with Pietro in a long-distance attack. However, lightning body blink was not his only means. Lightning release chakra mode. Silver-white lightning and light blue chakra instantly enveloped Rogge's body, further increasing his already shocking speed. At this time, Rogge was like a bolt of blue lightning, quickly approaching Pietro. Then, he walked side by side with Pietro. Compared to my speed, you are still too young. Pietro did not expect Rogge to be able to get close to him in just a few seconds. What shocked him even more was that he could clearly see that Rogge had not used all his strength yet. They were now faster than the speed of sound, and sound could not be transmitted, so Rogge could only signal Pietro to stop. Chapter 238. After seeing Rogge's gesture, Pietro not only had no intention of stopping, but he began to accelerate further, trying to get rid of Rogge completely. Roger couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw how Pietro was squeezing out his own potential as if his life depended on it. What's wrong with young people nowadays, are they so competitive? Although he thought so in his heart, his body consciously followed her. Whether it's speed or endurance, he has never been afraid. In the past, he also relied on his speed to become a ninja. Although he has mastered more and more ninjutsu, his fighting style has become more and more violent. However, speed had always been his forte. It has always been me who uses speed to get rid of others, no one has ever been able to get rid of me with speed. Rogge once again increased the output of chakra, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the accelerated Pietro. Whether it's Pietro or Walter, they are far from reaching the limit of their abilities. In other words, they are just children who have just awakened their abilities. Although it's a bit unkind to bully children, it depends on who the child is. Since mastering the ability to move at high speed, it's the first time Pietro has met an enemy like Rogge who also has the ability to move at high speed. For a long time, Hydra's combat training for him was based on the premise that his speed was far superior to the enemy's. This also directly led to Pietro not knowing how to deal with Rogge, whose speed was no worse than his own. So, he instinctively chose to keep running. Run faster. Just a little faster. Be faster. Pietro, with Walter on his back, ran like a crazy bullet out of a gun. He didn't know where he was going, and he didn't know how long he had to run. The only thought in his mind now was to run, run, run until the end of time, run until he completely got rid of Rogge. However, he soon found that no matter how fast he accelerated and how hard he tried, Rogge was like his shadow, always following him. Ah! Pietro started to really play with his life. In the beginning, Pietro would leave a flash of silver light in people's eyes. But now, his speed had completely exceeded the limit of what the human eye could capture. Under the immense pressure brought about by Rogge, Pietro broke through his original speed limit and entered an even faster realm. At this time, Pietro felt as if he had entered a slow-motion world. Everything in the world had slowed down. The dancing insects seemed to be frozen in the air, and the water droplets dripping from the tips of the leaves also stopped in the air. This feeling of the entire world slowing down gave him a strange experience that he had never experienced before. He also realized that Walter, who was on his back, seemed to have become a motionless puppet. It did not blink or breathe like a normal person should. In this world that seemed to have slowed down thousands of times, he found that other than himself, only Rogge, who was next to him, was still normal. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Speed is relative. When one's speed broke through a certain limit, one could enter this strange slow world. Rogge was no stranger to this kind of slow world. Or rather, he had entered this kind of slow world many times. But unlike before, this was the first time he had stayed in this kind of slow world for such a long time. In the past, no one could be in a stalemate with him in speed for such a long time. Even Owl and Warnerheim, who had inexplicably awakened the power of speed, did not compete with him for such a long time. After Rogge gestured for Pietro to stop for the second time, Pietro finally began to slow down. Finally, he stopped running this ultramarathon for who knew how long. After stopping, Pietro put Walter down and put his hands on his knees, panting heavily. This was definitely the craziest run he had ever run in his life. He even felt that his heart was about to stop working. Compared to the exhausted Pietro, Rogge was clearly in a much better state. Other than breathing a little faster and using chakra a little more, he did not change much. Bang! 3 clouds of white smoke appeared in front of Rogge. The moment the smoke exploded, Pietro and Walter became extremely nervous. Don't be so nervous. After the smoke dissipated, 3 bottles of mineral water floated in the air. When the mineral water was about to fall to the ground under the influence of gravity, Rogge first threw 2 bottles to Pietro and Walter, then grabbed the last bottle. Drink it. This is ordinary mineral water from the supermarket. It's not poisonous. Seeing that Pietro wanted to drink but did not dare to, Rogge explained. After hesitating for a few seconds, Pietro finally opened the bottle in his hand and drank the whole bottle in a few gulps. Walter had no idea what was going on. Her memory was still stuck at the time before Pietro entered the slow world. Without high-speed thinking, she could not detect the existence of the slow world. To her, the slow world was a world that did not exist. The time was too short, and her thinking ability was limited. Naturally, she could not generate the corresponding memories. Rogge also did not have high-speed thinking ability. The reason he could not be affected in the slow world was purely because of the after effects of playing Thor too much. Of course, there was also the side effects of the Sage Body and Raiden Chakra mode. Without these, he would be like Walter, ignorant of the slow world. Since everyone has calmed down, I will introduce myself first. I am. Before Rogge could finish, Walter interrupted him. We know who you are. Yandere Hokage Rogge, former member of the Avengers, the current director of Konoha's intelligence agency, a good friend of the war merchant Tony Stark. Although Walter's tone was a bit cold, for some reason, the image that appeared in Rogge's mind was a little girl pretending to be an adult. This introduction is so simple, bah. This introduction is so round, no. This introduction is so complete. Yes, complete, very complete. After suppressing the messy thoughts in his mind, Rogge's normal thinking finally came back. Since you all know, then I'll be straightforward. I am very optimistic about the two of you. If you are interested, I intend to invite you to join Konoha's intelligence agency. Also, although my personal relationship with Tani is not bad, I personally strongly condemn Stark Industries' previous behavior of selling weapons. I am a lover of peace. Strictly speaking, Rogge is indeed a lover of peace. It's just that the standard of peace in his mind may be somewhat different. Chapter 239. Neither Pietro nor Walter expected that the Rogge who appeared in front of them would be completely different from what they had imagined. Whether it was their own understanding or the information that Hydra had instilled in them, Rogge was a cruel and ruthless executioner. He was powerful, cold-blooded, tyrannical, and regarded human life as nothing. This was their understanding of Rogge. But obviously, the Rogge who appeared now was very different from the Rogge they had imagined. They could not tell how powerful he was for the time being. But his speed was pretty good. Cold-blooded, tyrannical, and regarded human life as nothing at all. No matter what, you are an accomplice of the United States. You are an accomplice of Tony Stark. At this moment, Roger looked harmless to humans and animals, but the deep-rooted impression of him was not easy to change. Especially since he had a good relationship with Tawny. I know you won't believe anything I say, so I'm going to use another method to prove my sincerity. As he spoke, Rogge took a few steps forward and then continued to say to Walter, I know you have the ability to read other people's thoughts and memories. I can let you check my brain. If you still think I have malicious intentions after reading it, you can refuse my proposal. Although Pietro was the older brother, the one who really made the decision was always Walter. Don't ask why, because if you did, you would be a sissy maniac. Are you sure? After hearing Rogge's words, Walter showed a look of disbelief. Ever since she awakened her superpower, everyone except Pietro wanted to stay as far away from her as possible, although they did not say it on the surface. Letting someone check her brain was tantamount to opening up all her thoughts and memories to others. No one would like this feeling, even a couple who loved each other until the end of time would not like the feeling of having all their secrets explored. Weirdo, he was a weirdo. Looking at Rogge's handsome face full of sincerity, Walter suddenly had a strange feeling. Although he could rely on his face to make a living, Rogge still preferred to rely on his talent and sincerity to communicate with others. Getting Walter to check his mind was something he had prepared for a long time. As early as 3 months ago, he had been preparing for this matter. As a transmigrator, he naturally had many secrets that only he knew. Regardless of whether it was his transmigration, the system, or the events in the future, they were all things that he could not let others know about. However, in order to gain Walter's trust, he decided to take a risk. Of course, he wouldn't let Walter know about this. Therefore, he spent 3 months researching a high-level illusion technique that would not be of any help in combat. This illusion technique was the pinnacle of his work so far. Even the spiral electromagnetic cannon couldn't compare to the difficulty of this illusion. Illusion, memory seal. He used illusions to completely seal away certain memories. This illusion could be used on himself or others. The duration of the seal could also be controlled. At its longest, it could last until the victim died. At its shortest, it could last a few minutes or a few hours. To use this illusion, apart from being extremely proficient in illusions, one also had to use the eye power of the Sharingan to the limit. Even with his current eye power, he would need 3 days to recover his eye power after using it once. Moreover, he couldn't use any other Sharingan illusions during these 3 days. The high difficulty of cultivation, coupled with the high consumption of eye power, naturally brought about the perfect results. He had tested this illusion on many people, and none of them had failed. Moreover, no one had noticed anything. Gwen, Sky, Moonlight Scala, Sharon Carter. The results of the test were perfect, but this might also have something to do with the fact that they weren't proficient in spiritual power. As for whether this illusion could fool Walter, he wasn't completely sure. This was the only thing he had to take a risk on now. However, considering his beautiful life in the future and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, he decided to take the risk. Even if Walter really did notice, he could still get rid of Walter's detection immediately. Under Walter's gaze, Rogge walked up to her step by step. At the same time, he used the memory seal on himself. The moment he came in front of Walter, the memory seal took effect and sealed all the secrets he wanted to hide. At this moment, everything about transmigration, the system, the future timeline, and so on completely disappeared from his mind. At the same time, his memories before transmigration and everything related to the memory seal were also sealed. Therefore, when he came in front of Walter, he had a confused expression. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what he had forgotten. He couldn't even be sure if he had forgotten anything. "You? What's wrong?" Walter asked after seeing the confusion on Rogge's face. "Nothing. You can start anytime." Letting Walter check his mind wasn't within the memory seal's range, so he clearly remembered what he was doing. Walter reached out her hands and stopped near Rogge's temples. Crimson energy started entering his brain. Due to the angle, Rogge, who had lowered his head slightly, was able to see a beautiful scene. Those messy thoughts once again surfaced in his mind. However, not long after these thoughts surfaced, he forcefully suppressed them. *T, Walter can see my thoughts now. Walter had only wanted to check Rogge's true thoughts, such as whether he really trusted her and why he had come to find the siblings. However, the thoughts that appeared in Rogge's mind occupied most of his thoughts. Therefore, Walter also saw those thoughts immediately. Ouch! Pain, pain, pain. Rogge didn't know if Walter did it on purpose or if she didn't control it well enough, but he suddenly felt a severe headache. It was so painful that he couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, this intense pain came and went quickly. Within a few seconds, the pain that made his scalp numb disappeared. 20 to 30 seconds later, Walter finally finished checking Rogge's mind. Then, she quietly took a few steps back and pulled her jacket forward. "Girl, do you have to do this?" Although Walter didn't say anything, her actions were clearly done for Rogge to see. That kind of scene appeared right in front of him. If he closed his eyes and didn't look, wouldn't that be even worse? After sighing in his heart, Rogge spoke again. "You saw my sincerity. If you still think that I have ulterior motives, if you still think that I'm not trustworthy, then I can't do anything about it." This was the most suitable solution he could think of. Although it was a little risky, it was still worth the risk. Moreover, he was sure that Walter and Pietro were definitely not dangerous people with extreme thoughts. What they really wanted was not revenge, but to make up for their regrets. Chapter 240. The sad memories left behind in childhood will not disappear slowly with time, but will subtly affect people's lives. Happy people are healed by childhood all their lives, and unfortunate people are healed by childhood all their lives. Walter and Pietro were obviously the latter. The weapons produced by Stark Industries left them with an indelible sad memory. Because they were unable to change the past, they shifted the target of their hatred to the weapons of Stark Industries and to Tony Stark himself. This hatred should not fall on Tony. Although this has something to do with him, he is not the most important part of it. It's like the murderer bought a pistol in a gun shop and used it to kill some innocent civilians. The victims who have lost their loved ones can of course choose to take revenge on the murderer, but the target of revenge should be the original murderer, not the gun shop or the owner behind the gun shop. If the gun shop violates some rules in the process of selling guns, the gun shop can of course be included in the target of revenge. But as far as Rogge knows, it was not Tawny who sold the missiles, but Obadiah. That's right, it was Obadiah, Ironmonger's controller, the bald fatty. So Rogge understands Walter and Pietro's hatred for Tawny, but he doesn't agree with their approach. Walter should have seen his thoughts when he probed his brain just now. Pietro did not speak as he did not know what Walter saw in Rogge's brain. But when he saw Walter's expression become a little tangled, he roughly guessed what was going on. As an elder brother who had grown up together, he could roughly tell what his younger sister was thinking. Walter and Pietro are not bad people, or they are not bad in nature. If they really had that kind of desperate revenge idea, they would not have stayed in Sokovia after the Avengers destroyed the Hydra base. With the strength of the two of them, if they want to go to the United States to secretly carry out some terrorist attacks, although it is not as simple as drinking water, it is not difficult. If you don't have any other plans for the time being, you might as well come back to Konoha with me for a while. As for what this world is like, I hope that you can see it for yourselves and experience it for yourselves instead of letting others tell you what this world should be like. If you want to leave at that time, I definitely won't stop you. How about it? At that moment, Rogge used an escape technique that was not recorded in the system but was extremely powerful. It was the mouth escape technique. As for whether his verbal escape technique would be as effective as Crown Prince Ming's, that would depend on the heavens. Crown Prince Ming can persuade Nagato to make the world feel pain by using words. Rogge did not expect his verbal skills to be that powerful. He would be satisfied as long as Walter and Pietro accepted his suggestion. To change a person's mind, it would take time to slowly polish it. Just like what some people said, this required constant effort to penetrate the stone, explain the profound in a simple way, exert oneself to the utmost, stop the action with silence, and make use of every opportunity. Only then would one be able to take the winding path to the nether, know the root of the matter, and finally achieve success in one shot. To put it simply, this was no ordinary matter. Of course, Rogge could also choose a simpler method. First exchange for Mangekyo Sharingan, then exchange for Kota Amatsukami, and finally give each of Walter and Pietro a chance to use Kota Amatsukami. But he couldn't think of this method now. All his memories related to the system were sealed by himself. At least for a few hours, he wouldn't remember anything related to the system. And even if he remembered, it was unlikely that he would do so. The reason was simple, and it could be summed up in one word. Poor. The exchange price of Mangekyo Sharingan and Kota Amatsukami was not ordinary. This was temporarily, no, it should be something that he could not think about for a long time. And with Walter, why would he use ninja coins to exchange for Mangekyo Sharingan? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for other things? Walter and Pietro discussed seriously for a few minutes, and then gave an answer that made him indifferent on the surface, but his heart was already turbulent. They agreed to Rogge's proposal and were willing to go back to Konoha with him for a while. However, they did not agree to join Konoha's proposal. This was not a problem for Rogge at all. Joining Konoha was not the point at all. Since you have decided, let's go back now. After that, Rogge came directly in front of the two of them and put his hands on their shoulders. Don't be nervous, we will be there in the blink of an eye. Roger noticed Walter's trembling body, so he explained, that's right. Flying Thor Jutsu. After connecting to the Flying Thor Jutsu at Konoha's headquarters, Rogge took Walter and Pietro across thousands of kilometers in an instant and directly returned to his office in Konoha. Here is Konoha. I will arrange a place for you to live and give you permission to go to any area. The information and items that would be left in Konoha's headquarters were not important to Rogge, so he didn't have to worry about Walter and Pietro seeing or finding something that they shouldn't see. After receiving Roger's notice, Sharon Carter, who was wearing a professional office lady suit, walked in. However, the moment Walter saw Sharon Carter, Rogge noticed that Walter's expression seemed to have changed. She didn't see those memories just now, did she? Rogge suddenly felt guilty. However, as an elite who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he certainly wouldn't panic because of such a small matter. Carter, arrange a place for them to live and give them the highest level of pass. After arranging things for Walter and Pietro, Rogge leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. Walter and Pietro were temporarily settled. As long as they didn't meet with Tawny during this period of time, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As for Ultron, this was the Avengers' job. When the Avengers couldn't handle it, Konoha could intervene. Since that was the case, there was only one main task left for him to do. Activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. After waiting for so long, it was time to upgrade the parts. However, before activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, he still needed to make some additional preparations. And for some reason, he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something very important, but he couldn't remember what it was at all. Strange. Did his memory deteriorate recently? Chapter 241. It wasn't until the next day that the effect of the memory seal finally disappeared, and Rogge, who had been wondering if he had aged prematurely, breathed a sigh of relief. For the next few days, he basically accompanied Wanda Pietro to experience the real world. During this time, Pietro didn't give up and had another speed competition with him. This time, he didn't use Raiden Chakra mode to bully Pietro, but used the simpler and more violent Flying Thor. After quietly leaving a Flying Thor on Pietro's body, he easily won the competition, and at the same time, planted a deeper psychological shadow in Pietro's heart. In general, these days were more relaxed and happy, and Walter and Pietro trusted him more. Except for some unpleasant episodes when Sky and Walter met for the first time, everything else was under Rogge's control. Of course, in these days, he didn't forget to ask the intelligence department to search for information about Ultron. An intelligent robot that wanted to destroy human beings was still alive and kicking outside, which was always a bad thing. However, he didn't spend too much time on Ultron, but mainly on Walter. In order to use Walter's ability to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he needed to let Walter know in advance about his plan to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, Walter might not cooperate with him on this plan that looked like self-harm. This preparation process took him a lot of effort. Several times, he even almost forced himself to seal his own memory seal again. Although it was more difficult than he thought, he finally completed the preparation. Late that night, after completing the preparation, Rogge took Walter to his private training room. In the whole of Konoha, only he had the authority to enter this training room. Even Sky, who developed the headquarters system, didn't have this authority. There was nothing special about the training room, except that it was big enough, about the size of a football field. Moreover, unlike other training rooms, this one was set up 10 meters underground. I've told you what to do in the past few days, just wait and do it. Rogge looked at Walter in front of him calmly, and his tone was serious. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is not an easy task. Although he had studied this plan in detail for a long time, no one could guarantee that he would be able to successfully activate the Mangekyo. Yes. Walter replied solemnly. Then let's begin. Roger sat on the floor of the training room as if he was meditating. Then, he took a deep breath. When Rogge closed his eyes, Walter came behind him and placed his hands on both sides of his head. Strange crimson energy appeared in Walter's hand and slowly entered Rogge's head. A few minutes later, the crimson energy in Wanda's hand gradually disappeared. Walter had already done what he needed to do. The rest was up to Rogge. Looking down at the motionless Rogge, Wanda hesitated for a few seconds before leaving the training room. As soon as Walter stepped out of the training room, the 10-centimeter thick alloy door closed slowly, sealing the training room completely. On the way back to his room, Walter looked up at the surveillance camera in the hallway and smiled meaningfully. Sky, who was in his room, saw Walter's smile through the surveillance screen. He snorted in dissatisfaction and turned off the screen. Roger did not ask Walter to create any scenes of the death of his beloved. He only asked Walter to trigger and magnify the negative emotions in the depths of his instincts. Anxiety, anger, sadness, jealousy, fear, and other negative emotions in the depths of human nature were all stimulated by Walter's crimson energy. They kept magnifying and distorting. It was as if Rogge had completely lost his ability to think. Intense negative emotions took over his mind, and he fell into an abyss of pain that belonged only to him. Time passed day by day. Without realizing it, Rogge had already stayed in the training room for 5 days. In these 5 days, Sky wanted to open the door to the training room more than once to see if Rogge was doing well. However, every time she came to the door of the training room, she would see the Punisher and Abomination waiting for her. Without his order, no one was allowed to enter the training room. This was the absolute order that Rogge gave to the Punisher and Abomination. Of course, just in case, he also set a deadline for himself. 15 days. If he did not come out after 15 days, the Punisher and Abomination could let someone else in. Another 3 days passed as they waited anxiously. Just when everyone thought it was going to be another peaceful day, the door to the training room was suddenly opened. The one who opened the door was none other than Rogge himself. After spending 8 whole days, he finally crawled out of that damned abyss of pain and regained his rationality. When the door to the training room opened, the first to react was not the Punisher and Abomination, but Sky, who would stay in front of the door for a long time every day. "Prepare food for me, I'm starving." Roger took the initiative to speak when he saw Sky's shocked expression. What he can be sure of now is that he has successfully upgraded his 3-tomo Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan. But what's embarrassing is that he still doesn't know what his Mangekyo Sharingan looks like. The reason is simple: he doesn't have enough chakra to open his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although this seems a bit funny, it really happened to him. More than half an hour later, after eating his first meal in 8 days and taking a good bath, Kurito came to the bathroom mirror wrapped in a bath towel. After carefully looking at himself in the mirror, Kurito took the initiative to open his Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time. Every Mangekyo Sharingan has its own unique lines, and Rogge's is of course no exception. At the first second when he saw his Mangekyo Sharingan, he even wondered if he was seeing things. In general, his Mangekyo Sharingan is very similar to Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, if you ignore the 2 concentric circles of different sizes. After carefully looking at his Mangekyo Sharingan, Rogge couldn't help but frown. No matter how you look at it, this Mangekyo Sharingan is improved on the basis of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't think that I can't recognize it by adding 2 circles. At this moment, Kurito began to doubt whether the 3-tomo Sharingan that he exchanged by the system would have familiar lines after opening. Chapter 242. After temporarily putting aside the ridicule of Mangekyo Sharingan, Rogge focused his attention on the dojutsu of Mangekyo Sharingan. Every Mangekyo Sharingan awakens a powerful dojutsu. Depending on the actual situation of the eye-opener, the dojutsu awakened by Mangekyo Sharingan will also be different. For example, Uchiha Itachi, because he was good at Genjutsu and Katan, he awakened Tsukuyomi, known as the strongest spiritual attack, and Amaterasu, the most advanced ninjutsu of Katan. And Uchiha Sasuke, who was also good at Katan, also awakened Amaterasu. But because Sasuke was also good at chakra's form change, the dojutsu awakened in his right eye can control Amaterasu's form change at will. Normally, the dojutsu awakened by Mangekyo Sharingan will be closely related to the eye-opener, and it is a qualitative improvement of the eye-opener's strength. But at this time, Rogge was not very assured about his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan pattern, which is very similar to Uchiha Itachi's, gave him some bad premonitions. After suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he began to search for information about his Mangekyo Sharingan in his mind. Time passed second by second, and when he carefully browsed through the additional Mangekyo Sharingan information in his mind, his face became more and more ugly. He still overestimated the system's moral bottom line. But this is normal, a system that is not even willing to redesign the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern, its bottom line can't be that high. Left eye dojutsu, Tsukuyomi. Right eye dojutsu, omniscient panorama. Yes, the dojutsu of the left eye is Uchiha attack is Tsukuyomi, known as the strongest spiritual attack. It pulls the enemy into the Tsukuyomi world and controls all the factors such as time, space, and gravity in the Tsukuyomi world. No matter how much time passes in the Tsukuyomi world, it is only a moment in the real world. If it is cracked, the caster will suffer serious backlash. The only difference is that the casting range has been increased to 20 meters. Because Tsukuyomi is a visual genjutsu, if the opponent doesn't see Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi won't work. As long as the Mangekyo see Mangekyo Sharingan within Tsukuyomi's casting range, whether the opponent sees it through the reflection of a mirror, wearing sunglasses, or inside the armor, will be affected. Therefore, the best way to resist was to not look into Rogge's eyes. As for the method to crack it, the information provided by the system did not contain any relevant information. There was no doubt about Tsukuyomi's might. Furthermore, with immortal Hashirama's body, Rogge didn't need to worry about Tsukuyomi's side effects. Although his current sage body is far from Hashirama's level, it's still Hashirama's sage body. It's much better than Hashirama's cells. However, he couldn't understand why he had awakened an illusion-type eye technique like Tsukuyomi. In addition to occasionally using the Sharingan to cast genjutsu, or developing a few genjutsu himself, Kuroto doesn't use genjutsu much. If possible, he would like to awaken a ninjutsu dojutsu, except for Amaterasu. Although it wasn't the ninjutsu dojutsu he wanted the most, Tsukuyomi was still considered a very powerful dojutsu. It seems that I have to study more illusions in the future. Rogge sighed silently. After retracting his attention from his left eye's eye technique, Tsukuyomi, he began to browse the specific information of his right eye's eye technique, Manifestation of the Forest. Manifestation of the Forest, this is a dojutsu he has never heard of. And in the exchange page of the system, he has never seen this dojutsu. Compared with the detailed introduction information of Tsukuyomi, the introduction of Manifestation of the Forest is obviously much simpler. Plunder the power of others and store it in the right eye for use. It's not difficult to understand, but it's not that simple to use. First of all, plundering has the possibility of failure. The stronger the target, the higher the probability of failure. Then, the power stored cannot exceed the limit of his tolerance. Finally, the more power is plundered, the easier it is to suffer a backlash when using it. To put it simply, Manifestation of the Forest is a dojutsu with a high growth rate, but the higher the growth, the greater the chance of backlash. Without plundering the ability of others, Manifestation of the Forest is useless. If he plundered too many abilities, it would also endanger the caster. This is a very typical double-edged sword ability. If it's not done well, it can easily endanger the caster's own safety. After failing to get the prize he wanted twice in a row, Rogge sighed again. But in any case, he has completed the small goal of opening Mangekyo Sharingan, and he has obtained 2 pretty good dojutsu. More importantly, after opening Mangekyo Sharingan, he finally has the qualifications to open Susanoo. Unlike dojutsu, which is an ability that is given upon opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo is a ninjutsu that requires continuous practice to improve. At first, it only has the initial form of arms and ribs, gradually increasing the skeleton, flesh, armor, legs, until the final complete form. Opening a Gundam is one of his ultimate dreams that he has long determined. Now, he finally has the qualifications to gradually realize his dream. Yes, he just has the qualifications to do so. Due to some unavoidable factors, he can't even use the most basic initial form. After all, he has just opened Mangekyo Sharingan. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to use Susanoo as soon as he opens Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not scientific. After confirming his Mangekyo Sharingan, he returned to his bedroom and began to rest. That night, he slept peacefully and contentedly. Except for being woken up by a phone call at noon the next day, everything was very good. The person who called him was none other than Tawny, who was looking for Ultron all over the world. "Rogge, where are you? We are in trouble." As soon as the phone was connected, Tawny's voice came over, and from the background, he heard some very fierce explosions. "Calm down. Tell me, what kind of trouble are you in?" Although Tawny's voice sounded a little urgent, Rogge didn't think that they would encounter any big trouble. "Banner is out of control, and he is crazily destroying Seoul. Barton and Natasha are seriously injured and have completely lost their combat ability. Now it's just me and Roger." Tawny said quickly. While he was talking, there were continuous explosions coming from his side. "If you have time now, you'd better come over as soon as possible. This place is worse than New York. Damn it, they are coming again." After saying that, Tawny hung up the phone. Rogge looked at the phone in his hand with a dumbfounded expression, and his mind was full of questions. Banner is out of control? The situation in Seoul is worse than New York? Shouldn't Ultron be working on the Justice from Heaven peace plan? How come there is such a big battle in Seoul? What happened in the past few days? Chapter 243. More than half an hour later, in his office, Rogge finally roughly figured out the current situation in Seoul. One word can perfectly describe it: chaos. Although he didn't know what Ao Chuang and the Avengers were doing in Seoul, according to the feedback from the intelligence department and the real-time monitoring images from the satellite, he saw a scene that only appeared in a sci-fi movie. Robots firing lasers were flying all over the sky, the people were in a mess, and explosions sounded everywhere in the city. Collapsed buildings, panicked crowds, warlike scenes were constantly playing out. "Sir, the fighter jets are ready, and the desperados are ready to go." Sharon Carter, wearing a light grey office suit, stood next to Rogge and slowly reported. "Don't worry." Rogge picked up the phone and dialed Tawny's number. "It takes at least 10 hours to fly from the capital to Seoul, even if they take a Quinjet. With such a long flight time, it would be too late by the time they arrive. I gave you a kunao before, do you have it with you now?" After the phone was connected, Rogge asked directly. If Tawny has the Thor kunao he left before, then he doesn't mind taking people to Seoul. If he doesn't, then sorry, he doesn't have the time. "You mean the kunao made of ordinary alloy?" "I don't have it, I'm not a ninja, why would I have it?" Tawny immediately gave an answer. "Sorry, I can't help you, I'm in the capital now, I can't rush over." After that, he directly hung up the phone, and then said to Sharon Carter, "Tell the desperados to disband. This is the trouble caused by the Avengers, let them deal with it themselves." As soon as Rogge finished speaking, Tawny called. "I don't have your kunao with me, it's now on Veronica's satellite, I'll ask Veronica to send it over. You should come over as soon as possible, the situation here is more troublesome than I expected, Banner is really crazy." In the background of the fierce fighting, Tawny's voice sounded again. "You actually put the kunao I gave you on the satellite. You are really a genius. Alright, cut the crap. Come here as soon as possible." Tawny obviously didn't want to continue this topic with Rogge, so he ended the call directly. "Ask Frank, Kara, Walter, and Pietro to come to my office." After ending the call with Tawny, Rogge ordered Sharon Carter. When Sharon Carter temporarily left the office, he began to think about what kind of reward to ask from Tawny this time. The Thunder Secret Service team had already been disbanded, and there was no need for such heroic actions to gain the favor of the people. Similarly, Konoha's intelligence agency is now an organization with an official background, and it doesn't need the goodwill of the public. As for himself, he can continue to do good deeds and maintain his title as the fourth Hokage, but he doesn't have much interest in it. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had completed a mission from the system. He didn't know if Tawny's mission this time would pass the system's judgment. Within a few minutes, the Punisher and others came to his office. I'll make a long story short. There is now a super-intelligent robot called Ultron causing some trouble in Seoul. This is the real-time image of Seoul. Rogge pointed to the TV on the wall, then continued, the Avengers are now in Seoul to stop Ultron, but they are not strong enough to stop the chaos caused by Ultron. Iron Man just contacted me, hoping that we can go over and help deal with it. I agreed to his request. If Walter and Pietro don't mind, I plan to take you two with me. If you don't want to go, it's okay. Unlike the Punisher and Moonlight Stone, Walter and Pietro are not his subordinates, so he can't order them directly. The TV on the wall kept exploding. Walter and Pietro looked at each other and said slowly, we can go, but not to help the Avengers, but to help those innocent people. Okay, Kara, take the two of them to get ready. We will leave in 10 minutes. Rogge was not surprised by Walter and Pietro's choice. Like he said before, Walter and Pietro were not bad people. They were just a little stubborn. 10 minutes later, Rogge, who had specially changed into a tight armor and a white haori, came to the hangar where they would leave. The Punisher had changed into Konoha's black combat uniform and was covered in weapons. He even had a Gatling gun on his back. Moonlight Stone Kara had also changed into her white uniform that fully showed off her feminine charm. Compared to the Punisher and Moonlight Stone, Walter and Pietro's clothes were much more normal. They were just slightly more suitable for moving around. Let's go. Rogge put his right hand on Walter's shoulder, while Moonlight Stone and Pietro held Walter's hands. As for the Punisher, he put his hand on Pietro's shoulder. There was only one flying Thor in Seoul, so Rogge did not have to distinguish them. The moment he connected the spell, he took Walter and the others out of the hangar. In just an instant, the scene in front of them turned into the streets of Seoul, a broken street full of scars. On the other side of the street, two giants were engaged in an intense hand-to-hand battle. The green one was naturally Hulk, and as for the red one, it was Tony who was wearing Veronica. The enemies are those silver robots. As for those crazy ordinary people, try not to hurt them if you can. Let's move separately. In such a chaotic battlefield, there were no specific instructions to give. Anyway, at a time like this, only Ultron's robot army and those crazy ordinary people would take the initiative to attack them. Mokyuton Jutsu. Although Hulk was still more than 100 meters away from him, Rogge still summoned the wooden Arhut in advance. The 5 to 6 meter tall wooden Arhut crawled out from the ground. Then, like a crazy rhinoceros, it ran toward Hulk in the distance. If Hulk still had any sense, he would have recognized the origin of the wooden Arhut in the first place. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of rationality right now. Boom. The wooden Arhut smashed into Hulk like a speeding heavy truck, sending the huge Hulk flying several tens of meters away. Tawny had already noticed Rogge's arrival. When Arhut slammed into Hulk, he controlled the severely injured Veronica to fly to his side. You're wearing Veronica and you're still in such a mess. This is not your style. Chapter 244. That's because you haven't seen the crazy Banner. He's much more powerful than he said. Tawny answered tiredly. Although he was wearing the Mark 44 anti-Hulk armor specially made for Hulk, this intense battle still made him tired. He's Hulk, not Banner. Rogge corrected Tawny. Okay, Hulk. Anyway, the crazy Hulk is very difficult to deal with now. If you don't come, I can only hold on for another half an hour at most. While talking, Tawny controlled the anti-Hulk armor to replace the damaged parts. What did you do with Ultron? It doesn't look like it was done by Ultron at all. Ultron has an army of robots, which is normal. After all, it's not difficult for him to produce robots. But now it's not just robots that are wildly destroying the city, there are also a large number of ordinary people. Don't mention it. Do you remember Loki's scepter? Ultron used that scepter to make Hulk and other people crazy. Tell me, what's going on? Hulk won't disturb us for the time being. With Arhut, Rogge was not worried that Hulk would suddenly rush over to attack them. Although he didn't concentrate on controlling Arhut now, it was not a problem to stop Hulk. This is the second time we've fought with Ultron. The one in the building doesn't count. A few days ago, we found that Ultron was trading vibranium with a black market weapons dealer, so we raided their trading site. But unfortunately, we didn't succeed, and Ultron eventually left with the vibranium. Although that raid failed, we also figured out that Ultron's next target was Dr. Zhao Halen, so we rushed here immediately. But we came too late. Ultron caught Dr. Zhao Halen and used Loki's scepter to confuse the minds of Hulk and a large number of ordinary people. The crazy Hulk injured Natasha and Barton, and Rogers is now commanding the army against Ultron's robot army. Then, this is what you see. Tawny briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Where did Rogers get the authority to command the army? Although this is Seoul, South Korea is a special country. There is a US military base in Seoul's Yongsan district. Yes, in the capital of South Korea, there is a US military base. Now, in addition to the South Korean troops, there is also a part of the US military that is stopping the Ultron robot army. However, whether it was the South Korean troops or the American troops stationed in South Korea, Rogers could not command them. He doesn't have the authority to command, but those people are willing to listen to him. Tawny gave an impeccable answer. This was not the first time that Rogers had done this. During the Battle of New York, those New York police officers inexplicably acknowledged his command. This might be the hidden superpower of Rogers of the American team. I have a rough understanding of the situation, but friendship is friendship. There are some things that need to be settled clearly. As soon as his voice faded, Rogge took out an unused commission scroll. No way. You still want to accept a commission at this time? Tawny said in an exaggerated tone. I am a very ritualistic person. You know this very well. Rogge threw the scroll to Tawny, who had opened the anti-Hulk armor helmet, and threw him a pen at the same time. What do you want this time? In order to write the commission scroll, Tawny, who was wearing Mark 43, had to temporarily leave the Mark 44 anti-Hulk armor and began to write quickly. An artificial intelligence system similar to JARVIS, I know you have designed more than one. Tawny looked up at Rogge. He thought that Rogge was interested in the Mark 44 anti-Hulk armor or the whole set of Veronica, but he didn't expect that Rogge just wanted a set of artificial intelligence. No problem. Tawny quickly finished the scroll and threw it back to Rogge. Rogge did not look at the contents of the scroll, but directly opened the system's commission page. Commission content: Stop Hulk and take back the Cradle of Regeneration. Commission status: Incomplete. Commission reward: 50 ninja coins. The difficulty of the commission was not high, it was normal, there was nothing special. This was also normal. After all, the content of the commission was only to stop Hulk and take back the Cradle of Regeneration, not to stop Ultron. It seems that you have chosen the Justice version of Ultron's body. Tawny wrote Dr. Zhao Halen's Cradle of Regeneration into the commission, obviously for the special function of the Cradle of Regeneration. Now I am not the only one who has taken a fancy to the Cradle of Regeneration. Ultron is also building a new body with vibranium. What Ultron is doing in Dr. Zhao Halen's laboratory now, it's easy to guess with your toes. I'll accept your request. Although the reward of 50 ninja coins was not generous, it was enough for him to move his hands and feet. Moreover, he just wanted to test his new dojutsu. Then I will leave this to you. I will go and deal with those annoying flies first. Tawny pointed to the robots flying around in the sky. I will solve it soon. Are you going to stay and watch? While talking, Rogge transformed the 3-Tomo Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan. Tawny wanted to leave directly, but after seeing the scene of Rogge transforming the 3 Tomo Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan, he suddenly had the idea to stay and observe in detail. This guy has become stronger again. Although Tani didn't know about Mangekyo Sharingan and didn't know what it means to evolve the 3 Tomo Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan, he was sure that Rogge was now planning to show off his new ability. Anyway, Soul is already in chaos, it doesn't matter if it's chaotic for a few more minutes. Lightning body flicker. Rogge's figure suddenly disappeared, as if he teleported to the top of Arhut's head. At this time, Hulk was completely unaware that the danger had come in front of him. Like a beast, he roared loudly at Rogge on top of Arhut's head. However, just as Hulk's angry howl rang out, it stopped abruptly. Then, Tani saw a completely incomprehensible scene. The howling Hulk fell to the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. He fell in the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. It's over? What did he do? Did I miss something? Tani thought that Rogge's speed was too fast, so he didn't see how he did it. But after adjusting the monitoring video to the lowest frame number, he still didn't see anything. Obviously, either Rogge's speed has exceeded the speed of the system's capture, or Rogge instantly killed the crazy Hulk. There must be something wrong with the armor when he was fighting with Hulk, it must be like this. Chapter 245. Although he had seen a lot of unscientific things from Rogge, Tani still couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't understand why Hulk, who was still full of energy and seemed to have endless stamina, collapsed in an instant. More importantly, he didn't see how Rogge did it at all. Rogge appeared on top of wooden Arhut's head, Hulk howled angrily, and Hulk lay down. Things shouldn't have developed like this. This feeling is like reading a novel, just after reading the first paragraph of the first chapter, and then seeing the words end of the book in the next paragraph. Tani looked at Rogge with a puzzled expression, and Rogge also frowned in confusion at this time. He used Tsukuyomi on Hulk, so Hulk lay down. This was within his expectations. But what he didn't expect was that when he pulled Hulk into Tsukuyomi world, he saw someone who shouldn't have appeared in Tsukuyomi world. Dr. Banner. Although Dr. Banner was squatting in a corner of Tsukuyomi world like a panicked child, Rogge still discovered his existence immediately. What's going on? Why did he pull Banner in? This doesn't make sense. Although he didn't know why Dr. Banner appeared in Tsukuyomi world, after sensing Dr. Banner's existence, he didn't even think about it and created a pure black space without any light for Dr. Banner and locked him inside. After dealing with post-Doc Banner, he refocused his attention on Hulk, who was tied to a huge cross. Then, he used wooden Arhut, who was about the same size as Hulk, to beat him for 72 hours. After the inhumane beating, he lifted the effect of Tsukuyomi. Hulk beat the wooden Arhut for 72 hours, and Dr. Banner was confined for 72 hours. But in the real world, it only lasted for a moment. Therefore, the lively Hulk lay down in an instant. Dr. Banner shouldn't be lying down, but I don't know if his mental state is still okay. Although confinement seemed very civilized, the mental toll it took on one's spirit was not ordinary. Even professional soldiers with incomparably strong willpower would have varying degrees of psychological trauma after being locked up for a period of time. There is no light, no sound, and nothing but oneself. What's even more terrifying is that in such a space, one will gradually lose their judgment of time. The longer the time, the greater the mental pressure because you have no idea how much time has passed, nor do you know how long you will be confined. That kind of helplessness and depression is enough to break anyone's mental defenses. If it doesn't break through, it means that you haven't been confined for long enough. Generally speaking, the confinement in the military. But considering Dr. Banner's, and mainly Hulk's, he's Hulk, Rogge only locked him up for 3 days before releasing him. Although it was not long time, it was enough time to leave a deep impression on him. After personally casting Tsukuyomi once, Rogge gained a better understanding of the illusion spell. There is no doubt about Tsukuyomi's power, but the side effects are also extraordinarily great. Even though he now had immortal Hashirama's body that hadn't completely evolved, he still felt mentally exhausted after casting Tsukuyomi. Hulk and Banner stayed in Tsukuyomi's world for 3 days, and his mind also stayed in there for 3 days. This is also an unavoidable small flaw of Tsukuyomi's powerful illusion. But fortunately, he only felt a little mentally exhausted, and there was no real physical damage. Mental exhaustion is only a small problem. What he is more concerned about now is how Banner came in. Normally speaking, he only used Tsukuyomi on Hulk, so Hulk would be the only one who was pulled into Tsukuyomi's world, but Banner came in with him. Although the place where he came in was different, it was still in Tsukuyomi's world. Is this a side effect of sharing a body, or does Hulk and Banner have a mysterious mental connection? If the conditions permit, Rogge doesn't mind finding out the answer now. But unfortunately, the actual environment here doesn't allow him to do so, and he still has a commission to complete. Because his stamina hasn't been consumed much, the current Hulk won't return to Banner's appearance for a while. And the current Banner probably has no intention of taking over control of the body. Do you want to leave the anti-Hulk armor to take care of him? I don't think he will turn back into Banner for a while. Rogge came to Tawny's side and asked. Okay. The anti-Hulk armor was built to stop Hulk. Now that Hulk is lying down, it doesn't matter if he wears it or not. And even if he doesn't personally control it, Veronica can control the armor remotely. After leaving the anti-Hulk armor to protect Hulk, Tawny and Rogge flew towards Dr. Zhao Halen's Black Gold Genetics Research Laboratory. Tawny was already used to Rogge's flying ability. Especially after seeing Rogge instantly take down Hulk, flying is just a trivial matter. Dr. Zhao Halen's Black Gold Genetics Research Laboratory wasn't very far away, but on the way to the laboratory, they were harassed by Ultron's robots. These mass-produced robots didn't cause them much trouble. The only result was that they conveyed the message that they were on their way to the laboratory to Ultron. On the way to the laboratory, they happened to meet Walter and Pietro, who were fighting Ultron's robots. Tawny didn't know Walter and Pietro. He was just a little interested in the superpowers displayed by Walter and Pietro. They are my new friends, brother and sister. The man is called Pietro and the woman is Walter. They are. Before Rogge finished speaking, Walter, who was attacking the robots with crimson energy on the roof, threw an energy blast at Tawny. Tawny didn't expect Walter to suddenly attack him, especially when Rogge was introducing the two of them. Not only did Tawny not expect this, but Rogge also didn't expect Walter to attack without warning. Caught off guard, Tawny was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He then adjusted his flying posture. If not for Mark 43's strong defense, Walter's energy attack might have directly hurt Tawny inside the battlesuit. Tawny wasn't the kind of person who would take a loss silently. As soon as he adjusted his flying posture, he threw 2 arc pulse cannons at Walter. The arc pulse cannons were very fast, but Pietro was even faster. Pietro instantly came to Walter's side and helped her dodge the arc pulse cannons. Boom! Boom! Chapter 246. It was Wangda to attack without saying anything. Facing Walter's attack, Tawny did not show any weakness and immediately counterattacked. This was also very normal. Looking at Tawny flying in the air, and then at Walter and Pietro on the roof, Rogge decisively chose to watch from the side. Fight, as long as it was a little more intense. After all, they could not kill each other. Tawny was very experienced. The Mark 43 had its own advantage in the air and firepower. Walter and Pietro did not have much actual combat experience, but their abilities were strange. Even if they could not defeat Tawny, they would not suffer too much damage. Rogge, what's wrong with your two friends? Tawny's tone started to become dissatisfied. When they were young, their parents were killed by a missile from Stark Industries, so. Roger gave a simple explanation. As for the rest, even if he didn't say it, Tony would still understand. As expected, after hearing Rogge's explanation, Tawny put away the weapon on his suit and did not plan to continue attacking Walter and Pietro. Stark Industries had closed down the weapons manufacturing department, but the damage that had been caused could not be solved by closing a department. Let's go. Don't waste time here. The longer we delay, the more likely it is that Ultron has a new body. With that, Tawny turned around and continued flying toward Dr. Zhao Halen's lab. Seeing Tawny leave quickly, Walter and Pietro were stunned. This Tawny was very different from what they had imagined. This small interlude came suddenly and ended quickly as well. The first meeting between the siblings and Tawny also ended in a relatively peaceful way. In the following time, Tawny and Rogge did not mention what had just happened, as if nothing had happened. This was the tacit understanding between adults. At the moment, Ultron was uploading his computation matrix to the new body of the Cradle of Regeneration. He knew that Tawny and Rogge were on their way to the laboratory, but he still had no intention of uploading the computation matrix. Although the androids outside weren't very strong, they had the advantage in numbers. It shouldn't be a problem for them to stop Tawny and Rogge for a while. When they were still a few hundred meters away from Dr. Zhao Halen's laboratory, Tawny and Rogge were already ready to attack. Tawny, in particular, immediately activated all the long-range weapons on Mark 43. Various types of small missiles were launched directly. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of explosions rang out, and the robots exploded one after another like festive fireworks. The small missile launched by Mark 43 was not big, but its power was not small. And without exception, all of them were equipped with tracking and locking functions. Stark's products must be the best. How could a weapon that Tawny could attach to his battlesuit be an ordinary weapon that could be seen everywhere? I'll leave these small fries to you. I'll deal with Ultron. As for the Cradle of Regeneration, I'll send it directly to the laboratory in Stark Building. As soon as he finished speaking, Rogge, who relied on the super light rock technique to fly, took out the disaster pistol that was one size larger than an ordinary revolver and flew directly to Dr. Zhao Halen's laboratory. Rogge didn't pay much attention to these androids. He almost drew a straight flight path in the air and crashed into the laboratory. As for the androids that tried to stop him, they were all shot in the head and their mechanical heads were directly blown apart. When Rogge rushed into the laboratory like a falling meteor, Tawny also began his large-scale clearance work. Miniature air-to-air missiles, arc pulse cannons, laser rays, cluster cannons. Tawny used practical actions to prove what firepower suppression was. Outside the laboratory, Tawny was frantically unleashing powerful firepower, while Rogge in the laboratory looked at Ultron, who was only 5 or 6 meters away from him, without saying a word. He didn't know if Ultron was full of confidence in his own strength, or if he forgot to arrange a guard for himself. In the laboratory, other than him and Rogge, there was only Dr. Zhao Halen, who had no combat ability and was still trembling. Ultron casually sat on a small cabinet next to the Cradle of Regeneration. The back of his head was connected to a data transmission line a few centimeters thick. The Cradle of Regeneration operated quietly, emitting a faint green light. Through the monitoring screen next to it, it could be seen that Ultron had uploaded more than half of the calculation matrix. It seems that you've found the people you want, but it's not a wise choice for you to bring them here. Ultron said unhurriedly, as if he didn't see the disaster pistol in Rogge's hand at all. This is their own choice. Your little androids can bully ordinary people, but it's far from enough to deal with the siblings. Rogge glanced at Ultron and answered casually. I've seen all your combat videos and information. You are indeed very strong, but you can't stop me. Even if you beat me, it's just a matter of changing my body. The reason why Ultron waited so calmly for Rogge's arrival was that he knew very well that Rogge had no ability to stop him from leaving. As long as he wanted to, he could leave through the ubiquitous network at any time and build a new body. I know. But I still want to beat you up. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge raised the disaster pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger instantly. Bang! 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 Fatal shot, 3 shots in a row. Ultron was not the fragile androids outside. Ordinary chakra bullets were not enough to threaten him. However, chakra bullets fired by fatal shot were different. Double chakra, double the damage. As for how many times, it was purely up to Rogge's will. Ultron didn't dodge. With the data cable still connected to the back of his head, he couldn't dodge anywhere. Ultron raised his right arm and directly blocked the 3 chakra bullets with his right arm. The chakra bullets of fatal shot did not penetrate Ultron's right arm, only leaving 3 bullet holes visible to the naked eye. Rogge didn't expect these chakra bullets to cause much damage to Ultron at first. The reason why he fired was nothing more than to attract Ultron's attention. Ultron stood up, his left hand pulled out the data cable from the back of his head, and the 5 metal fingers of his right hand shot out 5 bright red rays. Rogge was not Ultron, and he never had the habit of using his body to block the enemy's attack. 5 red rays of average power shot towards him like lightning and hit the wall behind him. Lightning body flicker. At the moment when Ultron shot the red rays, Rogge had already used lightning body flicker to leave the place and came behind Ultron like a ghost. Ultron was unconscious, but he could feel that the muzzle of the disaster pistol was now pressed against the data transmission port at the back of his head. Chapter 247. Normal people will feel some tension and fear when a gun is pointed at the back of their head. But unfortunately, Ultron is not a normal person, he is not even human. Although the data transmission port at the back of the head is also a relatively fragile and important area, it is nothing more. He can even change his body at any time and it is impossible for him to be afraid of this so-called threat. You are very fast, but you should know that this is no threat to me. Ultron's so-called no threat, of course, does not mean that Rogge's speed is not a threat to him, but refers to his action of pointing a pistol at the back of his head. I know. Although he said that, Rogge decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 It was another 3 consecutive fatal shots. The chakra bullet exploded in the back of Ultron's head, blowing out a palm-sized gap. The huge impact from the head made Ultron involuntarily take 2 steps forward, and then suddenly turn around, and the back of his right hand lit up with a blue-white light. The moment the blue-white light lit up, a powerful attraction suddenly enveloped Rogge, trying to pull him to Ultron. Bang! Under the huge pulling force, Rogge's body instantly turned into a white smoke and quickly dissipated in the air. Shadow clone. From the beginning, it was Rogge's shadow clone that fought with Ultron. Although it was the shadow clone that fought, the disaster pistol in the shadow clone's hand was the genuine original, not a replica simulated by Chakra. Others may not know the power of the disaster pistol, but Ultron obviously knows. Although there is no video data of Rogge's battle with S.H.I.E.L.D., and the losses caused were counted on Hydra. But when Ultron was collecting information about Rogge, he happened to see the original battle record in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret data. Therefore, Ultron is one of the few who has really seen the power of the disaster pistol. Although the size of the disaster pistol is not quite in line with Ultron's physique, and he also has a lot of weapons on him, he doesn't mind accepting such a powerful weapon. The Calamity pistol quickly flew toward Ultron's right hand under the pull of the powerful gravity. However, just as Ultron's right hand was about to touch the pistol, a figure suddenly appeared above his head. Odomara's Nan. Boom! The 1-meter diameter Odomara's Nan instantly hit Ultron's metal head. The terrifying impact and distortion force made him crash through the floor and fall all the way from the laboratory on the 3rd floor to the basement. Flying Thor 2. It had always been Rogge's habit to leave the Flying Thor technique on his commonly used weapons. Furthermore, no one had ever stipulated that the 2nd stage of the Flying Thor could only be used by the Flying Thor. After sending ultralight flying into the basement, Rogge turned his head and looked at Dr. Zhao Halen. He bowed slightly and then jumped down from the hole in the floor with the disaster pistol. Dr. Zhao Halen finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Ultron and Rogge leave. Whether it was Ultron or Rogge, in Dr. Zhao Halen's view, they were all dangerous existences at any time. However, when she turned her head to look at the cradle of regeneration, she saw Rogge again. To be precise, she saw Rogge's shadow doppelganger. After coming to the laboratory, Rogge created a total of 2 shadow doppelganger. One of them took the disaster pistol to deceive Ultron, and the other was left behind as a courier. The shadow doppelganger, who was left behind as a courier, ignored Dr. Zhao Halen's shock and went directly to her and pulled her to the cradle of regeneration. Then the Flying Thunder God took Dr. Zhao Halen and the cradle of regeneration to the laboratory on the top floor of Stark Building. After completing the task left by the original body, the shadow doppelganger didn't say a word and directly removed its existence, leaving Dr. Zhao Halen, who was shocked and puzzled, in the laboratory. In the dark basement, Ultron got up from the pit that was larger than his body and tried to control his damaged body. The mechanical eyes still emitted a weak red light, and golden electric sparks flashed on his body from time to time. Although his body was severely damaged, Ultron still maintained the most basic mobility. Of course, he didn't expect to continue fighting with this body. After obtaining vibranium, although Ultron used vibranium to slightly strengthen his body, this body was still too weak. However, his current body was still too weak after all. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the perfect body that he wanted. It was precisely because of this that he used vibranium as the main material for his new body. Just a few seconds after climbing out of the pit, Ultron realized that something was wrong. He couldn't sense the existence of the spirit gem. Without any hesitation, Ultron immediately hacked into the laboratory's monitoring system and retrieved the laboratory's surveillance footage. He saw the scene where Rogge hit him with the Odomara's Nan, and he also saw the shadow doppelganger take away the cradle of regeneration and Dr. Zhao Halen. Whether it was the cradle of regeneration, Dr. Zhao Halen, or even the brand new body in the cradle of regeneration. For Ultron, these were not things that he couldn't lose. What he really cared about was the spirit gem on his new body. The cradle of regeneration, vibranium, and a new body were all things that could be remade. As long as he was given enough time, he was confident that he could make new ones, or even better ones. But there was only one spirit gem in the entire universe. As a special life form born from the spirit gem, he knew the ability of the spirit gem better than anyone else. Using the same spirit gem, Loki could only bewitch the minds of 2 or 3 people at a time. In his hands, he could bewitch thousands of intelligent life forms at once and plunge the city into chaos. If there was enough energy supply, he could even expand his influence to the entire Earth. This huge gap, in addition to his strength being stronger than Loki, was more important that he knew how to use the power of the spirit gem to the greatest extent. Your goal is indeed the cradle of regeneration. Ultron looked at Rogge, who was only a few meters in front of him, and said unhurriedly. Isn't it obvious? Just like you said, I can't stop you, so of course the target can't be you. Like Ultron, whose tone didn't change, Rogge's tone was as calm as ever. The two of them were like 2 old foxes hiding their own thoughts. Tony Stark is responsible for restraining the robots outside, and you are responsible for taking away the cradle of regeneration. It's a simple and crude plan. But with the strength of the 2 of you, this is indeed a very effective plan. Ultron didn't seem to care that the cradle of regeneration was taken away, and he still had the attitude that everything was under control. Do you think I can't do anything if you bring the cradle of regeneration to Stark Building? You shouldn't have left Dr. Zhao Halen alone there. Until now, Ultron's annoying mechanical voice finally had some changes. Chapter 248. Now it's my turn to say something. As expected of Ultron, who can control the network at any time, I can't hide anything from you. After Ultron's tone changed, Rogge's tone finally changed as well. Looking at you now, you shouldn't be able to fight. Do you want to sit down and talk for a while to see if I guessed anything wrong? As soon as his voice fell, wood gushed out from the ground behind Rogge and Ultron, quickly forming 2 original wooden chairs suitable for their bodies. Sit, don't be shy. Rogge gestured to Ultron and then sat down directly. Ultron's mechanical eyes stared at Rogge. He began to wonder what Rogge was planning. Don't look at me like that. Since you know that I brought the Cradle of Regeneration to Stark Building, then you should know that even if you rush to New York through the network, I can still go there, so why don't you sit down and talk? After thinking for a few seconds, Ultron finally sat down. In fact, I haven't done this kind of thing for a long time, but it's rare to meet an opponent like you, so I just happened to have the opportunity to play like this. If I'm not mistaken, you should have guessed that I would come, right? After that, Rogge took out the phone he carried with him. After seeing Rogge take out the phone, Ultron adjusted his sitting position slightly. Although I asked Sky to reset the security system of the phone, it's still unrealistic to block you. You've investigated my information. With your terrifying computing power, it's easy to determine who I am. So as long as Tawny calls, you can be 100% sure that I will come. At this point, Rogge paused for a moment, then continued, just like you know who I am, I know you very well. You are very confident. After the riots in Seoul, you had better choices, such as taking the Cradle of Regeneration to other places to transform your body. You just have to pick a place to buy yourself a lot of time to complete this vital work without being affected. But you didn't do that because you felt that you wouldn't lose to the humans, especially since you've already defeated the Avengers twice in a row. So, you chose a plan that wasn't very wise, but you were confident enough. I'm changing my body here. You know it, but you can't stop me. This is a very confident choice, and once it succeeds, it will bring a great sense of satisfaction. Ao Chuang listened quietly, then said, I admit that I underestimated you, but the winner is still me. Although Ultron's mechanical face could not express complex expressions like a human, it was not difficult to see that he was still confident at this time. Really? If you're referring to Dr. Zhao Halen, who has been bewitched by you, then I advise you to give up. Ultron used the mind gem to bewitch more than half of the people in the city. How could he ignore Dr. Zhao Halen, who was right in front of him? Indeed, Dr. Zhao Halen had shown the nervousness and fear that an ordinary woman should have. But unfortunately, Rogge could see at a glance that Dr. Zhao Halen's expressions and small movements were all faked. As someone who often used illusions to intimidate the enemy, how could he not tell if a person was really nervous and scared? You know something is wrong with Dr. Zhao Halen. Of course I know. I also know that she is now operating the Cradle of Regeneration to assist you in remote data uploading. Hearing this, Ao Chuang finally couldn't sit still and stood up with a swish. You should sit down. Since I know this, do you think I'm not prepared? Roger stretched out his finger and gestured to Ultron. His performance was not over yet. How could the audience leave now? When Ultron sat down again, he said again, back to the topic just now, in order to prove that you are stronger than us, you have to complete the body transformation in Seoul. Do it while we are aware of it. But here's the problem. Although you are confident, you are not blindly confident. You know that it is difficult for you to completely stop the Avengers or me. So, you are prepared for the next plan. You caused a commotion in the city. On one hand, you wanted to divert the Avengers' attention. On the other hand, you wanted to weaken the Avengers' strength. Just as you planned, America's Rogers ran to command the army. Hulk was affected by the mind gem and directly stopped Tawny and the other two. Of course, you took my arrival into consideration. You knew that Hulk couldn't stop me for long. Sooner or later, I would come to you with Tawny. So, you arranged for the robot to deliberately lead Walter and the other two to the roof. Tawny saw them, and they also attacked Tawny. This was all part of your plan. But you missed one thing. Tawny is more magnanimous than you think. Walter and Pietro are also more rational than you think, so they didn't really fight. Speaking of this, Rogge summoned a bottle of Fat Otaku happy drink for himself. It was frozen. There were many unexpected things in his psychic scrolls, and the frozen Fat Otaku happy drink was one of them. After taking a sip, he continued, "Of course, you also know very well that even if Tawny and Walter fought, they would at most buy you some time. So, this wasn't your final preparation. I won't mention the process of entering the lab, because no matter what, I would eventually come to the lab and officially meet you. You knew that I came for the Cradle of Regeneration. You also knew that I would definitely be able to take it away. You also knew that I would definitely bring the Cradle of Regeneration to Stark Building. So, you pretended to resist, allowing me to easily take the Cradle of Regeneration away. The only thing you weren't sure about was whether I would take Professor Zhao Halen away. But according to your calculations, the possibility of me taking Professor Zhao Halen away is very high. As long as I take Professor Zhao Halen away, your surface plan would all be completed." Rogge deliberately emphasized the word surface. As soon as he finished speaking, Ultron suddenly stood up. The 5 fingers on his right hand pointed directly at him, the fingertips shining with red light. "What exactly do you know?" Ultron's tone started to become really nervous. It was the kind of nervousness that came from having his entire plan seen through. "If I say that I don't know anything and that it's all my guesses, would you believe me?" As he spoke, several vines surged out of the wooden chair behind Ultron. They wrapped around his body and right hand like pythons, forcefully pulling him back into the chair. "The real show hasn't started yet. As the only audience, how can you leave?" Chapter 249. "Finally, I see that you are really nervous. It's not easy." After forcibly pulling Ultron back to the chair, Rogge picked up the Coca-Cola again and took a sip. "I'm curious, when did you see through my plan? In such a short time, you can't guess so many things, and your guess is so accurate." Ultron, who was firmly bound to the chair, said unwillingly, and he no longer had the attitude of everything under control. "When I came to the laboratory and saw you and Dr. Zhao Halen, I guessed it. As for the reason, it's very simple. Because we are the same kind." When they first met at Stark Building, Ultron told him that they were the same kind. However, what Ultron meant at the time was that they all have Infinity Stones and they are all the controllers of Infinity Stones. What Rogge meant when he said they were of the same kind was that they were equally confident. Ultron is confident because he feels that he is stronger than all human beings. Even in the face of the well-known superhero Avenger and Rogge, he has absolute confidence in winning the final victory. Like Ultron, Rogge is also a very confident person. However, unlike Ultron, he did not show this confidence on the surface, but hid it in his heart. As a traveler, and a traveler who has seen the future of this world, of course, he has the confidence to make a name for himself in this world. What's more, he still has the existence of the system. If in such a situation, he still has no confidence and feels that he can't surpass others, then he might as well give up early. Ultron's confidence is shown on the surface, and Rogge's confidence is shown in his heart. Although the places shown are different, this does not affect the fact that the two of them will have very similar thinking. So as long as Rogge put himself in Ultron's actual situation, it was easy for him to guess Ultron's plan. After all, if he were Ultron, he would make a similar choice. Then, the next thing is very simple. In the case of knowing Ultron's plan, even if he only knows 70% or 80% of it, it is enough to formulate a countermeasure. Since you have guessed that Zhao Halen is my backup plan, but you still have no way to stop me from leaving, you still can't beat me. After understanding where the problem was, Ao Chuang calmed down again and said in a calm tone. That's enough. At this point, there's no need to continue acting for me. Your acting is a little too much. Before Rogge finished speaking, Ultron tried to connect to the internet and leave here. Then, he discovered a terrifying truth that could completely penetrate his mental defenses. His networking mechanism had failed. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Did you find out that you can't connect to the internet all of a sudden? It must be very exciting. Compared with the panicked Ao Chuang, Rogge was unspeakably calm at this time. Now, it was time to reveal his trump card. How did you do it? The failure of the network mechanism meant that he could no longer leave this severely damaged body. Ultron was completely trapped in this body. This explanation is a little complicated, but you have enough time to listen to it slowly, so I've decided to explain it to you. After all, this is also my confidence. Villains died because they talked too much. This kind of thing would never happen to Rogge. Although in Ao Chuang's view, he was a typical villain. To be honest, for a strong artificial intelligence like you, I really can't stop you by myself. If I want to completely destroy you, not only do I have to eliminate you and all the robots you made, but I also have to erase all traces of you on the internet. Only then can you completely disappear. This kind of thing, I can't do it, but someone can. After that, Rogge stretched out his finger and pointed to the hole above the basement. A figure with red skin and a mind gem inlaid on his forehead floated down. Illusion. The person who floated down was none other than Illusion, who had the ability to restrain Ultron's networking mechanism. This is impossible. How could you awaken Illusion in such a short time? This is absolutely impossible. Ultron recognized Illusion at a glance. After all, Illusion's body was originally prepared for himself. In such a short time? It seems that you haven't realized it yet. Are you sure that only a few minutes have passed? Rogge took out the reality Rubik's Cube, then continued, this is the reality Rubik's Cube, and inside it is the reality gem. You should be familiar with it. Impossible, the reality gem doesn't have the ability to change time. Looking at the reality Rubik's Cube in Rogge's hand, Ultron still didn't understand how Rogge changed time. Let me help you with a science lesson. Have you heard of the time dilation effect? The first is the time dilation effect of high-speed motion in special relativity, the second is the gravitational time dilation effect in general relativity. These two time dilation effects can bring about changes in time, and more importantly, these two effects are caused by the objective existence of physical laws. The reality gem does not have the ability to change time, but the reality gem has the ability to modify the laws of nature and change reality. Although Rogge didn't explain the principles of these two time dilation effects in detail, it was enough for Ultron to understand what was going on. In your perception, we just sat down and talked for a few minutes, but in fact, 3 days have passed outside. Whether it's Dr. Zhao Halen or your real backup, the Sokovia meteorite, they've all been taken care of. And I might as well tell you that all your doppelganger robots outside have also been destroyed. As long as the illusion clears all the traces you left on the internet and then destroys your current broken body, you can say goodbye to this world completely. When Rogge finished speaking, the illusion didn't hesitate and went directly to Ultron, pressed his hands on Ultron's head, and began to remove all the traces left by Ultron on the internet. After the appearance of the illusion, Ultron's ending was basically determined. The reason why Rogge asked the doppelganger to take Dr. Zhao Halen away was to cooperate with Ultron's plan, and on the other hand, to ensure that the illusion could be born smoothly. Although he didn't do anything excessive to Dr. Banner in the Tsukuyomi world, who knows if Dr. Banner will be depressed for several days. Just in case, he had to prepare an additional professional technician. As for the mental influence on Dr. Zhao Halen, a simple illusion can remove it. In order to achieve a perfect performance, Ultron didn't hesitate to take the stage himself and used the Cradle of Regeneration and the Mind Gem as bait. Similarly, in order to make Ultron stay here obediently, Rogge had to cooperate with him until the illusion appeared. Ultron's real plan was, I know you already know that I'm playing you, but I still have to cooperate with you. Rogge's plan was, I know you already know that I know you're playing me, but I still have to cooperate with you and play you in reverse. This was not a contest of strength, but a contest of acting skills. Chapter 250. Rogge was not very concerned about how Illusion was going to clean up all the traces of Ultron on the internet and shut down the networking mechanism of Ultron. When Illusion began to touch Ultron's head, he silently ended the gravitational time dilation effect created by the Gem of Reality. The reason why he used Odomare's Nan to hit Ultron into the basement was that the basement would not be as spacious as the laboratory above. Secondly, it was dimly lit and suitable for small actions. Besides, he made a chair with wood release to sit down, not to create an atmosphere or to pretend to be cool, but because using the Gem of Reality was really tiring. Judging from his own timeline, he and Ultron had only stayed in this basement with gravitational time dilation for a few minutes. However, from the outside world, he and Ultron had stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights. If it weren't for the fact that the Gem of Reality only affected this small basement, the chakra in his body would have long been drained by the Gem of Reality. In the original timeline, why did Thanos make the Power Gem the first target? In addition to the clear location of the Power Gem, the main reason was that the Power Gem could provide him with enough power to drive other Infinity Gems. Rogge did not have a Power Gem, so he could only use his own chakra as an energy source to supply the Gem of Reality. The reason why he sat and chatted with Ultron was not that he was lazy, but rather, he really did not have much strength to stand up. At this moment, he felt for the first time that second last's chakra was not that sufficient. Illusion's touch of Ultron's head did not last long. It only took a few seconds for Illusion to clean up the traces left by Ultron on the internet. The moment Ultron was completely removed from the network, Illusion didn't hesitate. He exerted force with both hands and crushed Ultron's metal head. Go back first. Remember to remind Tawny to give me my reward as soon as possible. Rogge sat on the wooden chair and said slowly. Okay, Mr. Rogge. Illusion turned around and glanced at Rogge before replying in a tone similar to Jarvis. After Illusion left, Rogge finally did not have to continue to maintain such a calm appearance. He sighed wearily. Even though he didn't really fight, this feeling was even more tiring than fighting for 3 days straight. After resting alone in the dark basement for more than 10 minutes, he finally left this alternate battlefield with the Flying Thunder God. 3 days were enough for Fu Lien and the Konoha Intelligence Agency to finish everything. Rogge summoned 2 Shadow Clone Jutsu after arriving in Seoul, but when he left Konoha HQ, he had already prepared 5 Shadow Clone Jutsu in advance and gave them the corresponding tasks. He didn't know what Ultron's plan was, so he could only leave behind enough Shadow Clones to see what was going on. After the Avengers and the Punishers settled the riot in Seoul, Tawny successfully transferred the returning Jarvis into the Phantom Vision's body. In the end, Sokovia, the giant man-made meteorite, was unable to fly. The Shadow Clone led the Walter siblings and the Impasse warriors to take care of Ultron's robot army and retrieve a large amount of vibranium. In short, the turmoil caused by Ultron was resolved by the Konoha Intelligence Agency and the Avengers. The Sokovia incident in the original timeline didn't happen, but the Seoul incident happened, and the Avengers once again went to the forefront of the storm. Compared to the Sokovia meteorite, which could be seen with the naked eye, the potential threat of the Seoul incident wasn't that obvious. Therefore, this led to a very awkward situation. Ordinary people and most organizations only saw the Seoul incident caused by the Avengers, but they didn't know that there was a terrorist threat behind it that could threaten the entire world. In their view, it was the Avengers' misdeeds that caused the riot in Seoul. Although the Avengers also announced some of the truth to the public, they didn't get the approval of many people, and they thought that the Avengers were shirking their responsibility. A pot that shouldn't have appeared was put on the Avengers' head. In this regard, although the Avengers were dissatisfied, in the end, they could only bear the responsibility that didn't belong to them. The Avengers have a lot of experience in fighting supervillains. But in the battlefield of public opinion, as superheroes, they are not much different from ordinary people. Not to mention, there are some brainless organizations that hate the rich and think that they violated human rights or trampled on the law. Of course, these are the troubles of the Avengers. As the director of the Konoha intelligence agency, Rogge was enjoying his leisure time at this time. On the second day after he returned to Konoha's headquarters, Tony sent him his reward. J.A.R.V.I.S became part of the genjutsu, and Tony gave himself a new artificial intelligence female assistant, Friday. Therefore, Tony gave Rogge an artificial intelligence female assistant named Sunday. According to Tony, Friday is Sunday's sister, and Sunday and Saturday are twins. As for Tony's naming and personification method, Rogge didn't even think about it and directly replaced it. Not only the name, but also the holographic image was changed. Hyuga Hinata. This is the new name that Rogge gave to his artificial intelligence female assistant. Of course, after changing the name to Hyuga Hinata, the holographic image naturally changed to Hyuga Hinata's version. However, when changing the holographic image, he hesitated for a while. Should he use the 16-year-old Hinata from the Gale? Or change it to the 19-year-old Hinata from the movie The Last? Or change it to the 32-year-old Hinata from the movie The Last? As a man, and an adult man in his early 20s, he decisively made a choice. Only children choose one of the three, and adults choose all of them. As a result, his exclusive artificial intelligence female assistant, Hyuga Hinata, had 3 different versions of the holographic image. As for which one will appear, it depends purely on his mood and choice at the time. It is worth mentioning that the artificial intelligence created by Tony himself is indeed very powerful. On the first day of entering the Konoha headquarters, Hinata made a major update to the system of the Konoha headquarters, especially the defense system of the headquarters. In addition, after the classification and statistics of Hinata, the work that Rogge needed to deal with was greatly simplified. A lot of work that was not very important was shared one by one, and he had more and more free time. Even Sky and Sharon Carter were a lot more relaxed because of the appearance of Hinata. No wonder Tony has always relied on J.A.R.V.I.S so much. If he doesn't slack off with such a powerful artificial intelligence, he will really be punished. Because of Hinata's excellent ability, Rogge's life is also better day by day.